Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că-ai lăsat-o oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, rudu-rudu-rudu, m-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, rudu-rudu-rudu. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Ai, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di păscuțel le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sârloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriț.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the fourth day of PGL Wallachia Season 3. It's the penultimate group stage day, and it's going to be another day of eliminations, another day of promotions, and another day of amazing Dota. Lizard, I'm ready. It's early in the morning, but I am always ready to be here and watch some great Dota with you. It's been a fun 3 days so far, and I feel like we're going to get even better matchups in this Swiss stage, because as you get deeper and deeper into the elimination matchups, it feels like the teams get closer and closer in ability, and it feels like these matchups are as tight as they can be, right?
Absolutely. That's the beauty of the Swiss, right? Like we stage in which in some tournaments you can expect teams to be maybe a little bit disbalanced. Maybe someone lost a game that they shouldn't, and suddenly they're just wiping the floor with everyone else, but in the lower bracket or whatnot. But here we have a different story. And the upcoming matchups, the matchups that happened before were also kind of close. Even though we had all 2-0s yesterday on this line of the stream, right? But what we're getting today is, in my opinion, on stream A and on stream B, really damn cool.
Yeah, it's going to be some interesting matchups at the 2-1s and the 1-2s. You know, for stream A, it's Falcons, Tidebound, Aurora Gaming Gladiators, and Tundra Extreme Gaming, which 3 of those teams are going to the playoffs.
Yep.
So it's what's crazy to me is Xtreme Gaming and Tidebound are switching opponents. When they were 1-0, Xtreme played Falcons, Tidebound played Tundra, and now that they're 2-1, they play the opposite team. So China really getting a workout in that region of it. But at 1-2 on the B stream, you've got Nigma Galaxy against Yellow Submarine and Heroic against Wildcard, and AVULUS against Navi. Early predictions, Lizard, do you have an idea of which 3 teams are going to get to 2-2 today?
I'm just gonna predict that these games today on the line 1 and on line 2 are incredible. Like I just love the first. Of course, we're gonna be casting some great Dota because elimination is on the line.
Right.
But the promotion series as well are hype. Like every single series there is worthy of a grand final. So that's the beauty of this format. And when it comes to our series, I'm not really sure what to expect. I do believe that Nigma are in good enough of a shape to go through, but that might not be the case, and I might be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time or the 100th time. So we'll see. I just got a message from on Twitter, and the guy said, "You're casting Nigma again. If they lose, I'm never watching you again. I'm never watching your stream."
The fans go rabid.
Yeah, this guy is a friend, but there's there's a lot of die-hard fans for Nigma. So we'll see. Yellow Submarine, I believe they managed to win versus OG as well, right? And then Mosquito eliminated them. Yeah. So OG, Yellow Submarine did win 2-1 against them. And OG, for me, is kind of in a similar situation like Nigma. They're kind of getting better, but not quite there yet. With Nigma maybe being a step ahead. So, yeah, let's see. Let's jump into this draft and let's see what they're cooking.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they are cooking indeed. And like you were saying, feels like maybe Nigma a little bit of a better team. Definitely, I would say, have shown better results previously. I know it's kind of vague with the fact that Yellow Submarine haven't exactly been at the events that Nigma Galaxy have been at. Most recently, Nigma Galaxy being in Blast Slam 2, where they played pretty well. And they look good in that tournament.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they, in general, I feel like they are looking better. And I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I feel like they are looking better with Ghost. Like, and how they're playing around him. I'm not sure what the situation is there exactly. We've discussed this before, but he is fitting right in.
Right.
He has big shoes to fill, of course, but he's doing it very damn well. By the way, Wyvern, like, this is a hero that when the patch hit, I thought was going to be picked almost instantly and always. But in our games, at least, Wyvern, look at this, only 2 picks in 1 ban. I find this hero really strong. Like, I love the ulti facet. Like, the double ult, it's pretty damn good. You know, if you don't know what it does, like, you cast your Winter's Curse on 1 target, and when it expires, the closest hero, closest enemy hero around it, gets that Winter's Curse applied on him as well.
It could be very brutal if you catch a team at low health, for sure.
I mean, it's just the extra disable that it brings to the table as well. On the other side, Prophet, nothing crazy here. We have seen this hero being picked very often, but the matchup, it's not the same. Like, there was back in the day when Kuro was in his prime and glory, Wyvern was one of the better counters to Prophet because he'd always have a lot of treants and you'd kill them with Splinter Blast, right? Like, you'd kill them, he couldn't split push, and you'd always be able to catch him with your ulti if he's trying to split push because you can fly over trees, so it's easy for you to get on top of him. However, the game is played differently, and I don't think it's as big of an issue anymore for NP.
And now it's just that one treant that 3 shots barracks late in the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is so frustrating to deal with. But Bounty Hunter for Nigma Galaxy, not your typical 1-2 punch to start a draft. Wyvern Bounty.
Yeah, 2 supports, most likely, I guess. Wyvern can be a core. Bounty was played as 1 as well, not so long ago, but I don't think he is going to be that here. Bounty as well, pretty good into Prophet. Once you track him, it's very difficult for him to just sprout and run away, TP out. You can also hunt him down in the trees where he's farming, if you understand his farming patterns. Darkseer, by the way, is in the pool, and with Dark Willow, it could be a cool combo. I'm surprised no one banned it. A lot of heroes are true that usually are banned, by the way. But okay, they got the Dark Willow first and foremost. A lot of magic burst into Cold Embrace as well, right?
Dazzle, one of those heroes that's still available.
Insane that he's still in.
I was having this conversation with a couple friends of mine yesterday about Dazzle and just the fact that the hero overall, I think the one thing that made me a nerf is maybe disabling items on the Anothel projection, because you can bring the Anothel projection to life, force staff blink, and just be so many units away.
I'll just put it this way. Like, I know we're praising Dazzle a lot, but have you actually tried playing it?
It's tough.
It's not that, like, this hero, Anothel projection is strong, but nerfing it, I'd be very careful about how I go around nerfing it, because I feel Dazzle has finally seen a little bit of light, and he's being played. If you nerf that Anothel projection in a wrong way, the hero is useless. Like, keep in mind that he still is disabled. Like, you're just sitting there with your main hero. Not necessarily truly disabled, but you're sitting there as a sitting duck, right? So if he doesn't have the range that he gets with null projection, he's gonna be blown up very easily and jumped on. So there are definitely some downsides, and I feel like it's overtuned. I absolutely agree, but I feel like the numbers need to go down, and maybe that's
not what it does.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you know, we had this discussion yesterday. I don't exactly disagree with that. Maybe I'm just been on the bad end of some Dazzle games that I just want to.
Oh, I've had it as well. Trust me. Yeah.
That guy's really pissing me off. You know, like it's very frustrating to play against that Dazzle. But we'll see if it gets picked, because Submarine still need another support. We'll see what Nigma Galaxy want to do with this Bounty Wyvern, if that's their support duo.
I love how Dragonite was absolutely busted for a full patch that lasted really long. And then, instead of actually nerfing him and getting out of rotation, they were like, let's just give him another broken facet and nerf the fire one. So he's played once again a lot. By the way, they picked Bristle and DK into Timber. Now, DK into Timber in the laning stage is fine. It's not really that bad. Bristle as well can be okay. But both of them together, I feel like you are giving this Timber an opportunity later on in the game to do some serious work against you. And now Doom on top of that. So we see all three cores from Yellow Submarine. Prophet will be the position 1. It seems like, at least. So Timber mid? Is that what I'm seeing then? With the Doom offlane?
We had the Doom support, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
So it could still be that.
Wait, we had the Doom 1.
Oh, we had the Doom 1 and the Night Stalker support.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it was.
I
mean, I guess it still could be the other way. We were thinking it might have been a Doom support as well in that draft, but
like Timber versus Dragonite on the mid lane is not Timber favored. That's the problem. Like Dragonite still does very nicely there if this is a Timber mid.
They banned Tiny like they're thinking it's not a mid though.
Yeah, maybe they're expecting some Doom support. Maybe they were really giggling when they picked the Timber. Why do I have a feeling this might be some crazy Zinq support thinker type? I don't know. I might be reaching, but they might be throwing some sort of a curveball here.
Right. There are a lot of options available. Like, you still have Dazzle, you still have Marcy in the mix. And then I'm thinking about, I mean, Night Stalker is still available. Or no, sorry. No, it's not. Never mind. That was a first phase ban.
Yeah, he's still out.
Said that as I was going from most recent to
And
earliest
team
ban, and I got to about the third to last ban, and I went, it's available. And then you read it, and you're like, nope, wasn't available. Got banned early.
There's a Dazzle, by the way. Also
Yeah.
an option.
Yeah, Dazzle and Marcy is what I was talking about.
Sorry, both of these teams. Marcy's banned as well, right?
10 seconds remaining.
No. Man, I'm really killing it right now.
Look, it's early morning. We both just woke up. It's fine. That's a very cute keyboard, by the way.
Which one? The one that's on the
he is-
screen right now?
Yeah, the one he's got.
Well, it's gone now. Just like Marcy and Night Stalker, gone before we saw it.
Yeah.
Things take 2 seconds to process in my brain. I'm clowning at the moment. They banned the Clockwork too, which is interesting because
It's like one hero that's that could be good for the mid lane and another that could be good versus them in general. Like Clockwork is one of better heroes into Bounty Hunter. Even though right now I feel like there are better options anyway. I think Clock is still alright, but yeah, I really like Spirit Breaker as well if you want to go ham, and we haven't seen it. By the way, you're playing versus Bristle. What do they have right now versus him? Not really a lot. Like Timbersaw is fine, but they don't have any ways of turning him around, right? So for Yellow Submarine,
Radiant
I wouldn't mind something like that, but let's see if they can switch these cores around, because usually a position 4 there's Muerta, and she's the only one that does that. But then you'd have Muerta Dark Willow supports, which doesn't sound that great. It can work, of course.
10
Legion
seconds
Commander?
remaining.
If one of these
5
is
seconds remaining.
if
Like
one
a
of
4
these is a
Doom,
support,
5 Willow.
if you're gonna pick a core to turn the Bristle back around, that's probably going to be Mars then, but
Yeah.
or maybe a Void Spirit that's not played at all.
Yeah, Mars is, I mean, Legion's uncontested. Mars at least gets played a little bit.
These two teams, what they don't have is catch, by the way, both sides. Yeah,
Queen of Pain.
we were correct in assuming that one of these will be a support. So they get a Quap. Quap because I think this is a Lina or a Puck pick though then, right? And Puck is banned.
Well, Puck
This
is. I'm not the only
Ah.
one.
10 seconds
Dude, this is gonna be some Sumail Lina. And
5
I'm-
seconds remaining.
yeah, I think so. Okay, Ursa and Dragonite
Select
Sumail,
your
I
heroes.
guess. Yep.
I wasn't expecting the Ursa there. I was thinking maybe they just go safe lane, DK potentially, and throw something else mid for Sumail that he just kind of pops off more on.
Yep, I think that's maybe because of yesterday, right? Like we're seeing more and more of these Dragonites being mid with Corrosive. Like yesterday we saw Nothing to Say absolutely crush with it. So they get themselves a Dragonite mid. Offlane Bristleback Noob plays it quite a lot, and Ursa on the safe lane overall in this game looks good.
10
Like
seconds remaining.
you have some really strong matchups. By the way, who's going to play
5
offlane? Is it going to be
seconds
Amaterasu or If I Fall? Because they have switched things up a couple of times before. They had that Veno jungle as well, if you remember.
Yeah, and I want to say Doom is kind of a hero that maybe can be similar to not needing the prio once he gets Midas. I don't know, man. It's weird because like with the Veno, he just went to the jungle, but you can't really accomplish the same thing with Doom, can you?
No, I mean, you can't do that, but there were some patches in which you could do a lot still with the support Doom. I'm not sure this is that patch.
Right.
If I was looking at their draft, I'd rather see a position for Timber than a position for Doom. Let's just put it that way. But they might have a completely different idea, so we'll see. Looking forward to this one regardless, because there's a lot of cool things, like this Queen of Pain versus Dragonite matchup as well.
Mhm.
Like it's not the easiest matchup for the DK. Like Queen of Pain, I feel like I guess it's not that bad as well. She's just gonna use Scream of Pain all the time anyway. There's no Shadow Strike, right? So as a DK, you should be able to stand your ground and farm. When it comes to the other lanes, we're gonna have like a Bounty Hunter and Bristle versus Prophet and what's gonna be there? Prophet and
Dark Willow.
I guess we have to wait and see who's gonna be that support on their side.
Right. Yeah, definitely gonna have to wait to see. We'll see how Doom kind of plays it. It's, you know, originally we didn't know what Amaterasu is doing in terms of positioning. Even on the Wikipedia, it says Mangekyu is the 3. So it's interesting.
It's the Timber, yeah. The Timber is the support. Omar is gonna run into 2 dusts.
Oh, Omar. And into the Brambles. That's looking like first blood pretty easily. Who they're going to give it to will be Amarales. I mean, Timber could have right-clicked that and gotten that last hit, right?
He's a support as well, so...
Well...
He might be even a 5. Because you have this combo of Sprout into him using Whirling Death.
Oh.
Maybe that's an idea. I think that actually just might be their idea of how they play the lanes. Sprout and use Whirling Death. Or Sprout and Timber Chain as well. You can always combo it up.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see who's where. I mean, we really didn't even get answers from that.
I think it's Prophet, yeah. I think we're getting these answers.
Yeah,
Prophet, Timber, 5. And Dark Willow plus Doom on the offlane.
Clearly, Dark Willow 3. But Amarales has always been the support.
This Greater tree looks even greater to me this game for some reason. I don't know. It looks massive.
It does look a little bit bigger. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like all the cosmetics make it actually a bit smaller.
Touch smaller, yeah.
Oh, actually, Shadow Strike on mid lane, by the way.
Doesn't that make Sumail's life a little bit easier?
It makes Sumail's life a little bit harder, but Rabel's farm a bit harder to get.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say, it doesn't feel that good in terms of farming, and like that would in turn make DK's life a little bit easier. But I guess getting harassed down if you do max out the Shadow Strike is going to be rough to deal with unless you're getting rotations. And I guess you could have Omar rotate, but Wyvern walking over may not feel the best, but you could go Arctic Burn. You're still just the blink away if you're Queen of Pain.
Yep. This top lane that we're watching right now is kind of weird because you'd expect Ursa to do really damn well into it.
Ooh. Morales and Trellis. And...
Is that, I think.
Yeah,
He's got a Fairy Fire.
Shot. Huh?
Is he fast
Is that going to matter, though?
He's not fast enough.
No, now that's just the Fairy Fire wasted. Rabel taking a lot of damage to the tower, by the way. Just in that mid lane.
Well,
He
Sumail
ate
is
like
winning this
4
lane, yeah.
shots from the tower.
The problem with this lane for Rabel, if you go Shadow Strike in this matchup, you actually have to go Shadow Strike level 2. And that brings all kinds of problems to the Queen of Pain. If you don't have Blink early on, like your Scream of Pain isn't maxed out on level 2, so you can't get last hits with it. You're easier to gank as well. And for what? Like, this Dragon Knight is still full HP, you know, healing up. We'll see. Maybe he does manage to put some pressure on him in the end.
Sumail also getting a couple of those denies. Yeah, top lane, Amarales again. Just getting run by Ghost. Goes into the Shadow Realm, and Ghost trying to avoid that shot and stay behind the trees, but eventually showed himself and eat some damage.
I feel like out of all of their players on Yellow Submarine, Amarales is the one that sometimes has the most deaths, and might be the case again here. No, never mind. But he also has a lot of impact because he's playing a very volatile player, let's put it that way.
Sphere, by the way, losing a full Talisman. And Omar gonna swipe that Lotus. They did some decent damage to Noob with that combo you were talking about, the Whirling Death with the Sprout. Mid lane 16-5 to the 10-4, and Sumail having a pretty easy time at the moment with the 2-1-1 build of the Queen of Game. I want to say heavier into the screen might have been the better choice. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what the problem here is? The problem is maybe the understanding of how these two heroes actually work in the pro scene right now. Because they picked Quap into this for a reason, and that reason was obviously to max out the Shadow Strike and pressure the Dragonite. They knew DK is going there.
DK just kind of stands his ground at the moment, and Sumail's happy with this, and immediately Ribble comes back into a Breathe Fire, has a full bottle, so this isn't like the worst damage done to him in the world, but Sumail's able to just sustain here, and he really doesn't care.
Dude, Defy Fall is really messing with him. He's playing behind the tier 1 tower on that bottom lane. And he's just making sure that they don't get these creeps denied. And he got quite a lot of them, by the way. 4 creeps to his name.
Not bad. Usually you get not much as a support, but 4 is good.
Yeah, it's okay. Those 4 would have been denied, you know, that's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, yeah. Always want to make sure that you're cleaning up anything you can. And he's able to kind of stand behind there with good positioning, and Nesphere, he has the lane open afterwards. Doesn't really have to worry about Noob running him down immediately.
This is a really cool approach, by the way, because Noob, like on his Bristleback and the Bounty Hunter, usually would be running heroes down. But now they're kind of playing defensively and moving top instead. Omar maybe looking for a Doom kill.
I like this move from Omar coming towards top.
Well, that's a plus.
Yeah, some lag happening. A lot of people plussing on that, but Amaterasu looks pretty dead.
He looks like the one that lagged the most, yeah.
Yeah, he went forward
tower.
under the tower, yeah. A bit rough, that's for sure. And he is, I believe, stunned by this.
Yeah, by the Shadow Walk.
The Shadow Walk Bounty Hunter.
So if the Brambles are perfect and they catch Ghost, it's still very difficult for him to survive. But there's a chance
at the moment. And they're not perfect. They needed to be.
Nesphere,
but they
though.
do have Nesphere coming through under the tower. This is kind of risky. Ghost, though. And he heals long enough where that didn't really matter, but they could stick on a Ghost. They had the map. If I fall only with 140 mana at the moment, they didn't quite have the damage. So they rotate to try and save this. They don't really get any kills out of it. Now I think they want to focus getting the tower.
Yeah, they are pressuring the tower and they rotate the Doom down bottom. So the tower, it seems like might fall. I have never taken Winterproof, by the way, but cool. Nice to see. That's the facet on Wyvern that allows you to heal towers, I guess.
Yeah. It doesn't heal them, but it
protects them. And gives them attack speed,
Ghost?
I think, or something. Yeah.
I think Ghost is just dead. He already used his Earthshock, and they should be able to chase him down. Thought they might have just missed that. And Omar also dying to Rabel, and Rabel, who is having a difficult lane over mid, now gets a kill and doesn't feel all too bad, but I mean, all things considered, he is still pretty low on the net worth.
He's the lowest core in the game.
By a lot.
Yeah, Sumail doubled the CS on that mid lane. I feel like a lot of players do find themselves in this predicament. Like, you need to pick something into the Dragonite, but you don't know what to pick that actually does well. All the heroes that are on paper amazing against him aren't. And then you have to pick like a Monkey King if you want to do at least as well. Bot lane S here.
Here, getting run down. Omar is here for the extra stun. Wrath of Nature not gonna matter, and they will get that kill onto their position one. After
Yeah, they're
losing
looking
Ghost
at
in the
mid,
top
though.
lane.
They have Doom.
They do, and they will start by throwing it, and immediately the TP attempt with the Infernal Blade. The damage is there. 4 heroes coming for the side of Yellow Submarine, and life's pretty easy making that move.
I feel like one really cool thing that they've got on Yellow Submarine is the amount of damage. Like, you very rarely see a team with this amount of burst in the current state of the game. Like, you have co-op, and because of the Timber position 4, you have some insane burst. Plus the bounty, I feel like if Yellow Submarine just forces fights, they're gonna come out on top. Oh, my bad. It's my time to be drowsy and crazy. Bounties on the other side. Ah, yes. Okay. Never mind. In any case, they do have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That
I know the
point
feeling.
stands. Yeah.
The sun hasn't risen on my part over here, so we'll get there. The sun will be shining. Our words will be smart. Bramble Maze catching GH. Ghost willing to jump for this. A bit of a surprise, but he goes into that ult, and they'll look for Rabel, but he's got that blink. And then going into the Shadow Realm and just TPing out
Good
is
region as well.
Emeralus. Bottom lane. Noob. He doesn't have the blade mail that he wanted, and the Sonic Wave not gonna get that kill, and he just gets into the base.
What do I feel
He's
if
able
he
to
used...
survive, barely.
Yeah, I feel like maybe if you used Sonic Wave earlier, they get the kill? Because the way the damage is being applied from Sonic Wave is different, right? So you...
Right.
Yeah, you didn't have time to wait. That's what I'm saying. But maybe he TPs earlier then. In any case, big commitment, and Bristle still lives.
Now they're going to push this bottom tier 1, which, if there's no response, when you've got this greater tree, should be able to take. But they don't actually even continue on for it. They're looking for a fight over mid. Armar, he's going to die first. They have the root on a Sumail, who's trying to get his hands on a Rabel, but they just don't have the control, and they don't have the damage quite yet to really save Omar, get anything themselves. Elder Dragon form was ending, and they've got 3 heroes here, but it's really not for much.
Yeah, one thing that we did mention during the draft is like catch on both sides is pretty damn bad. On one side you've got Sprout and Brambles, that's what you're working with. Almost no stuns whatsoever. And on the other you have Dragon Tail and maybe this Shadow Walk hit if you want to count that even. So a game in which Boots of Bearing might be the best possible item for both teams.
Looks like Bounty's going that direction. And the odds heavily in favor of Nigma Galaxy.
I feel that's mostly due to the way they execute team fights. It's better than most of these teams that are in the same position at the moment. And they have a bounty. So if you manage to execute a couple of good team fights, the bounty that is being played by Omar on their side should do a lot of impact.
Ghost getting chased for a second. And we'll pop that in range, but they're still moving forward. They're looking for the Terrorize. They've got the Sonic Wave, and now Terrorize thrown over, pushing them back towards the Timber. Everybody comes in for a kill onto this Ursa.
Yeah, that was it. They invested a lot, but it's a really good kill, and they still have Doom.
And they do still have Doom, and they could smoke and go for a Doom kill. Right now, Amaterasu is just forming this stack.
I feel like maybe there's a different couple of fights coming up because Sumail is getting his Blink Dagger. We do have track, And I believe they're kind of on the verge of being ready to fight. Without the Ursa, of course, he's struggling. One of the worst Ghost games on Ursa that I've seen recently.
He's fallen all the way down to where the Queen of Pain is at. You know, Quap's been involved in a couple of kills and is actually 3-0-1, but the net worth doesn't exactly show that when you compare it to the other cores. And that stems from the laning phase and how well Sumail was doing in terms of getting denies. He's 87 and 23, not that matters in terms of denies right now. But if the numbers were similar, a lot of denies against this Queen of Pain. And that means that there wasn't as much gotten from Ravel in the laning phase, so it's a little bit interesting that Ghost is still kind of sitting back like this, but once he gets his Battle Fury, give him some space and he'll be fine.
It picks up, right? Like, it's the farming accelerator for the Ursa. So, usually, it does change things. In a couple of minutes, he picks up. But no one able to do a lot, maybe.
A little bit of lag.
You'll see a fight soon, yeah. We have a smoke from the mid lane, by the way. The blink on the Dragonite might finally be revealed. The follow-up isn't massive, though. Like, their damage is kind of steady and over time.
Yeah, it's nothing immediate.
They don't have burst, basically, without the Ursa, but Nesfir is still not that hard
trouble.
to kill. Like,
Yeah, you know, when you catch him alone, you don't exactly need immediate burst on him. And it's a track kill that gets them a good chunk of gold, which is great for Sumail.
It's just crazy how much gold it gives. But it is Bounty Hunter and to be expected. Level 4 Shuriken Toss is a little bit of burst that they are getting. Like, it's not a weak spell, like, especially with True and True, if you can get it through a creep or two and back to the hero. So, yeah, from Bounty Hunter, 300 plus damage. Not too shabby.
And there's that Battle Fury. Not the worst timing here for Ghost. We'll see what he could do with it, and when you consider the fact that he's only 600 gold behind this Nature's Prophet, I think he's in a good spot to really start to take over if he's given the open space. So you need to be very careful about how much you're going to allow Ghost to get. And what I was liking from Yellow Submarine is how much they were willing to come across the river and look for Ghost. And if
they won't contest this Tormentor, right? Like, Ghost will not help them, but Whistle can hold them his own. Almost.
Right. Yeah, they'll get it. And that's good gold. That's another shard here. And that's shard for Winter Wyvern. Which is good with the Cold Embrace. You catch somebody in the middle of a fight, it throws out that Splinter Blast that's level 4 right now. That's a good extra bit of damage. They know where If I Fall and the rest of Yellow Submarines are sitting with that scan that connected.
Yeah, do they want to fight this, though?
Yeah.
No blink on Ursa just yet, so might not be the best fight. Bristleback also working towards his Lotus Orb, which is pretty damn good on both sides this game. I wouldn't mind seeing someone buy it on Yellow Submarine. Get rid of some tracks. Maybe Fivefold gets it. For now, he's got a Ghost Scepter, by the way. Pretty damn good versus all the physical damage on Nigma.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I like where Yellow Submarine are playing. I mean, it kind of cuts off that part of the map from Ghost, but Ghost hasn't exactly cared so far. He's gone from... Is it still the triangle at this point? I would say it's still...
It's still a triangle, yeah. In a bit of a different triangle, but...
It's an isosceles triangle now.
The way they're playing is cool because so far at least they've been cutting off any possible ways towards Nesfir. Like, he died on the bot lane and then they adjusted the way he farms and the way they play the map.
Yeah.
Which is commendable. Move.
Noob finally got that Lotus, so he'll pop that up at the moment. Rabel and If I Fall are trying to get this kill onto Noob, but now Sumail comes in, and with Rabel staying too close, he gets stunned up. Oh, looking for the stun, but Winter's Curse doesn't grab anybody else, but it stuns up Amaterasu, and now they go to the Terrorize, but the Cold Embrace. This is going to throw out a Splinter Blast once it's off, and it does some decent damage. Lotus Orb again pops Curse Crown the other way. They get the kill on If I Fall as well as Amaryllis. They'll look over at Amaterasu. They've got the track. They'll get themselves a third. Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they sustained for a long time. They lose the Winter Wyvern, but Noob ends up being fine, and they get 3 kills with it and a couple of tracks.
Yeah, a couple of awkward plays because I feel like Nigma were out of position. I feel like GH could have finished off Rabel, but he didn't, and that put them in a weird spot in which Wyvern can't get jumped on and is forced to use his curse very defensively. But they don't use Doom on anyone. Like, they had it. It's not used here on Bristle. It's not used at all. He just dies. And of course, Queen of Pain got jumped in the back and needed to use the Sonic Wave very defensively against the Ursa.
Oh, If I Fall now dying to Ghost, who shows up with that blink.
All of these kills. That was a track kill, I believe, once again. So a lot of gold once again being given.
Rabel needing to be a bit careful. Again, that Splinter Blast coming off the Cold Embrace. The Shadow Strike. Does Ghost just come over and deny GH?
He could heal up as well if he wanted to, yeah.
Ghost thought about it.
Definitely did, yeah.
He's like, do I let him heal himself? What's the timings here? Gotta do the math, right?
If you send him to the fountain, that's kind of healing him.
Shadow Strike. Level 3, so he went 3-3-4 after favoring the Shadow Strike early on. It's actually not the first thing they do. Mid lane, they go to the Doom. They've got this on to Noob, who will run away, has that Blade Mail and the Lotus. And it looks like he'll just, survive even with the Doom, and they get a kill on If I Fall. They'll look over now at Amaterasu. The Sonic Wave, good positioning on it, but just not enough damage. It hit 4 heroes. It didn't do enough in the moment. Good Winter's Curse.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a great Winter's Curse to get Rabel. And they're going to look for even more. And Esphere's now dead. They'll stick on Amaryllis. Behind the tier 2 tower, Ghost looking to continue to go. Sumail blinks forward, breathe fire on Amaterasu. They'll be able to kill off this Doom. They do not get Amaryllis, but now showing back up as If I Fall, and he's dead too.
Yeah, that's 9k advantage now for Nigma, and I'm afraid to say this, but Yellow Submarine, they just missed their timings heavily. Once these Blink Daggers are up on DK, on Ursa, suddenly your Quap, Nature's Prophet combo does not work that well, and they can't find the right angle. But this was also kind of bad, like Bedlam never connects, so they don't have enough damage. And also, Prophet isn't here with them. I feel like you need the Prophet in these kind of moves because he brings some extra control and some very necessary damage. Their control is abysmal though. That's probably hurting them the most.
Right.
Like your Doom has War Stomp. That's the best stun you've got.
Yeah, and it's not even that amazing. I mean, yeah, it's good for single target pickoffs, but we saw in the bottom fight that he missed the War Stomp, and once you don't have that, you don't have control.
It's really
just
not that
enough.
great.
Omar searching, and still just a level 1 track, but if he can get the initial stun on Rabel, they could blink, follow this up, and have a Dragon Tail with it.
Sumail is...
Ooh, they had the Sentry, so now they've got the Dust, but Rabel's the one who comes into this fight to try and get a kill here onto this Omar bounty, but he gives up his life for this. Curse onto this Dark Willow. That means that they're able to get another kill.
Were both of them tracked? They were, right? Bounty Hunter ending that fight with plus 680 gold. Feels good, man.
And it just, the net worth jumps so far ahead on the cores of Nigma Galaxy. And truthfully, it's not even the cores, and this is what happens when you've got that track, of course. You've also got a lot of gold here on the Winter Wyvern, who's got a Blink Dagger. GH was thinking about this Glimmer Cape early on, and now he finally buys out on it. But he went to the Blink Dagger to have that positioning, to continue to use these heals and use Winter's Curse to have that extra bit of control for them. And they've already used that mid and now over top, and have used it successfully. Yeah,
the Blink Dagger is usually a core item anyway on Wyvern, but this game it's even better because all you have to do is get on these Prophets, these co-ops, and they're usually on the outskirts. There is a Doom available.
Amorales is dead. Sonic Wave again, hitting multiple heroes. They throw that Doom out there, and they should be able to get Sumail. Amaterasu ends up dead. Sumail is gone. Ghost low, but he's got that Aegis. Rabel and Nesphere, as well as If I Fall, are nearby. They want to go for Ghost. They want to get this kill, but they go to the Sprout. He's got the BKB. He'll chase and look and kill off Rabel. So Ghost is low.
They have Curse
but the Winter's Curse locks down If I Fall, and Ghost will be able to walk away. GH, maybe not so fortunate with the Chakram on him, but the focus is on an S-Sphere. They'll get this Nature's Prophet. They've got the track on If I Fall. They'll get themselves another kill, and it is all Nigma Galaxy.
And it looked so good for Yellow Submarine. Bounty ending this fight with another item, basically. Like he can... he got 2,000 gold. Buy whatever you want to. 3.5k on him almost. Yeah, this fight wasn't that bad. They managed to use the Doom before the Dragon form. They managed to almost take down the Dragonet very fast. The Aegis from Ursa was reclaimed and almost Ursa killed twice. But the backstab from the Bristle was way too strong. They just have so many ways of entering these fights on Nigma.
They don't have Doom, so they can't really stop Noob from kind of sitting up there, getting healed up, and going back onto the high ground.
Now, there's no BKB on Ghost for now.
10
15
seconds,
more
though.
seconds. Yeah, okay.
Curse Crown, but Lotus Sword makes sure that that doesn't pop. This is at least the mid set of racks being worked on. We'll see if they finish it off while Nesphere is out of the base and trying to farm as best he can. He finishes off that Mjolnir, and it will be a set of racks. And do they continue for more? They've got the creeps on the high ground for a second over in the bottom lane. A couple of heroes shifting towards top, but they're not committing to that idea just yet.
Ghost is actually TPing out.
Yeah, he's gonna push top, and the rest of the team will back up.
Yep, pretty much. The moment he shows on top lane, you need to move back.
A lot of
Signets.
yeah, searing signets.
That's the item I'm almost always taking as well. I feel like Nesphere.
That is problematic to be in that position. But they've got the Winter's Curse. That's on the 3. They still lost GH early on, but they are going to lose Nesphere, who's a lot of their damage, and 2 more go down with Amorales and Amaterasu dying. They'll look to finish off If I Fall, and the answer is if I fall, you will fall. You die. If I fall, it'll be to 4 heroes on the Nigma Galaxy side. Just business.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, this Timber position 5, it's more of I fall without the if.
Yeah.
But he's been doing like or Panza side or whatever. He's been doing all right. And this combo of Timber plus Prophet on the safe lane, I feel like they did have a good idea. And the execution might not have been there, but the idea behind the 2 heroes laning together and what they have done post-laning stage isn't that bad. I actually like it quite a lot, even though they are losing.
It's just, it's tough. These fights late, you're down by so much, and your best hero in terms of damage dies so early in that fight that you just don't really have anything else afterwards.
Yeah, even if you kill GH, I feel like All he has to do is use his ulti, right?
Stun has the track. Ghost will blink there, but blink away. Rabel, yeah. Oh. Just
Don't worry.
a cute first hit bash.
It's always the first hit bash with Ursa. Always. Just the way it works.
And I mean first hit bash the second he says, I'm going to TP out.
Yeah.
Because he obviously hit him 2 times before. For all the people looking at semantics here. But it's another track kill and another item almost for Omar.
Yeah, he's buying Hex next, so you won't have to rely on the first hit bash anymore. The catch, like we said earlier, wasn't great on both sides. You will have the both Wisdom Runes, though. Or Wisdom Shrines, I should say. On Nigma.
No, if I fall, actually... Yeah, he's here.
Stealing
He just
that
happens to be farming in the all the way deep on the dire side.
There is nowhere else on the map you can be at this point. So.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You know, I thought Yellow Submarine did a good job of like moving where they were farming. They knew that Nesphere got caught bottom earlier in the game, so they moved towards top. They were pressuring Ghost. But like you had talked about, it felt as though that they kind of just missed their timings, and that felt very true. As the game just kind of spiraled out of control for them. Both these supports now close to where Queen of Pain is at in terms of net worth.
Yeah. They're still in the game, but I believe not for way too long. I'm not sure what the clock says on Roshan. Do you maybe know?
I have no idea. Terrorize lands on a 1. Is on a Sumail, and Amaterasu is tracked up. He is in trouble and very dead without any help. Rabel watches and eventually blinks back towards the base. Yeah, I have no idea. 20 on that Roche, but I don't think it's going to matter with Noob getting Amaryllis now and a double kill for him.
Absolutely will not matter. There's an Abyssal as well and Ghost. There are just no big items coming on the other side. Like Aghanim's on Quap is still 1,000 gold away. They can basically mega creeps this.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
There's not much pushing them back ever.
Yeah, they're just smoking up. This Ursa is probably going to jump in.
Sphere. Poor staff back, but it's if I fall, dying again. If he's not able to Timber Chain out, he won't be able to. And then they jump in and they throw that War Stomp onto Noob, but he's so tanky.
Yeah. I think like the idea might have been to shut down the Bristle a little bit harder during the laning stage with the Timber position 5. Like that's the crazy idea. Boom!
Oh, reflected back. And he could survive with this Doom on him on the Ursa. He just backs out of the base, and now a Winter's Curse on a 3. It's on a Rabel, and he needs to be careful, but he'll finally blink away, but they don't get that Terrorize out. They don't get anything out of that defense. It's not a bunch of kills here for Nigma Galaxy, but making sure that they're no worse for wear is...
That's... Like, you know what the best scenario there is for Quap? Like, the zero lining for Quap, her position 1 is so weak that he couldn't solo her in Winter's Curse.
Another jump in, and he'll reflect a couple of spells back as Noob pops that Blade Mail. Amaryllis is dead and back again with the buyback used. Amaterasu force staffed away. Sonic Wave, it's good positioning, but again, it's just not enough damage. Blink forward to get a kill on a Ghost. Not bad from Rabel as he also takes out Omar. Rabel's still alive, tracked up, but if I fall dead once more, Amaryllis, who just bought back it and chased down by Noob, and he'll need one more shot to get that kill. They'll call GG, and game 1 will go the way of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, that's the 40k advantage that you don't see very often 30 minutes into the game, but there's a reason why Bounty is being picked quite often in this patch, and that's it. Like, you can get a really insane advantage very early on. Yeah, what to say about this game? I feel like a couple of misunderstandings, maybe, or misconceptions by Yellow Submarine. One of them was the co-op on DK mid, or maybe they did know, but they just wanted to get that extra burst later on in the game, which is respectable. I do think that they did need that extra burst. And also the safe lane in which Timber and Prophet are great against the Bristle. And you could see later on in the game just how much they were doing. But it leaves you... I think it leaves you wanting for a different position forward. They just needed a more reliable catch to play this game earlier. Not sure. In any case, it's hard to say because Nigma, they just outplayed these team fights heavily, so you can blame the draft all you want. It comes down to execution.
Yeah, the execution wasn't as great, and I think that going back into the drawing boards where you need a little bit more lockdown with a draft like this, it was what? Last pick, Queen of Pain for Yellow Submarine? I mean, maybe you think about getting something with a little bit more catch, but again, you're not wrong when it comes to execution. It did feel like it was a little bit lacking in the fights where Amaterasu jumped bottom, he misses War Stomp, there's no Doom used, and it leaves Nigma Galaxy to kind of do whatever they want.
It was banned later on, but maybe putting the priority in picking Storm earlier on in the draft would have done more. It was like a perfect Storm game. But of course it did get banned just before the Queen was picked. In any case, I do believe that Yellow Submarine, if the cards are right, they can take a W off of anyone, but those cards are usually some very cheesy flavored cards from them, you know, like these Venomancers in the jungle, Huskars and stuff. So if they get these kind of drafts, I do believe that they can take a game or maybe even a series off of Nigma. But if they try to face them in the most normal approach, I don't think it's going to work. Even this was kind of cheesy with the 5 Timber, but didn't work.
But you could feel that, like Timber in the 5 just... He didn't really have any survivability, and it felt like it's cheesy for the lane in terms of having that Whirling Death with the Nature's Prophet, which they really didn't execute that well on. And then he's just kind of a target.
He did 11,000 damage, 12,000 almost, in a game in which his team was 40k behind the net. So that's still kind of significant.
Right.
2k more than the Doom, 2k, 4k more than almost Dark Willow. So like I can see the idea behind it with this Nature's Prophet combo. I like it. I honestly like it. I feel like it has some viability, especially because both heroes are... Well, Timber isn't that much meta, but definitely Prophet is.
Yeah.
But you need to compensate for what he's lacking. Because when you pick that Timber, it's like picking a Phoenix. Suddenly you're missing everything else but the magic damage.
Yeah, I could see that, and it ultimately, ends up going the way of Nigma Galaxy. 12-3 and 8 there for Ghost. Our MVP will be GH, so he ends the game 2-2 and 26. Wow.
Yeah, he had a lot of team fights where he just single-handedly turns it around, right? Like with the curse. So it was one of those games.
He had a couple of curses that were solo just to get some extra lockdown, but he also had curses that were 3-4 heroes. And like you were saying, my carry's not so farm, so they didn't get the kills, but they did get the lockdown and it did help his team out, and he definitely deserves MVP here and played really well.
And he's getting buff, you know.
Wow, yeah.
I love
Gotta get that flex on.
I love that. He looks so happy flexing there. So,
was that your go-to picture on the LAN events? Is you flexing?
Absolutely. You do a little bit of this, you know. You put
put the hands under.
Yeah, you put the hands under. You push the biceps down.
Yeah, it's that extra little bit of oomph to the pictures like that on LAN. And speaking of LAN, they need a little bit of a break in between games. We're gonna take a quick one. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, so stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Oh, I mean, Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, welcome to another edition of Dota 2 Letters with a very special guest. It is the one and only Sumail, the king himself from Team Nigma. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hello. Well, my liege, I have quite a game for you today. Dota 2 Letters. It's going to describe an item or a hero.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
You seem like you're already ready.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
Look
like
at
somebody
this.
told me.
Well, no. Don't tell them I already told you. They'll think we're cheating. You'll see a hint. You'll have to guess. You get 10 helps. How do you say help in your native language, Sumail?
Madad.
Mudda?
Madad. M-A-D-A-D.
M-A-D-A-D. Mudda.
No, Madad.
All right, whatever. Just say help.
nice
I can't.
try,
All right, here we go.
Just say help.
All right.
It's my second native
We
language.
will
anyway.
begin. All right, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You got 10 helps. A phantom presence that haunts the battlefield as if it was a illusion. This is a hero.
Spectre.
Done. Go. Quick. A brilliant inventor unleashes his genius upon people. Another hero.
Sounds like...
You can get the helps.
Help.
Help. Go. Ends in R. You have 9.
Help.
Go. Ends in ER.
Yo, what game is this?
That's very useful.
What game is
There's
this,
not
bro?
hardly
Look at the
anyone-
last 2 letters, bro. Help, help.
Help.
Tinker.
There we go. See, it was helpful. Okay. A gleaming talisman that radiates celestial aura helps or hurts foes, helps you.
Radiance.
No, that's 2 words, Sumail. That's 2 words.
Keeper of the light. Help.
Help. The man said help. All right. You keep using helps.
Help.
All right, another one. Barry.
Help. Help.
Solid card. Great job, Sumail.
Nice.
Moving on. A walking plague that is
Venaventure.
nice job. Let's go. All right, Crimson Gem with dark energy, infinite vitality, Crimson Gem.
Octarine Core?
No, you got 3 helps. I'd use them.
Seer Stone?
No, those are...
Help.
All right, there we go.
Bloodstone.
There we go. Good job. All right, you got 1 help left. Okay, moving on. With a gaze that turns flesh to stone, my flock strikes from the skies. Okay?
Yeah. Marcy.
Marcy, no.
Who meets eyes as their soul to become mine? God don't know.
My flock.
Harry Potter, boys.
Harry Potter. No, let's do a help on that one.
Help.
That's going to be a help. Starts with a V. A hero that starts with a V.
Viper.
No, it's not Viper. No. But he's got a flock of stone birds.
What is this, man?
What do you mean a flock of stone birds?
My visage.
There we go. We got it. Keep going. You're doing great. A mystical halberd.
Halberd.
No. That has a bolt of energy.
Yeah.
Poisons for a short time. Okay? It's an item.
Orb of Venom, Scotty. I don't know. Ghost Scepter.
No, those are even
It's
close.
over. Time's up.
It is. Time is up.
Yeah.
But you're doing so well.
Okay, I missed it.
I'm gonna let you guess this one.
Okay, indeed.
All right, give it a real effort here, Samil. Shiva's guard is a shoulder pauldron, brother. Think about it. I'm not gonna accept that answer. You got this. It's a mystical halberd. Oh, okay. We're giving hints now. There you go.
You guys helped me a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, just
One more.
one more. I actually still done it.
What do you mean?
Parasma.
Parasma. Well done. 7. Samil, how do you think you did?
Really bad.
No, actually, you were top class. You
Really?
were one of the best. Congratulations! You're a champion. Well, thank you so much, Samil.
Really?
Huge effort in there.
How many did I get right?
You got 7.
7? That's pretty nice. Actually.
Yeah, out of 12.
Out of 12, and I had like 20 helps too.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty good.
it was very good, Samil. Well,
Thank you.
I'm sure you will see just as good plays, hopefully 1,000 times better in their gameplay.
Yeah, hopefully.
Thank you so much. And don't go anywhere for more PGL Wallachia.
Lacrimi de
Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth day of the group stage of PGL Wallachia Season 3. We are in the middle of a series of Nigma Galaxy against Yellow Submarine, where Nigma Galaxy have themselves a 1-0 lead over Yellow Submarine. Lizard, game 1, looking very good for Nigma Galaxy. What's the plan here moving forward for Yellow Submarine in this draft?
I'm afraid to say it, but we might be in like some Huskar zone for them, you know? Because they are one game from being eliminated. In these kind of circumstances, like swallow your pride and just, if you can, if the game allows you to, pick something that will put Nigma on the left foot. Just we've seen it multiple times in this tournament. Last pick, Huskars and stuff winning versus even the best of the teams.
Right.
So it is possible. Like, of course, the teams that were winning with Huskar were also really good teams. Like Aurora won with it, I believe, versus Liquid. Even with the Ember offlane. So maybe if you can throw some kind of a curveball resembling that. Because, like, they did throw a curveball last game, but it wasn't like a game-winning curveball. It was cute, and it did work in the lane, but it wasn't like this ultimate late game win condition that it gave them.
So taking a look at the bans this time. So we all know what's banned is Night Stalker, IO, Magnus, Marcy, TB, Beastmaster, and Broodmother getting a first phase ban.
I feel like Nigma are thinking the same, right? Like, if you look at these bans, Terrorblade probably one of the best heroes right now to just carry the game on his own. Not too bad versus DK as well. Broodmother, one of those heroes that you never truly want to play against. They're just protecting themselves in that way. But they do give out a Jakiro. Usually when you ban some heroes that aren't necessarily meta, but more so than anything, the opposing team's comfort zone, you are leaving meta in the pool, and now Jakiro gets picked up as the first phase. You know how much I've been calling for Rubik, and it has been picked yesterday, but unsuccessfully. I wonder if Nigma can recreate the pick, but not the success.
It has not won yet, Rubik, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. I feel like another problem is Aetherlance. Like, the more I think of it, it's like one of the best items for Rubik, right? Like Blink Aetherlance or Blink Force Staff, whatever. When Aetherlance was broken, Rubik did well. And right now, so why am I hyping Aetherlance up? I'm hyping it because it allows you to actually steal Ice Path without putting yourself in harm's way. Like, Blink Dagger is also good, but you're still forced to maybe get out of position. But we'll see. If it even gets picked. I sincerely doubt they will. GH and Omar can both play it, of course. If Kuroki was playing, I'm pretty sure we'd see some Rubik, though.
Yeah, he may not be playing, but he is helping to figure out the draft here.
I was feeding Reddit a little bit yesterday, and I saw some dude write that Jakiro's Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost are actually broken and doing more damage than they should. So maybe there is something to it. This hero does look ridiculous in the laning stage, and we have seen some supports, even on position 5, go 1-1-4. Or maybe they know something the rest of us do not.
Yeah, I've been we saw that 2 or 3 times maybe with the different build, if that many times. But yeah, we have seen some Jakiro builders going something different. The first time we saw it was up against that Rubik, and just kind of dipping into a decent chunk of reserve time right now for Yellow Submarine. With their ban here in this second phase. Just kind of understanding what they want with the Jakira. We'll see if they get, like you were wondering in the beginning of the draft, if they're going to go with something a little bit maybe different in terms of something cheesy to keep their tournament lives on the line. Because they lose this game, that's it. They're eliminated.
Yeah, they're really thinking about this next ban. One of the supports banned out. We'll see what the other one will be. They do have the first pick. I mean, well, they have the pick now. So the Storm band being banned out by them.
Okay.
So
a steal pick from game 1.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that it's a good steal pick. I think Clockwork is an amazing hero right now for Nigma. If they wanted it, they don't have to. There are other ways of dealing with Jakir and Bounty, of course, but Clock looks okay. The only problem is like Clock isn't really that great anymore. Like he did get nerfed a bit. Phoenix is kind of weird. Like he's good versus both of these, but Jakiro hits twice, and it does count on the egg hits. So you have to keep that in mind. Sometimes it does change things in team fights. But they have GH.
10 seconds remaining.
Pretty sure that he's gonna make this work.
Weaver coming into it. Now I have a question. Do you feel, with what we've seen so far from Weavers, that Hive Mind is a gimmick?
10 seconds remaining.
You know what? Like,
Oh,
Visage, yeah. Interesting one. Dunning-Kruger is a really strong drug. And I've been huffing that drug very often in my life. Even though I was rank 1 and everything, and right now I'm not as highly ranked, but I do play.
5 seconds remaining.
My guts is telling me that the other facet is better. But at the same time, if everyone is taking Hive Mind, it has to be great, you know. I have some objections, I should say, on Hive Mind, and that's, even though you are maxing out the bugs and they are strong, your Sukuchi is getting not as much love because of that. And Sukuchi is what allows you to be very nasty in fights. With or without a buff of the other facet. So one of the problems that you get as a support is the cooldown. Like if your cooldown is really low, you can get in and out, you can do whatever you want to. But if your cooldown is high, once Sukuchi, if it leaves you out of position, you can die. So where I'm leading is, I think Hive Mind is really good, but you need to be way more careful with the way you're playing Weaver, so that you do get the levels that the Hive Mind will provide you. And then it doesn't matter. Then it becomes even better because you have everything maxed out. You have the maxed out bugs and the maxed out Sokuchi. But it leaves you in a predicament, in a vulnerable spot a bit earlier on, where your
10 seconds remaining.
low mobility from not having the cooldown low enough can be abused. That's how I see it, basically.
okay. You want to break down this Visage pick at all?
Oh, not really. It's just a Visage pick. I feel like
Yeah.
you have the Bounty Visage. A lot of
Ban that
burst.
Huskar, by the way.
Yeah. Smart ban. I feel like there's a lot of burst damage in the lane, a lot of spammability between the Shuriken toss and the Soul Assumption, but also some kill potential from Nigma, because PA and Phoenix aren't weak into that lane. PA in general, this game looks pretty damn good into the Prophet, like you can get on top of him very easily. Same way Ursa could with the Blink, now you don't even need the Blink. And what do they need on the other side? They need most likely a mid laner, I would say. Monkey banned out, of course, right? Yeah, Dragonite picked so early on. Monkey is out. Storm. I feel like every time Yellow Submarine bans this Storm, it would be so good for them. But they don't want to play against Sumail Storm. Oh, is this Visage mid or Prophet mid? What are they doing here?
Visage offlane.
Visage offlane, Prophet mid, yeah. Okay. So last game they had Quap into the Dragonite, which did not work. This time they have a Prophet into the Dragonite. I feel like he'll just farm, and it will be a little bit better for Rainbow. At least in the laning stage, I feel like it should be a bit better for him.
Looking at both these drafts, and I truly do like Nigma Galaxy's draft more. Especially when you think back to the execution of both these teams, that I just believe that they've got what looks to be the better team fight. Ravage, Supernova, they have pick-off potential. If we see an early shard from the Tidehunter, it's going to make the lives of these heroes of Yellow Submarine very difficult to get away from Ghost. And if it continues the way that it has in terms of how they've farmed and how Ghost gets early into that BKB or Battle Fury, I think Nigma, in my eyes, are favored pretty heavily in this one.
It comes down to the way they played game number 1, let's be honest as well. But I just to put this on the table as well, like you have Track and you have Death Toll from Visage. Like if they win 1 or 2 fights, this guy is gonna get like 5,000 gold, like 2.5k off of a single fight, and I'm not even exaggerating. If you get some kills. So even though Nigma are also, in my opinion, the better team here and in a pretty decent spot, there are some good things for Yellow Submarine. They are playing Jakiro Ursa into a Tidehunter Weaver. Weaver with a Hive Mind does not provide you... Well, actually, yeah, it probably will be the Weaver, right? Maybe they put GH top, but most likely the Weaver. So the lanes aren't as great for them on the sides. And the mid lane should be a bit more even. So I think in general we should see a game that's a bit closer than the last one.
Well, they'll have to get those couple of kills to get that gold starting to roll. And if Nigma Galaxy are going to give that to them. Ghost did a good job of kind of hiding back in the jungle, getting this Battle Fury early on. Sumail back on the DK, and he's up against this Nature's Prophet, and maybe that is a bit worrying in terms of how that'll go for him. Let's see what they can do. They place a pretty deep ward here behind the tier 1 tower. Although, what else, other than a potential first fight, does this give them? And now Omar swipes the bounty. 3 bounties here for Nigma Galaxy.
They can't catch him. Yeah. Pretty good start, only 1 bounty on the other side. And I'm not sure, like you said, this ward is... Unless Amoralis wants to rotate in and kill some couriers. Back in the day, that's what this ward did. It doesn't do a whole lot besides that.
Yeah, I don't really find its value to be that high unless Amoralis comes over, but then that's leaving Amaterasu alone, and I feel like this lane wants to play aggressive, get the benefits of Death Toll early on, and you do have good damage, especially when Soul Assumption hits that level 2. I mean, level 1 alone, this is an ability that really can put some damage and hurt into Ghost as well as GH.
Absolutely, like you're playing with level 1, you don't need... Like this isn't a lane where you're waiting for a level 2, but they are wasting a bit of their mana, though, I have to say. They're not maxing it out, spamming it here.
I'll have to see how that goes. And looking over mid, Sumail had a very good time against Rabel on the Queen of Pain when he was playing the DK last game. So interested to see how it goes this time around, and Prophet keeping up for the moment.
He's got 2 units to last it with, right? So it should be a bit easier for him this time around.
You'd like to hope.
Yeah, it should. It should on paper. This is a better lane. Even though historically, like WAP did better into DK, Prophet right now is at least trades.
top lane. Omar and Noob, this Tidehunter Weaver lineup. It seems like it could be good if they catch maybe if I fall a little bit too far forward. You throw the Swarm on him. You did take Gush level 1.
You have to versus Ursa, but I have to say, like, both the side lanes are really volatile, but I would heavily favor Yellow Submarine on top. Like, heavily. Especially because of the Hive Mind and the Swarm being probably maxed out, because Jakiro hits twice. It's not only good versus the egg, it's also good versus the bugs.
Right.
If they win this, that will be purely skill diff, the way I see it. It's not a weak lane, by the way, Weaver plus Tide. It's just, I don't find it that strong into these two heroes.
Right, the fact that you've taken the Swarm that you're maxing just doesn't have as much of effectiveness against this.
Materasu, bot lane, might be dead.
Yeah, he's getting chased, and he might be
He's
dead, getting towards the tower, but it's not going to matter even with that soul assumption damage. They
Top lane.
finally get him, and that's with Bounty moving away, and then they look over at If I Fall in the top lane, but they don't quite have the damage to get the kill there onto the Jakiro. He does have a salve.
You can't leave Visage alone. Like, two heroes that can jump in. If he doesn't have a bodyguard, he's most certainly dead. That was, I would say, a little bit of a misplay from Yellow Submarine moving out. Like, the only way you play this lane is you spam 24/7. Keep them low enough so that they can never go on you. Once they go on you, you're most likely dead. And you need to win the lane before the rain drops, so...
That could be a problem, though. And if they, like you said, if they don't get it, then it feels like the lane is won by Nigma Galaxy. And there's a salve pop by Ghost that he picked up recently. Blood grenade to stop it.
Yeah, nicely done by Morales.
Using your blood to stop that salve is definitely a sacrifice well worth. Let's see if we get another kill here. They do finally have those infused raindrops.
I think they missed their timings on Dire here on the bot lane. They will be Dowen once again. As soon as GH hits 3, I feel like they can do it. If they get caught out of position.
Dire's courier.
Yeah, the lane right now with the equilibrium towards this Dire tower makes it a little bit more difficult for them to make that dive.
Oh, that's true. Gotta get the lane out a bit. They're going though.
They're still going to try. Ghost with the
Amaterasu.
damage. Amaterasu low, but has another soul assumption. Ghost has to be careful with that extra damage coming in, being under the tower. And another soul assumption. But just not enough damage with these infused raindrops available on both heroes. They both commit to buying a stack and make sure that they can survive this this nuke damage coming in from the Visage.
Top lane.
And they want to go and get the kill here on If I Fall, but this is Omar Low Shikuchiing away from the Jakiro with only 70 health to work with. And a salve
Nesfir-
again from If I Fall.
Yeah, Nesfir just didn't want to join the fight at all. Like, he was playing his own game.
Goes himself to neutrals. This leaves Noob by himself, and they want to dive the tower. Blood grenade used under the tier 1 tower. Emerald is dead off screen, but Noob will die here, and they commit to the dive. Nobody coming over, nobody with a TP or anything like that. They were going for a kill over bottom, and mid's not rotating anyway. And Weaver being dead for a while after killing himself to the neutrals.
Not too bad for Yellow Submarine so far. Killing the Tidehunter. Omar is on the mid lane right now. This is a possible kill if they get a good rune.
Illusion rune. Not the best. But using this Elder Dragon form to put some damage onto the tower, If I Fall comes over, and Wrath of Nature
Bot lane,
going to be
Ghost.
used because they want to go bottom for the damage and the kill, and they'll get it. They do get that kill on a Ghost. GH Icarus diving right on top of Amaterasu with
GH
Amaterasu
must be
here.
dead as well.
This
Let's see.
is another kill for them, but they might lose Amaterasu first, and they do. Fire Spirit's burning him down.
There was a Shuriken toss not used. Maybe he could have died a bit faster, but Visage dies regardless.
Ghost dying in that exchange bottom. And you could see on the net worth that Ursa is ahead of the PA, but not by much. But Nesphere having a pretty open lane.
Nope. There's a TP from Amaterasu here. He doesn't have a TP on the Tidehunter.
For 8 seconds, but now 3 heroes here. Soul Assumption and a kill for Amaterasu.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they've got a 1,000 net worth lead here for the side of Yellow Submarine. PA now level 6, though. So Emeralus has to be careful. Ice Path mid. Connects on Sumail. They also have the Sprout, but that doesn't do much of anything.
Mid lane feels like that one lane where at the moment at least you can't really do anything.
GH. First dive away, and now Amarallis in trouble. The dust is used, so they've got the damage. They'll get the kill. They'll look now as If I Fall shows. Doesn't throw the Ice Path.
The only reason they don't go any further, I believe, is the Nature's Prophet threat, right? Like he can maybe TP in. He also has the ulti to use. It's kind of low, though. And his tower is almost gone as well.
Yeah, every Elder Dragon form Sumail's been trying to push up. He doesn't have Dragon Tail to work with, but he has been pushing through with Breathe Fire under these creeps and keeping the creep wave pushed up. But Nesphere coming from top to go for Sumail. Wrath of Nature, Elder Dragon form runs out. GH is dead, and Sumail is gone. Ghost maybe looking for another jump on Amaterasu as Omar is low. The Soul Assumption's doing the damage. Ghost TPing out. And now Omar, he needs to be careful about where he positions himself. The courier kind of giving away where he's at, and he'll lose that courier.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Very unfortunate.
That's a bit rough for Nigma.
Yeah, it is. But it could have been rougher. Amoralis missed the Shadow Walk hits on the PA, so Ghost manages to just TP out.
Noob in this spot again. He's now level 6. Oh, gets popped up by
Not his Ravage.
Yeah. He could kill If I Fall, maybe, if he Ravages, but now with Nesphere coming over, do you want to use it? Omar now through, and they get the kill before he's even able to Ravage, and Omar's just dead. I mean, they're running at these heroes, and they're just dying.
I think the idea was that he's going to Ravage, and then Omar can finish off the Prophet and get a favorable exchange, but it didn't happen. Like, these Ice Paths have been on point from If I Fall.
Now they've got track.
Yeah. And it's a very early track. Like, they've got some very nice levels. Look at Ghost. Like, he's dead. He's actually dead. Crazy kill. Top lane.
They'll go for Nesphere. Pop this in rage, jumping away, Ravage on the edge, and they get the kill. They needed that.
Oh, they definitely did. A couple of these last minutes haven't been that great for Nigma. Even though in general they're still in a decent spot.
Hero coming over, and again with this hive mind, it's not even that amazing. It's still just level 5. They're TPing a couple. They don't have Ravage. Sumail, Elder Dragon form on cooldown for 10 more seconds. Nesphere jumping away, but there's the stun. The swarm flying through, but Sumail, he went into this and he chose to stay next to where they were TPing in the Ursa, and he dies.
Yeah, no Ravage, no Egg. I think that was a big issue as well. They needed 12 experience for GH, so 1 creep from that level 6, so that maybe they can teamfight. But look, Yellow Submarine can run this game over now. This is a very possible snowball from them.
Noob still just looking to farm in this river in between the tier 1 and the tier 2. This is a spot that he's been sticking around in for a while. Scan comes through, connects, Noob TP's out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And this is what you were talking about, death toll and track.
Well, he's not really getting a lot of kills. He only has 1. And it doesn't work like it did before, where you get the that gold no matter what. You actually need to get the last hit. And it doesn't have like a lingering effect as well.
Mid. Breath of Nature. Oh, forcing the time lapse on Omar. Hearing it starting to fly through, that would have gotten the kill.
I feel like they'll really need some lotuses on Nigma. Like, but these two heroes on supports, they just don't buy them. Like overall, they need an Atos as well. Their catch is pretty bad once again. You have only the Dragon Tail to really work with. And look at these odds. They're much, much closer. Bot lane, Ghost.
Track, the TP, the damage and the kill. The Macro Pyre is there. Amaterasu gets that kill. They've got the Mjolnir, or the Maelstrom already on Nature's Prophet. Amaterasu pushing the tier 2 tower. And this is also... PA went for this Orb of Corrosion, so this Battle Fury is taking a little bit longer.
Yeah, not an easy game for them. Noob has to be careful here too.
He's only level 7. There's 4 heroes here. Level 10, Nature's Prophet. Noob, you don't want to Ravage. Maybe now you do with the Supernova, but he's stunned again and doesn't Ravage. It doesn't matter they get the kill to Amaryllis, but still, it felt like maybe that could have been a little bit more with Supernova in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely nothing besides the Ravage could have controlled them there, so just killing the bounty isn't worth it. 13 minutes in, 7k advantage. I told you there is a bit of potential to this Yellow Submarines draft, and they're executing it as well. The draft is good, and the execution, post-laning stage at least, is even better. They had a couple of hiccups early on, but it's looking pretty damn solid. And there's, what I really like about their draft is that you don't have to be a genius to execute this. Just play around the bounty hunter, play around the track, get as many kills as possible. You can take these nonsensical team fights 24/7, even without taking objectives, and it's still pretty damn good for you.
Mm-hmm. This is similar positioning, I would say, to what Yellow Submarine were trying to do in game number 1. But
wrong.
This time around, they're finding more success. Ice Path, Macro Pyre, Omar, not going to survive that.
I was saying wrong because they missed the dust and went into complete opposite direction.
Visage, very farmed, and you can look, just no gold here on Noob.
Tormentor. I really like that he's going for Pipe as well on Visage. Versus this Phoenix, there's a lot of magical damage that can hurt them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not too terrible here. What did they get? Okay, so he got the shard. Yeah. A lot of damage from him. Yeah.
Mjolnir now in full for Rabel. PA Battle Fury still 500 gold away. And it's another one of those, it's a PA game, anything can happen. But you need to get to that point where you have BKB and Battle Fury.
I feel like it is. You need a BKB, that's very true. That's the point, right? Because there's just so much burst on the other side. So many little spells that can destroy a PA. They don't even need to right-clicker with all the shuriken tosses, soul assumptions, and Jakiro spells plus Wrath of Nature.
Wrath of Nature flying in.
No, by the way, also not buying Vlads. In a game with the PA, I feel like it could be very useful.
Do you like this Mage Slayer from Noob?
It's okay. Like we said, a lot of magic damage on the other side. But the Yules, I like the Yules versus Ursa. It's really damn good. It's good versus Track as well, but I feel like it's a support's job to buy it.
Right.
Not his. And Weaver is also queuing up Yules. Like, this will help.
If he can get the gold.
If he gets there ever. They're 10k behind.
And
9k at the moment.
Now.
Yep.
Ghost is going to try and get to this BKB, if that's the item of choice. So a very late 16-minute Battle Fury. Morales is very much a bait at the moment.
Ghost actually
Very
going for
much
SNY next, by the way, so...
Yeah,
this is more common, like SNY or
Yeah.
maybe even a Manta. Like these kind of items are more common, especially now that you're playing into Bounty as well. We'll see. It just has to play much more carefully.
Guess so.
Fight mid.
They're gonna want to go. Acropire, Supernova, Ravage comes in. This could be the fight for Nigma Galaxy. It's gonna explode, and now they go for the damage. Amorales is dead, and they get the Aegis out of the hands of the Ursa. If I Fall is gone. They've Sun Raid on top of Nesphere. They've got the stun to follow it up. He'll enrage, trying to get a kill here on a noob, but this goes horrid for Yellow Submarines. Oh no!
Well, oh no if you're a Yellow Submarine fan, and oh yes if you're an Enigma fan. That was terrible. Like, they chose to fight. They do have the Aegis, but they chose to fight straight into Ravage, straight into the egg. Truth be told, Nigma never utilized the combo before, but you still have to respect it, and they had zero respect. Running in to hit it, even with the Jakiro, it's not going to work. Not like that. You need BKBs. And this egg, it should be a sole responsibility of the Ursa and maybe the Prophet once they get BKBs. A huge chunk of gold was just given back into Nigma's hands.
A 5k on the net worth advantage back in the hands of Nigma Galaxy. And now it's, instead of Sanjanyasha, Ghost feeling comfortable enough to go for the Manta style. I mean, now you think to yourself, okay, the combo's down. Do you just go in and fight again?
I think so. I think they should on the side of Yellow Submarine. They also will have a BKB very soon on the Prophet. I'd like to see one on the Ursa. Once those BKBs are up, the fights do become easier.
Can reliably take out that egg.
That fight just gave Yules to Tide. And it gave Voidstone plus 1,000 gold to the Weaver. So they're both going to have Yules, maybe even for the next fight. Keep in mind that we are talking about PA a lot in her item progression, but Sumail isn't doing too shabby too. He's got a Pike and a Blink. With his Corrosive Dragon, it's really not that bad.
Not at all. Macropire laid down. Noob in trouble again. And this is what we were talking about, wanting to see them fight after the combo is gone, but the BKB's been popped. Sumail came in, the 4-staff back, the chase is on. The Soul Assumption will do some damage to Sumail.
I'm not sure if that's the way to fight, because Ravage, well, that's the way to fight for Yellow Submarine. Noob, on the other hand, had no Ravage there yet. Was caught out of position. I'm surprised they even tried to save him. No Manta on PA. 300 gold away.
Manta style gold has been acquired. Faster than the average BKB for the Nature's Prophet. Shrine also secured by GH, who wants to go into the Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, the classic, right? Like, you can basically buy anything on Weaver and on Phoenix, and your hero will work as a support, that is. Weaver may be a bit more limited by the first couple of items. On the other side, by the way, kind of similar situation on the Bounty and the Jakiro. So Bounty is going into Greaves and Jakiro into Solar Crest Glimmer Cape. We'll see if they get to any of those before the next fight, because they are smoking up.
They're looking to go for Omar. Shadow Walk, right click, Wrath of Nature flying in, and the damage done to Omar. He knew he was tracked. He knew his courier was killed, and he continued on deeper into the dire side, ultimately getting himself killed, and a lot of gold there for Yellow Submarine with that kill.
Just one kill, almost 700 gold. But that's your classic Weaver life. You want to force them to be on their side of the map. Even when you die, you buy a lot of time for your teammates. Look at this twin gate play.
You might want to stop coming through. If you're Amaterasu, as they just get an easy kill on Amaryllis. Good gold now the other way for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, the difference is between the tracked Weaver and the untracked Bounty is 70 gold. Even less. So, a very good kill for them.
GH still has that shovel, so he's looking for the Cobalt to get some more gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We're about here.
Tidehunter, if he wants to, by the way, he's also going to have a blink for the next fights. He's sitting on 2.5k gold. Well, he can have it.
I'm not buying it yet. What would be the concern here for you if you're new in terms of the gold you've got and what else you want to get?
I feel like Vlad's is still very valuable for them. He doesn't have to get it. GH, down bottom.
Yeah, might be in trouble. Has Sunray to get some space and the TP out, making sure that they can't come over and stop his TP with anything.
Yeah, no control.
He committed to the blink, by the way.
Yeah, that I think that's... Did he? He doesn't have it. He's 2.8k gold.
Oh, he sold it again. He sold it in his stash. He bought it and then sold it. And now he bought it again.
Now he bought it, yeah.
Dire's top tower.
I wonder why he bought, sold, and bought it. Maybe had a second thought for a moment.
Maybe, yeah.
But I guess it's off this conversation here. Hey, let's fight.
Pretty much. They have a DD as well.
Yeah.
That Ghost could pick up. Or maybe Sumail. Ghost with the Glimmer Cape, by the way. Back to the old patch. No BKB needed when you can buy a Glimmer on your carry.
Radiant are scanning.
Ghost isn't near his allies. Dust, Amaryllis, Elder Dragon form with the amplified damages. An easy kill for Nigma Galaxy to get. And let's see if there's anything more for them to get with this. Because, you know, now you see the Blink Dagger. Now you know the Tidehunter has it. It is... You gotta, especially after the fight, maybe you have to respect Supernova Ravage. You've got
Absolutely.
BKB on both your Ursa and your Nature's Prophet, but I still think it needs to be respected.
I think they didn't take enough skirmishes. I really think they had this game completely in control, but that one fight around the tier 2 tower is now making it very even. 4k advantage ain't that much in this game. Keep in mind that the team fight is, in my opinion, much stronger on Nigma. Even with all those track kills, a Ravage Egg can be devastating. No shard, by the way, on Tidehunter. It's fine. You're playing it versus Ursa. A lot of Jakiro as well, Prophet. But he will be buying a Ghost, so he wants to be a bit more difficult to kill.
We hype this shard up, and I feel like so many Tides kind of skip it.
It depends on the game.
Yeah. But it feels good in every game, right? Like we had that conversation where we said, like, it feels good. It's just obviously S tier in some games more than others. AKA situational.
Yep. Sometimes you just want to wait for it from the Tormentor. It's like one of those heroes that can buy a lot of items that benefit him. Like even in this game, you could name at least 3 other items that he could have went for.
Ooh, blinking to try and deward. Ice Path off the mark. Dual Breath fuse. Dust hits onto the Bounty Hunter. They've got the AVULUS. They'll throw the Airsail up into the air. The Icarus dive in. No Supernova just yet, but the Ravage comes in and feels maybe a tad wasted. So the team fight capabilities of Nigma Galaxy are now kind of cut in half, and they focus their attention on Ghost, who needs to be careful. He's got the Glimmer Cape. Now they've got the Dust. They have the Vision. They've got themselves the Familiars. They get the Stun, but he blinks back. Now they've got the Supernova. They're fighting into it. The right clicks from Nesphere to try and pop the egg. They've got it. Ice Path misses, but Ghost on the run. He's one shot from dead. Blinks over to the Ancients. Hill tie to neutrals. 2 heroes gone on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Need to pull the ripcord on this fight, as Yellow Submarine, I mean, they got the Ravage to get baited out. There was nothing to follow it up from Nigma Galaxy, and it all fell apart afterwards for him.
What exactly baited the Ravage, though? I felt like it was just tossed out there. Maybe not that necessary. And look at this rush. It will respawn.
Oh, dear. They know how to read the clock.
That's just a disaster for Nigma. Disastrous fight. Also, everything was disconnected. Like, every single thing. The Ravage disconnected from the rest of the team fight. Then the rest of the team disconnected from Ghost, who goes in from the backside, while the team is retreating really far behind. I really thought the egg was positioned nicely. It forced the Ursa to go for it, but...
Well, I thought the egg was going to be put on that plateau over by the stairs.
Yeah.
That he Icarus dived on, because that would have been perfect with the Ravage. They wouldn't have been able to get to it, and the fight would have been there for Nigma, but no Supernova was used until they were retreating back after Ravage was already expended.
Yeah, that egg maybe would have been better, I agree. Morales does get dusted, but he's got Greaves as well, can get away. I think they weren't working with enough info to just put it there. What if Prophet is right next to it, right? Like, he wasn't showing. That it was really... It's easy to call when you're seeing everything from here, but it's a really difficult tech to just plant. It could look very bad.
And Noob, he initially blinked in there and started to deward. It wasn't like he was going in a blink Ravage on a 5. And, you know, the fights here are very costly when you don't have Ravage and Supernova to work with after you have a misplay like that. So they allow the Roche to happen. They can't defend that. Yep. Now you're working with an Aegis, and you've got everything back up, but we'll see if they're able to fight.
Nope. It's very deep once again. It won't be caught. On the plus side for Nigma Galaxy, PA did get denied. On the minuses is Nesphere now has a full MKB and is working towards a nullifier, so these ghosts won't even save you.
This is going to be very tough for Nigma Galaxy because they were bringing it back, but the items are now starting to come in that really make it very difficult for them to fight in. They have to bait out these BKBs. Noob now having that shard. But Sumail blinks in. Dust, Greaves, and the pipe. Committed.
Morales has a ghost. So it's fighting fire with fire. You can buy a ghost, well, he can as well. But
Omar. Ghost is here. Ghost is here, but can they fight? They get the kill on Omar immediately. They're going to look over at Ghost. They've got him surrounded. He needs to be very careful. The Ravage comes in. Is it going to be enough, though? They'll start to focus their attention on Amaterasu, but Ghost is going to be surrounded up. He's in trouble with the bear right on him, and they get the kill. They'll take him out for 80. That's so bad for Nigma Galaxy. Noob, he already used the Ravage, so what does he offer? Sumail trying to do anything that he can. He uses up the Ursa and tries to force stab further away from the fight. But they've got the track on him and on Noob. They'll get the kill on this Tide Hunter. The buyback committed by the Phoenix. And the Yellow Submarine jumped that net worth from 9 to 18,000.
9 to 18 and maybe even more as they're pushing this high ground. I believe this should be easy for them to get one side at least.
Again, no Ravage. They bought back on this Phoenix who doesn't exactly survive that much, and the Supernovas are going to be hard-pressed to be perfect.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was. Even if they had a plan, like the way they went in, both the Weaver and the PA just completely out of position. Even with Blur, even with Glimmer, you will fall when you're basically zoned out of your teammates. Force is a very bad Ravage as well. Like that Ravage, it's good on paper, it catches a lot.
AVULUS, can they extend this fight? Dragon Tail, PA back up in 4, but they're pretty far away already. And they cannot chase.
They definitely can't, yep. So many big items coming for Yellow Submarine. Your Visage will have an AC soon. Your Prophet has a Revenant's Brooch going into a Hex.
They've got the Satanic, but I don't know. They're foregoing BKB. I mean, no, Dragon Knight doesn't have one either. Nobody has it on the side of Nigma Galaxy.
He needed to get some utility. I really like his item build, like with the AC. I think Sumail is doing a good job in general this game. But maybe the next fight can work for them. They are playing into Nursa without an Aegis now. It is about to be reclaimed.
I think, does this courier have it? Yeah, he's gonna have Nullifier. We'll have Nullifier now. Rabel, he's going now into the Parasma. With no Aegis, the fight is possible, but again, it's got to be perfect. And they've been a little bit disjointed with the Supernova Ravage combo.
Yeah, the combos that aren't that even easy to use against all these BKBs, right? It's also an issue. Plus, you kind of have to use them defensively because of the Ursa and how fast he chews right through you if you're too deep.
Invis rune for Nesphere if he wants to pick it up, but he actually links in. He's going to be in a bit of trouble alone. BKB, the Enrage, the Ice Path lands on a ghost as well as Sumail reactivated. They don't have BKB, so it helped them down for a little bit longer. They find themselves in Jakiro, and they commit the Supernova to it. I mean, this is just for Jakiro. So now without the Supernova,
Amaterasu.
Dragon Tail, Amaterasu, Stifling Dagger, has that Shiva is trying to run. The tracks are starting to pile up. Here comes Rabel with the Wrath of Nature going for GH, who doesn't have a Supernova. They've sprouted him up. They've got the track. They'll get the kill to take out the Phoenix. But even with the BKB, all the Yules, it ran out. He was trying to TP away, and now Rabel's in trouble with the Hurricane Pike. They'll get the kill. They'll take him away. They'll look for the Bounty Hunter. They've got Amaryllis alone. There's no Ursa here, and that's going to be 4 dead on the side of Yellow Submarines.
Yellow Submarine, I feel like they always find a way to make this game more interesting. Thank you, Submarine, from me at least. Making it last a bit longer.
Gold.
Yeah. I mean, this team fight honestly was bad for Nigma the way it started. Egg only for the Jakiro on the cliff. This Ursa manages to get away. I feel like if you just sack the Visage here, you're kind of fine. Or if he moves back earlier and doesn't die even. Like using that egg, that's a big commitment just for the Jakiro. You could fight another day, but for some reason they decide to go back in. And keep in mind, there is one problem that this Ursa is facing. You can see it right here. He tries to jump from behind, but Noob just yules him immediately. You see? Okay, Ursa, go to rest, chill out a little bit. Without a BKB, he cannot actually do any impact in these fights. They have a yules on Weaver and a yules on Tidehunter. It will get used on him almost every single time.
PA, by the way, now going for the BKB, almost level 25. Has way more experience than the Ursa or the Nature's Prophet.
This is still a 20k advantage. Let's keep things in perspective. Yellow Submarine are still in a really good spot.
Oh, of course.
Especially with this Rosh now. This is a rush that I feel like Nigma might even have to contest. If they let
know
it
it's
go,
up.
they will smoke. That's how they're huddling at least. But they'll be late.
There will be
They'll be late.
the disarm for a second, but they're just going to be a little bit too late. Now the Aegis will be here for a Nesphere, but do they still want to fight? Dust used. They found the Bounty Hunter. They're going to go in. Noob's going to go forward. They've got the Yules. It's onto the Ursa. There's the Ice Path in the Macro Pyre down. Sumail with no BKB. The right clicks on an Nesphere with the BKB being popped by the Ursa, but Sumail's in trouble. The Sunray on him. Not going to save him. Noob now nullified, Ravage, Supernova, but again, Rabel just hitting into the egg. He's got the BKB. They'll get the egg out. This is a huge advantage for the side of Yellow Submarine as they'll take out Noob and GH. They'll buy back here on Noob. If a fall goes down to the Phantom Assassin, Ghost needs to run away, but they're starting to TP over. Ghost, Curse of the Old Growth, moving forward, looking for a track. Sentry down, Ghost now tracked. He still needs to find an escape. He has a TP. He's got that Manta. He'll jump over. TP attempt, but no. The familiars are there. Ghost is in trouble. Ghost jumps over to Rabel. Can he get the damage out? The right clicks aren't enough, and he's dead and has buyback.
This was one of the most difficult fights for Nigma to take. Yellow Submarine had it all. They took the Aegis, they took the cheese, they're in position. They didn't even use a lot because these heroes just hit Roshan very easily, right? Like, you don't have to waste anything, no resources. So they're fighting in a very ready and able position. Meanwhile, Nigma, we're just forcing it. It had to end this way. Like, Ravage was saved up to the last bitter moment where it had to be used, and PA was handling the backlines, but who cares about the backlines when on front you have these three cores that are destroying you?
The question becomes, how willing are Yellow Submarine to force even more than Mega Creeps, knowing that if they lose this game, they're out of the tournament? So will a little bit of...
Without the PA, I think they shouldn't be conservative at all. There's no Phantom Assassin.
Jumping in onto Sumail. Force step, but the nullifier. Sumail's dead. No buyback, forcing the PA to come back into the fight. But now they'll look over at Nesphere. They should be able to take in the Aegis, but he jumps forward. Ghost in trouble. Now blinks back towards GH. But Omar, Noob, both dead. Wrath of Nature not doing enough, and they're going to back up into the base. They still have 5 heroes here. They didn't get the Aegis out of the hands of the Ursa either.
Now we're going to game number 3, 40k advantage. Yellow Submarine, nothing but praises to this draft and the way they executed it. This was...
Supernova, BKB, dashes. Rabel backs up, Ice Path reconnecting, and Nesphere jumps forward, but now he's in the fountain. They're going to jump in. They're going to look to clean him up in the fountain, but Nesphere will get that kill on a Ghost. They'll take out GH. GG is called. Game 3 is on the way.
They found a way. The side lanes were pretty damn strong for them. The Ursa Hero, the Visage Bounty Hunter. From the get-go, there was some potential in their draft, but they couldn't be executed properly. They did have some hiccups. I feel like the game almost lost them. The game almost put them out of the tournament, but it's really cool that we get the game number 3, considering what's on the line. One of these two teams will be eliminated after the next game is done. And we had too many tools.
Needed 3 games.
We needed 3 games. So.
3 games is always what is most look forward to.
I feel like this Prophet on the mid lane, by the way, worked so damn well for them. 10-1, 15 on Rabel. Like his itemization and everything that he did after the laning stage was also good, but I feel like what really changed this game was Bounty getting 6th first, and then hunting heroes down together with the Prophet. Sometimes the Prophet doesn't even have to TP, it was literally just the wrath of nature that killed Ghost twice on that bot lane. So they utilized this draft very nicely, and you're playing this high burst draft into a PA. It's not like she can sustain herself, especially without a BKB. Even if you buy a Glimmer, SNY, all these items, the damage being dealt just by the spell way too high.
I just pose a question to you. Would BKBs have changed this? Sumail and Ghost both not having BKBs. Multiple times they get caught in ice paths that slow down their reactionary speed of jumping in onto these heroes.
I think they had no choice. I think the BKB is one of those items in this scenario, by the way. In this game, doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. You know, that kind of a situation. Because if you buy a BKB, they will most likely kite you out. You won't be able to use them properly. And if you, my cat agrees, and if you don't buy those BKBs, there is a chance, and it's very risky, but the chance is higher.
It felt as though maybe you've seen a lot of those fights that the ice paths just end up slowing down Ghost and Sumail. And I mean, it's a good job here from Yellow Submarine. It looked as though they had thrown it back away multiple times, but at the end of the day, they take the victory. They even it up 1-1, and Rabel having a great game, 10-1 and 15. And my MVP.
My MVP as well. Rabel had a good game. I think all of them did. The hero that also, of course, did quite a lot was the Bounty Hunter. Like, he was absolutely everywhere. The track gold was massive in both of these games. Game number 1 and game number 2, it makes such a large, significant difference that, yeah, I think it might be worthy of a ban in the last game of the series.
Yeah, and you talked about things that might be a little bit out there for the drafts of Yellow Submarine when they're on their heels like this. They go to the Visage, which isn't something we're seeing a lot of, and the money, here comes the money build, is what works for Yellow Submarine. The track and the Soul Assumption with the death toll, they had so much gold, so much going their way, and ultimately they take game number 2. They even us up at 1 apiece. It's now a BO1 for their tournament lives, and we will be back in a moment with game number 3. So we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
pe un picior de plai, pe gură de rai. Eu te vin în cale, si cobor la vale, trei trumbi de vie, cu trece bănie. Unui moldovan, unui ungurean și unui brâncean. Iar cel ungurean și cu cel brâncean mări se băbire, ei se sfătuire pe la posesoare ca să mi-l omoare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman. Iar cel ungurean și cu cel brâncean mări se băbire, ei se sfătuire pe la posesoare ca să mi-l omoare pe cel moldovan. Arceanii orițe, ulele plămițe, de 3 zile încoace, curat nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bolnăvea retreguță mioară. Drăguțule bace, dă-ți oile încoace. Negruze voi, că e alba de noi. Și umbra de voi. Stăpâne, stăpâneți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai frățesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi te omoare, baci un buia și cu cel vrâncean. Uiță-i bărsa sticeara lui, pusticeara lui, pirișorul lui. Ura câmpului, Dumioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat. O, pată de crai, pe o gură de rai. Era cea măicuță să nu spui drăguță că la nunta mea a căzut o stea, că am avut un taș, baci și cortinaș, primul smuți mari, pe sările mii și stele făcălii.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the first series of the day. Yellow Submarine against Nigma Galaxy, even here at 1. It is now do or die time. You either win here, you are eliminated, and, well, even with a win here, you move on to another elimination series because you're still at 2 losses, but at least the next elimination series could be a promotion series if you go to 2-2. But game 1 going the way of Nigma Galaxy, game 2 going the way of Yellow Submarine. We get into the draft of game number 3, Lizard. It's been the ideas of combos here for Yellow Submarine in the Nature's Prophet Timber lane, where you're using the trees with the Whirling Death and you're trying to destroy that lane. Game 2, it was Show Me the Money with Bounty and Visage. What's the combo here that we're looking for in game number 3 from Yellow Submarine?
I'm not sure. Like you did see a Huskar being banned out last game, so maybe that's an option. But I think that last game just proved to Nigma that they can't roll over Yellow Submarine, right? Like game number 1 looked so damn dominant that I did feel maybe some cockiness will be there in game number 2. But Yellow Submarine just Uno reversed them, right? The same thing Nigma did to them in game number 1, they did to Nigma in game number 2. And it was, a lot of pieces that made that draft, a lot of little puzzles, but Bounty Hunter was a major part. And I feel like that hero might be contested even heavier now in the last game. Beastmaster was banned out, by the way, by Nigma against them earlier, and they let it go through this time around. They're smiling. They're very comfortable with the beast, it seems like. I mean, the Ags build right now and the win rate isn't that great, but they just demonstrated a really good Visage game. Maybe they can do something similar with the beast, but it also makes Ghost's PA even scarier. And she's not banned. Now if I'm Nigma, I might even think about picking it even earlier. Another thing that I just wanted to say, but I forgot at the end of that last game, is the 2 supports that Nigma had, they can't do anything on their own. Like these supports like Weaver and Phoenix, they are the supports that really need to play around the team, and the team needs to be the one that starts things off, right? Like you can't be like the leader, you can't be pulling the strings with those supports. However, with the Wyvern, you most certainly can. I feel like it's easier to have impact with your Wyverns than it is like Weavers and Phoenix. These kind of supports just exist. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but there's just not the they're not something that I'd give to
10
GH and
seconds
Omar
remaining.
and be comfortable at them just setting the
5
pace of the
seconds
game.
remaining.
Right. I would rather them not go to the Weaver with Winter Wyvern. In terms of support duo, I just don't. I kind of agree with the fact that they just exist.
Dire team ban.
But
Well, Wyvern already changes things, I would say.
Right.
Wyvern is already a little bit more reactive, but can be proactive as well. So if you put the Weaver here, I think it's okay-ish. Like, it can work. But in
10
that
seconds
other
remaining.
game, that truly was not the case. I'd also
5 seconds
really consider PA for Ghost as soon as possible, seeing that you already see Beast against you, seeing that you have a good hero into Beast already with the Winter Wyvern. Like, it was almost historically always good. As the target gets roared, you put Cold Embrace on it, you curse everyone that goes on them. Beastmaster hits really fast, and on top of that, you get the
Dire team
Winter's Curse, so even faster hitting, but of your own teammates. So
banning a couple of mids here. And with the Prophet, that could go safe lane, of course, but Prophet and Ember maybe wanting to make Sumail's life a little bit easier.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
A lot of time was taken on those bans as well from Nigma Galaxy, and they
Radiant
will
team
pick pretty quickly and go to the bounty. So by the laws of this draft, or the laws of this series, Nigma win, right?
the laws of PGL Wallachia Season 3, it seems like Bounty Hunter is winning quite a lot.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
And yeah, we'll see what they go for in the
5
second
seconds
stage to make this
remaining.
bounty work. His win rate isn't that amazing, by the way.
It's
Thank
not
you,
as high as you'd think
production.
it was. But he does give that feeling of things going well, at least from what we've seen. I feel like all the wins on Bounty Hunter have been on our games.
We've had very specific series. We've had a lot of 2-0s, a lot of Bounty Hunter wins. Ember banned out, Marcy banned out. Yellow Submarine, do they go for the Dark Willow? Okay, so like for Nigma, there are multiple options
Dire team pick.
for the carry. Ursa is pretty good. PA is also pretty good. I like both of these heroes. I do like the PA much better into Beast, though, I have to say. When it comes to some other heroes for Ghost, unless he really doesn't want to play the PA, I'd pick it.
5 seconds remaining.
By the way, have we seen any Pudge?
Not us.
Yeah. But it has been picked, right? Because
No, it's uncontested.
interesting. I saw a lot of people being really hyped about Pudge and his
About the Rotten
changes.
Core.
Yep.
Why would you want it here for Nigma?
Oh, it's Dota. What's a game of Dota without Pudge?
Yeah. And then go to the PA like you were talking about.
Yeah. Last game, PA was not great. This time around, PA just looks like a very good pick. So, Yellow Submarine also taking the Dragonet, which is, you know what, kind of peculiar. This time around, they picked the
10
DK,
seconds remaining.
even though it's not picked by Nigma, but they leave the Storm in the pool. And I feel
5
like this is
seconds
even
remaining.
a scarier Sumail Storm scenario than ever before. Plus, they have the ultimate last pick. Oh, Yellow Submarine, they still have 2 bans to work with.
I like this Mars. My biggest concern, at least for Nigma, was how will Noob perform?
Uh-huh.
Because I feel like he left a lot to be desired, and they steal the Storm themselves.
I am honestly a little surprised because they had, like, the game that they lost, Storm was perfect for them and they didn't go for it. But they do snatch it this time around, and I feel like if they don't take it and they don't ban it, Nigma would have 100%. So they pick up the Storm themselves. A couple of bans like a Queen of Pain, Puck, I think are necessary now to protect him. We'll see though. Sumail probably knows what the best answers to the Storm Spirit are. I think Puck and Quap on paper are those two.
This is where we see the mid anti-mage make an appearance. Ooh, Ancient Apparition.
You talked about it. You said that you don't like it right now in the patch. I differ. I think that there is some potential, but why is it good here? Tell me, Mr. Ben.
I mean, I wasn't talking about why it's good here, but I do like the Ancient Apparition. I mean, if you're going to put somebody in a Cold Embrace, you're going to get hit by an Ice Blast. You're setting yourself up to get hit by Ice Blast for sure. And if you can get the combo with, say, a Aurora Ice Blast or a Blink Dragon Tail or a Vortex Ice Blast, like there's a lot of setup for Ancient Apparition to make sure that ult gets hit. He's not, he's not looking for cross the map ults or anything like that. I'm still a fan of Exposure more than Bone Chill, but I know a lot of more people like Bone Chill more. It doesn't lane amazingly. I know that Ancient Apparition just feels kind of weak in lane. Like, yeah, you can go heavier in the Chilling Touch and output some more damage, which I think I've seen a couple times where it's like 1-1-3, but
so
I don't know.
The way it works versus Bounty, at least, like later on, post-laning stage, let's see, they go for the Sniper. Okay. It's not like this. Look, this Sniper in Storm Spirit is really good for the Sniper in the laning stage, and it was the only left remaining hero for Sumail. I feel like that is really good, but it's not like the best Sniper game still. Later on, down the line, you have heroes that can get on top of you. Plus, you were speaking about the Ancient Apparition. He doesn't even have to be there, and he can have that impact. Now, the one issue that I have with AA is there's a lot of heroes that can jump him. You are playing into a bounty, and you are basically free track gold if your game goes poorly.
Yeah.
But your game should not go poorly, right? Like the lane itself is not that hard, I guess. Like you have this Chilling Touch to work with versus Bounty, who has not a lot of HP but a lot of armor, so he really hates playing against magic damage that is like constantly applied on him. We'll see. I think that both teams have got what it takes. I think this is the most even we've had drafts in the series. Just from looking at the teams and how well they performed, maybe I'm valuing Nigma a little bit higher, but the drafts are really close.
Yeah, for the Ancient Apparition, by the way, I want to see them, if they can, for Yellow Submarine, control Tormentor and get that early, because that shard, I think, is going to make things so easy, too, in terms of, like, just having that extra bit of lockdown from an Ice Blast, if you can hit it. Like, PA is going to want to jump in and be in your face. You get hit with an Ice Blast, and all that confidence from a PA kind of wears out pretty quickly. And it's something that you can use short range defensively like that, or long range, say you're setting up on Sumail. I mean, with that shard especially, makes it seemingly impossible to get away. So I was a little surprised by this Sniper pick, but we'll see. It feels like it can get jumped pretty hard if they're not too careful.
He can, but at the same time, a lot of mobility from the Sniper, right? Like the Pike, the shard, usually is what is purchased, plus the ghillie suit to not give away his position. I think Sumail can make it work, but it's definitely not as playmakey as his other heroes were in this tournament. He did play quite a lot of Sniper too, but I really think they're on a different level when they have these Storm Spirits, these Dragonites from the mid lane that can set the pace of the game. Let's see, 10-man smoke.
See if anything comes from it. Doesn't look so just yet, but Omar with Shadow Walk might be able to catch somebody.
He's...
might be Nesfear. Stifling Dagger to slow him down. They're going to wait on this stun initially. And level 1 from If I Fall is Ice Vortex, so not really much of a deterrent, but Nesfear ends up dead. Sumail getting first blood is the last person you want to give it to.
Absolutely. That's kind of an issue as he will have a quicker raid band, right? I think it might be going already, or did he just buy himself some more tangos? Not sure. He's the one that got it, right? Yeah, he did. Maybe waiting a bit longer. Now it's going out. He was waiting for the stick. He was waiting for the bounty runes.
I mean, you get this first level into Ice Vortex, and I guess that'll bump up your refire a bit, but I don't know how much I like. Yeah, it's not bad. We'll see how it works out. I'm definitely interested to see how the Ancient Apparition does here. He is a bronze Ancient Apparition, so I have my judgments.
Excuse me, mister. Do you have
I'm not
level 30?
Grandmaster yet. No,
You're
I'm
not?
yet. I'm 29.
What the hell are you waiting for? Where is the level 30 Ancient
I
Apparition?
haven't been playing it a lot recently. I've been actually on a really bad streak with Ancient Apparition.
I heard so much about your AA and you're not even level 30. I'm disappointed.
Yeah. It is my most played hero by a couple hundred games, I think.
Yeah, mid lane. Sniper already applying a bit of pressure. Not that easy to deny against him, especially when he gets to 2 raid bands or a raid band plus power treads.
He elected to go Scattershot, by the way.
Yeah, that's correct.
No. I know that there's been some talk about going ghillie suit kind of exclusively these days with the Scattershot not feeling as good.
Yeah, because it got nerfed, right? Like, it was absolutely busted. Then it got nerfed. Even though I hated the position 4 the sniper, it still sucked. People got baited by Scattershot passive.
Sumail just trying to lay on the damage. He's got a full creep wave here, so this isn't really going to move too far away.
I think this lane that we are looking at right now, PA and Wyvern, this is a completely different scenario to what we had in the last game of the series. Ghost should do much, much better, and his Battle Fury should not be like 2-3 minutes late.
Well, he's got Orb Corrosion again queued up, so we'll see how long the Battle Fury gets delayed. Because that was one of the reasons that we saw that, you know, you let that Orb of Corrosion come in before, you're trying to get Battle Fury, and it was a 17-minute Battle Fury last game.
Yep.
So I guess that's really the mark of whether or not it's going to be better, right? 17 minutes. Where are you at as the Phantom Assassin?
I have a strong belief that it will be a lot earlier, unless this top lane goes poorly. We'll see. Bot lane so far so good for Nigma, I would say. Doing all right, farming under the tower. Bounty Hunter not getting any levels, which is a little problematic, but it's the standard life of a Bounty Hunter early on.
Yeah, Fifal isn't exactly like well ahead of him, but he did pull this creep wave, and they are trying to just take away what they can from this. He is level 2 and now 0-1-1.
They're doing surprisingly well, by the way. Between the Dark Willow and the Beastmaster, I thought that Wyvern and PA would do much better, because they can literally one-shot the beasts, and he's actually maxing out Call of the Wild. Like, one Splinter Blast and the dagger, and I feel like a boar is dead.
Bramble Maze. Blood Grenade 2. And a jump over to GH. Goes into the Shadow Realm. He'll throw that attack over onto
Omar.
nobody.
Oh, Omar is coming.
Omar, who now is level 2. So, yeah, something a little bit more to add. But Sumail
Ooh,
getting a
solo.
solo kill, not even level 6. They'll
And
make the
top
move
lane.
up towards top. They're going to try and get a kill on Amaterasu, and they'll bring over the Ancient Apparition. Ice Vortex and a Chilling Touch, and Omar's dead. Ancient Apparition putting some hurt on, coming over, and they don't even get a kill on Amaterasu. But the damage done from this sniper. Oh,
I think
man.
it's the scatter shot. Of course, the first blood that made the difference, but scatter shot as well.
Another Ice
Definitely
Vortex.
hurt.
Bramble Maze again. Amaryllis is deep. If I Fall is under the tower. Sumail might be able to clean up. These heroes aren't too careful. I mean, it's not like Ancient Apparition and Dark Will are the tankiest of the two. And now Amaterasu has to run. There is an Assassinate available for Sumail, and if the chase lasts long enough, he's got Shrapnel in 10 seconds.
It's gonna be really deep if he goes on. I
mean,
feel like he might. He has no boots. I'm not sure if
Doesn't
this is okay.
Have the
let's see.
mana for both. Now he does, but he doesn't quite have the damage.
It just wasn't gonna work, right? Like it's maybe if he had these boots, he could catch him. By the way, why the reason why it didn't work on the Beastmaster, the gank, is he went for a very early Helm of Iron Will, all that bonus armor, bonus region. Bounty wasn't able to do a lot.
How far away Rabel is from level 6. Oh, he's gonna try and go for Omar. The spear and the assassinate. Oh my god, yeah, his lane is not fun at all. I thought he was going for that creep wave because they glyphed the mid wave to try and make sure he didn't get it. Also to keep him in the area a little bit longer as they started to shift over and get this kill on Rabel. But he's not even close to level 6.
Yeah, he was trying to get there. I'm not sure why he was creep skipping, because Sniper was far away anyway. Probably could have just waited.
Oh, no way. I mean, are they going to just get him again? Body blocks, the scatter shot. Oh, the Splinter Blast, the Assassinate. He's dead again. He's just spawned.
Another one maybe. If I Fall.
They got If I Fall. Sumail, he's under the tier 1 tower. They're going to rotate over Nesphere, though. Bramble Maze, this is a dead sniper, surely. GH, he's got Cold Embrace. There's nobody else here to help. And eventually he will die. And that is a good chunk of gold for the DK.
They needed to get this kill. They desperately needed to shut down the sniper at least a little bit. And this is what happens when you give Sumail on a sniper first blood. An absolute disaster for Rabel. He's 0-3. Keep in mind that even though it's very damn bad, once he gets level 6, they could still pressure the sniper maybe. They're pressuring Ghost right now.
Oh no, it's happening again. Sumail is here, and they will kill Amaterasu, and they will look for more. They'll try to get Amaryllis.
They need vision.
Amaterasu's courier, that also had the diadem on it. Oh boy, there's an assassinate and another kill. Gosh, 9-3.
Yeah, 5k net worth already on the sniper before minute 10. Minute 8, that is. Through the twin gate, down bottom. This is a bit of a harder kill, I guess. Nesphere is a chunky boy. But if they rotate the Mars in with the arena, he's definitely killable.
Man. Let's see what else they can get from Nigma Galaxy in this early goings. They don't even have track yet. He is level 4. Sentry down. Omar, he'll be in vision here. Do they want to give it away? There's a sentry that sees this obs, but Amaryllis goes up onto the high ground and takes it out.
Yeah, and the observer is out of the other sentry, so Amaryllis doesn't know that he's actually fully in vision.
Shuriken, after the Shadow Realm is over, well, they will have the lockdown and the kill onto this Dark Will Cursed Crown or not.
They need to find level 6 on If I Fall and get some rotations going with this store. I know he's had an abysmal game so far, but if they don't utilize him, the map is gonna get so constricted by Nigma.
Crazy thing is, Amaterasu also not having that good of a game. All he's got is Helm of the Iron Will.
He has a Dominator
And,
fully
okay, yeah.
flying out.
Well, he did lose that Diadem Courier. That's actually why that took a lot longer. Forgot about that.
Yeah, there's still some...
I was going to say, his experience actually, Rabel has gotten closer, way closer, as he's given some space.
I'll
But
think
now
about
Rabel... Oh, boy. They could still chase. If Omar kept going, he would have been able to maybe clean him up.
Yeah, you just can't use Assassinate through Ball Lightning, right? So
Well, the Shadow Walk stun might have been enough to get another shrapnel down to
He was
at
not
least put the
killable.
hurt.
he was not killing anything. But they do get the tier 1 tower instead. And why his experience is low is because if you think about what he's been doing, he's been rotating all the damn time. So while Rabel has been catching up, farming creeps. Doesn't have a lot of mana on the storm. And the beast is caught.
Beastmaster caught, Arena down, Shrapnel comes through, they've got the spear, and they are going to try and TP out, but the Winter's Curse, level 7 for GH, that's a dead Rabel Storm, and it's 12-3, 4,000 net worth lead for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
0-4 now on the Storm Spirit. And they do have the Ice Blast. They at least have that going for them. Maybe they can set some things up with it.
By the way, GH, he is 007. They call him H. GH. The bondman himself, Omar now in trouble deep. 3 heroes dusted, and that will eventually lead to a dead bounty, but tries to get a kill onto the Dark Willow beforehand.
Yeah, all things considered, his level he's still not 6, right? Like, his team is winning. He's been making all the right rotations, but he's been very graceful in the lane with experience. He never leached anything away or from Noob, so Noob is almost 10. Rotating mid, I believe that's a blink that
Ice Blast.
This.
Sumail. All right, well, Sumail is going to be caught, terrorized, and killed. They will look to get at least 2 here. Rabel, Bottle, Splinter Blast in the kill. They'll get Emeralis and this Storm.
Yeah, that's Noob with the blink dagger. Didn't necessarily need to use it there, but now they do know. And they also have the track to work with. But yes, Sumail kill
Dire's top tower has been
to be expected the moment the Frost Blast is up. He's killable.
Oh, that's a brutal combo. Splinter Blast off the Invis Omar. He's trying to get the track kill. There's another Splinter Blast and the kill. Doesn't get cold feeded, but the curse is available for GH. He just never gets it off as he's stunned up. The Bramble Maze caught this Bounty Hunter, and they'll get both kills to return at least a little bit towards them after they lose that Ancient Apparition.
Overall, not worth, right, for Nigma. They lose both of their supports for 1. 2 for 1 with all these cores soaking the gold and the experience on the other side. Even with the track gold, I don't think that's worth it. So, yeah, Yellow Submarine leveling things out a little bit after a pretty bad start. Their Storm is still 0-5 though. He's not getting the kills. He's not getting the gold. He's the lowest net worth core in the game.
By a lot, and we've seen games like this with Bounty Hunter where, you know, you're the lowest core net worth and you'll get past pretty quickly with a couple of track kills by the supports on the other team.
And I'm looking at the Storm. The same moment I click on Omar, like our dear observer did, and Omar is moving towards an Orchid, he's working on it, and he's having a decent game, right? He's going to have the Orchid before Storm has any saves, which is another problem. It's like a nail in the coffin for Rabel, if that happens.
Dire are scanning.
They're searching. And Emeralis, he's going to think that he got Omar here, but instead he got God. And Track, Sumail, ready to assassinate. Bedlam used, he's dead. It's an assassinate kill with some track gold going their way. And that'll push this bounty closer to that Orchid.
They might find him here. Omar breaks the... Do they have dust? They don't have a dust. He just broke the smoke, but they didn't have a dust.
Another track, and Assassinate. PA's coming down. The Assassinate lands on If I Fall, and they're being pretty conservative.
Yep. They'll still get him, most likely, right? Like
Yeah,
another...
Ball Lightning TP out from the storm, so he's not even there to help. Cold Feet Ice Blast.
Omar
This is my favorite move, the turnaround.
Yep. This is like the best case scenario for If I Fall. He manages to get a counter kill instead. Bounty hates playing, especially with position 4 Bounty, you hate playing against a lot of magic damage first. You just can't deal with it early on. But he does get a friendly shadow to work with.
I'm looking at the AA build. It's 1-4-1.
Yeah, it's a quarter, like 25% increased magic damage. It's quite a lot. That rhyme stacks as well feel pretty damn good on this hero.
With Bone Chill, yeah, you're reducing the enemy's strength, so it's not bad. I'm just greedy. I like exposure. I use it to farm.
Understandable. What do you get with the farm, though?
Depends on the game.
For that thought?
Ice Blast flying through. Nobody hit. And now Noob looking for a turnaround. They also have the Phantom Assassin going in deep for Rabel. They get the kill to Amoralis, but Ghost, can he jump? Not looking likely. Pavis from If I Fall onto Rabel as they run away. They did get the kill there onto the Dark Will, huh?
They also protected him very nicely, right? Like with the DK and the AA. If the PA jumps, he probably dies. But now is a double damage next to the pit. The best feeling in the game. Straight into it. And this should be... I mean, there is an AA against you, but there is no ult. No Frost Blast for 20 seconds.
And they could try. But this is going to be tough. Ooh, Blink Arena and the Spear onto the Beastmaster. Looking for the Assassinate. The Terrorize lands on the Mars, but it's not going to matter with Ghost having that amplified damage. They should be able to clean up. Another Assassinate. If I Fall is dead. Curse Crown on a Ghost. He jumps back, but he is locked down and killed. And Morales gets credit for that one. Noob also going to die 2 years down to the side of Nigma Galaxy. Maybe not what they wanted, especially when going for Roche. They're in a little bit too deep.
They really have to respect the Size Vortex amplified damage, and Ghost did not. He went way too deep, got crushed by Rabel. And that blink out actually kills Noob as well. He was probably going to die anyway, but that just made it 100%. As both of them get stunned.
It has turned into an 8,000 net worth lead for Nigma Galaxy, but you can see the damage can still be dealt.
This is one of those games where, like, you can have all the advantage in the world. If you get roared plus Ice Blast, sorry, not Frost Blast, you're gonna die, right? Like, this combo of spells is way too strong at almost any given point of the game, and Ghost is adjusting a little bit to his previous match. He is buying a BKB this time, even though he's playing into a Beastmaster, he's buying it. I would even say that this is a better Glimmer SNY game than it was in that last match. Good lane.
Gage caught, Vortex, Curse Crown, and the damage there. Nosphere getting the kill on GH. The Bramble Maze getting the control. The Ice Vortex is down.
Seems like they will go into the pit, right? Yep.
And yeah, I mean, they go into the pit. This is going to be not really what I thought was going to happen with Nigma Galaxy inside the pit with the amplified damage. They had everything that they wanted in terms of the damage to get this Aegis, but instead now the ones who get it are Yellow Submarine.
They need the BKB on PA, and they need it on Sumail as well. I feel like this advantage is very misleading. It doesn't mean a lot. Because it's so easy for Yellow Submarine to kill the cores. Like, you have to have perfect positioning by GH and by the Mars to win these teamfights, and so far that hasn't been the case, unfortunately. GH getting jumped now twice in a row.
PA going Ghost Scepter after this Silver Crest, by the way, and Emeralus. He's trying to get the Shard to upgrade that Cursed Crown.
Yeah, kind of cool that he's just going straight for it.
Again, GH caught. Ice Blast, he's dead.
Noob is coming from behind. He has a BKB, so he can start things off. Friendly Shadow on top of that.
They're going to move forward. I thought they saw that smoke, but Noob shows himself, and they don't commit on Rabel. They'll blink. They'll Dragon Tail. Sumail is caught. They've got the Vortex. They have the Terrorize on a 2. That's a dead Sniper and Bounty Hunter. Yellow Submarine looking really good.
Looking damn amazing. There's a BKB on PA. There's a BKB on Mars. You're still playing into a beast, though. The Roar does not care about your BKBs. And look at Nesphere already setting up for Ghost. Do they have Ice Blast? Oh, A5 ran right next to the Creep Wave. He gave this move away. Creep following him while he's trying to get closer to PA.
It really is, though, exactly what you want as an Ancient Apparition to have this much catch to set up your Ice Blast. He's missed one.
Yep. It's a very easy game for him in which, considering the way it started, this is exceptionally good from Rabel and the boys. Like he was 0. Well, he's 1-5 now, but he was 0-5 and he's still making plays. Imagine if he had a normal game on the mid.
True. Very, very true. And I will say this too. With Ice Blast, she doesn't have to lead.
Let's do it.
You know, see DK bottom. Oh boy, he is very dead. Ice Blast does land on a Ghost if they want to follow that up.
There's a
Ice
blink
Blast
on
not really
GH.
doing anything. But what I was saying with the Ice Blast is, you know, you don't have to be leading with the Ice Blast. Sometimes we see drafts where you're the one coming up with the idea. It's like, hey, Ice Blast is going here, go here. But when you have Roar, when you have Vortex, when you have Curse Crown and Bramble Maze and Dragon Tail and all these things to stun, they can initiate and Ice Blast can follow, and you can just be nearby, and you're almost guaranteeing hitting it every single time. It's a spell that when people think about it, you want to hit all these heroes with a bigger Ice Blast from a distance, but getting one hit onto a singular target, making sure that they really are going to struggle to survive is way better, especially when you focus it on a core.
Yeah, I agree. And in this game, he wants to be a part of a tussle, you know, like he has Ghost Scepter, he's got a Solar Crest, so it's not that easy to kill him anyway. He can be up front. GH.
They've got the Vortex, and they don't even need the Ice Blast there.
It's kind of hard.
Very far forward.
He was invis. He was trying to be cheeky there, but he is playing with a Bounty Hunter, which means there's going to be a lot of sentries on the ground everywhere. A BKB now on Beastmaster. Helm of Overlord, BKB. He's not super farmed for a Beastmaster, but he's getting there.
Lightning Ghost. Ice Blast coming through, and he's affected at the moment. They've got the Prime Aurora. It's going to be on the bars. The Curse Crown's going to pop afterwards. The BKB's going to be popped by Amaterasu, and now the BKB from Noob. They're going to turn this around with Ghost going forward. The Curse is on the 2. That'll lock down the Beastmaster, and they'll get Amaralus afterwards. Yellow Submarine were looking to make a move, but the Storm backing away with the Aegis expiring and didn't want to risk dying with it expiring afterwards.
Like, if I was their coach, I would pinpoint one big mistake that they're making in all of their games so far. They force things unnecessarily when they have the Aegis. Like, with this first Aegis, I feel like almost always they do something over-aggressive. And this game, once again, jumping the target on the mid lane might have worked if it's a target without a BKB, but Ghost gets away very easily regardless and is able to rejoin the fight after. A pretty good fight for Nigma. Those are track kills as well. Both of
Yeah,
them.
both of them getting tracked. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Dark Willow got tracked at the end, but just at the end got tracked. Ghost. Is this his Sanji? Yeah, so Sanji and Yasha now on Ghost.
Yeah, some status resistance, right? Like versus all these disables. It's not 25%. 20 is still pretty damn good.
Bottom tower is under attack.
If I fall. Oh, that's happening. Another Torm taken.
Yeah, this one is for Noob. He's the one that gets it. Like the double spear, always nice. The skewer, always nice to have.
I'd like to see if I fall get shard.
It's not bad. I do like it. I'm not sure if he's gonna buy it, but they have a lot of control already.
Spear,
Arena.
Ice Blast coming the other way. Doesn't land. That's a big problem. They're going to jump forward. They're going to look to get these kills. The Curse Crown with the BKB. It's not going to matter. They'll go for Amaterasu. And Splinter Blast, Stifling Dagger. Down goes the Beastmaster. And they'll find the Spear. It's on an Nespear. The Terrorize lands on a 2. But the Winter's Curse, it locks down Rabel as well as Nespear. They might be able to react and go back into this. But the Curse Crown's going to pop on a Ghost. So the PA's out of the fight for the moment. But they got the kill on Rabel. They'll end up losing Omar. Here comes If I Fall again into the fight. And they'll throw the blood grenade on Anu, but Ghost is looking to clean up, and he'll jump all the way on it. If I Fall gets the crit and gets the kill onto the Ancient Apparition. Can they find Nespear? He's in the trees. Just throw a spear, but no, he ends up TPing out.
All things considered, this could have been much, much worse for Yellow Submarine. It's still pretty damn bad, don't get me wrong, but they had some pretty cool plays here. Like the Dark Willow absolutely dominated Sumail, not allowing him to move anywhere in that fight. Like you can see that this sniper usually has a lot of damage. He was dealing less than half of the Mars and the PA. At the same time, on the other side, they didn't manage to kill the bounty fast enough, and I think that really hurt them because the Orchid came on time on the Storm Spirit and he couldn't connect as well. So he was kind of forced in a bad position where he gets Winter's Cursed and easily killed off afterwards.
Just turns into a bigger net worth lead for Nigma Galaxy.
And what's more important for Nigma is, like, up to this point, I feel like the net worth was really misleading. Like, 13k usually feels like game winning, but it truly isn't in this game. However, now that they have BKB on Sniper, BKB on PA, BKB on Mars, and also almost a Hex on Noob, the game becomes, I would say, kind of simpler to execute.
Ghost, Satanic next on the docket. He already picked up that Reaver. Gonna get him. Dust, Blink, Dragon Tail, Ice Blast, and that's flying in.
And he used BKB, by the way.
Assassinate, but not really gonna matter.
Yeah, Nesfir wants to fight some more. He's got the BKB and Blink ready.
Blink, Dragon Tail, and they got Omar, but they've got the Cold Embrace. BKB's popped by both Rabel as well as Nesfir. If this fight goes on a little bit too long, that could be a problem, but the Primal Roar comes through on a Ghost who also uses the BKB, but he's got himself the Sanji Nyashi, so it doesn't last that long. He jumps into the fight. The Curse Crown gonna pop while the BKB was going on. Sumail's gonna be caught here by Nesfir, trying to get the damage, but they've got the Cold Embrace. Now, Terrorize, landing on a 2, and landing on a Ghost who jumped back. Oh, Winter's Curse locks down Rabel, who doesn't have a lot of mana, and Ghost just gets away. GH might be vulnerable to go for, but they're not gonna dive any deeper.
Nigma getting outplayed in these fights. And all off of the back of Nu being killed off earlier, right? Like, they didn't have the offlane. Mars is extremely important for Nigma. Like, usually everyone is important, right? But he's the only front line that they truly have. The rest of their heroes, they cannot fight if he's not there. And what really impressed me in this last fight is how Yellow Submarine played around GH. They know that they can't get him because he's too elusive. He has Glimmer, he has Blink Dagger, but they never kind of gave him an opportunity. Look at their positioning. There's never a good Winter's Curse. They're finding the targets, they're jumping different targets, but there's never a good Winter's Curse to be used.
Watch the Terrorize landing on both Ghost as well as Sumail. I mean, Ghost almost dies here. The curse has to be used on one just to get him out. Meanwhile, by the way, Aegis picked up by Rabel. I thought maybe they would jump in on Nigma, but Mars not there in time.
Yeah, he will have the Hex, so they can smoke up, find someone with the Bounty Hunter and maybe Blink Hex skill. Even a Storm is killable now. So it is an option. But damn, is this game close, and they're still keeping their advantage, but it truly does not feel that way.
Ancient Apparition, by the way, has the Shard picked up. Give a little bit of extra oomph onto Ice Blast.
Some more control, right? Like, always nice. They do have a Satanic on Ghost. He is playing into AA though, so that Satanic might not be that great at times. I feel like
BKBs don't mean much when you get hit by Ice Blast.
And no lifesteal, right? Like, you can't heal up with this Satanic.
They're gonna. It looks like they're gonna try and defend. Wasn't sure if they were going to smoke and try and cross the lane and go for the aggressive play, but
they don't have a smoke, but they do have a friendly shadow to work with. So almost everyone is invis right now. PA with the blur and the rest of them with the shadow walk. Everyone is invis on their side. Literally, you don't see a single hero on the map, and they're not even smoked.
friendly shadow and giving them that invis to try and make a move here onto Nesfear, but BKB was already used by Noob.
Just be careful, he's gonna die.
They go to the Primal Roar. Noob is just dead.
Look at Storm in the back.
He's surviving a little bit longer, but it's not going to matter. They're going to jump in. Rabel's going to try and get a kill on a GH. They've got themselves a second. And I mean, you don't have that control. They'll take the Aegis, but I don't know if that really matters too much with the pressure coming into the tier 2.
Absolutely not worth it. Like, they're taking these fights way too easily, and Nigma right now are struggling to find the right way to enter these fights, to jump in and make the first move. I fear that their main initiation is just being picked off, what, 2-3 times in a row now in team fights.
This is something we saw in the previous game too that Yellow Submarine won. Was it felt like Noob wasn't exactly finding his initiation and what was meant for him to do with the hero that he was given.
I would say last game was way more difficult and way different than this one, where Nigma are kind of in control, 12k advantage, but still slowly losing it.
At some point, this game was 12-3.
Do you like the Rumble hide that they're carrying around? Like, this is genius from Amaterasu. Not only are they getting, they're getting the speed bonus, but accuracy increase as well. It's gonna die here, though, I guess. He doesn't really care that much. He does rescue it, okay. It's pretty cool, right? Like, having that aura around you.
Definitely interesting to have 51%. It's such an odd number. Increased accuracy.
Dire are scanning.
See if they make a move. At all. I mean, there's no Aegis.
Move just expose their position.
Now he's going Lincolns. And he's got ways to get out with the shard as well as the pike, but when you jump on him, It's still so tough. We saw what Dark Will was able to do to kind of make his life very difficult there too, even without the storm.
Yeah, the Lincolns is good.
Dire
Getting
are
on top of
scanning.
him with this shard on Rabel, with the overload, they just deal so much damage. If he's controlled by a singular spell, he can fall. So crazy that they're going for even more defensive. Having a Wyvern though, Noob leading the charge, 10-man smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
Whoever initiates here could have a huge advantage.
Yeah. But they're so far away, and they will get this Wisdom Shrine. They'll steal it. Extra spear stun from Mars.
I'd really like to somehow see a refresher from Mars as well, but he's so far, and he is going for Lincolns as well.
You
These
asked for a
Lincoln-
refresher, but he's barely getting one arena off.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very fair point as well.
First
I just,
storm for Radiant, by the way.
I just feel like playing around this one arena is not going to cut it. Like, they have BKBs. The advantage has completely disappeared for Nigma. This game is now dead even.
It's crazy how high and far ahead Nigma Galaxy were, and now it feels even. And we talked about 8,000 feeling like it was still pretty even at that point, but now that you're back to even literally at net worth, it feels like it's favoring Yellow Submarine.
It truly does, especially with Nestor completing his full agonyms. It should be flying out to him momentarily.
If I fall going Blink Dagger, by the way.
There's basically, you're playing into a sniper Winter Wyvern, right? Like, it's all about positioning, it's all about mobility, getting in the right positions, and these two items on, especially the Blink on Ancient Apparition, that giveaway of how they want to approach it. Just jump the backlines, blow them up. Putting
There's
GH in
that
a really difficult task, right? Like, as a Wyvern, you like these very stable fights where they're running at you in a formation that you can break. But if you have a storm on top of you, Dragonite flying over the cliffs, it makes
Radiant's
everything much
bottom
harder.
tower is under attack.
They'll wait for next Roche, which is potentially up in 30 seconds. And then some clock will show that we all can't read, and I will figure it out.
By the way, I love that our dear observers just showcased Mindbreaker on DK, as he has the tough enchantment, plus 10 armor into PA. Feels really damn good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And in
Win
sniper
probability,
rounds.
by the way, favoring Yellow Submarine, and has for a little while.
57% even.
Roche is up.
No, they're just getting all the items. Beastmaster, AC going into Refresher next. And Nigma are kind of lost at making any moves. Like, look at them. They are trying to make something happen, but
They're
unable
going
to
to go a
do so.
different direction, but this is a quick Roche again. And they ultimately don't get there in time. Another moment of just not getting to the Roche pit, not being ready for that at all.
It's like, I don't know how to pinpoint it, but they're waiting on something around the right side of the map. They're trying to find an angle to get a pick off, but their wards aren't connecting. Like, the two wards that they have, one is in the Radiant jungle, the other is on the cliff, all the way to the right side.
Radiant's
So
bottom
they
tower
can't.
is under
They didn't
attack.
really see a lot on the map, but they're gonna see them now. One thing is for sure, Yellow Submarine loves to get aggressive with an Aegis, and I'd be surprised if they didn't jump the high ground here.
Tier 3 tower down at about half health. They've got this Aegis again on Storm. It's got this Kaya Sunj, the Parasma, BKB. He is itemed up and ready to go. And there's always a shot with PA, and it feels like there's always that shot when you're coming from behind, but now from ahead, I don't know, it just doesn't feel... Even at top of the net worth, the PA doesn't feel as strong. somehow in this game.
He does have an Abyssal now. Ghost did purchase that. So some extra control for the Storm Spirit or anyone else that he jumps. Do they have any Aeon discs, by the way? One queued up by Dark Willow, but that's it. So basically, anyone you jump...
Intermission queuing Midas.
Interesting. Gunning at that late game chilling touch. Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant are scanning.
Not Aeon disc. I mean, like you said, Willow's got one queued up, but I don't even know if that's. I mean, for
I think it's good.
Nigma, I'm surprised it's none on their side.
Yep, they have a lot of mobility on GH, and you could get it on Bounty, but you'd rather get some utility for your whole team. Meanwhile, on the other side, you just want to use all your spells. That's it. Like, you just want to dish out everything that you've got in a single fight. So I won't mind seeing it on AA, honestly, as well. His spells do a lot, and if he gets caught first, it might be an issue.
Midas first, obviously. 40-minute Midas. If he gets it. Ceremonial robes picked up. Timeless ceremonial robe for If I Fall. Mystical quickens. And that Mindbreaker you talked about. The extra armor. And it's not a little bit of armor either. It's 10 armor and 14 more damage.
Oh, that's fear.
Ooh, blinking in, they've got the Hex, so go to the arena, the BKB's going to be popped here, they go to the Abyssal, it's going to be onto the Beastmaster, but they go to the Ice Blast, they should be able to get a kill here onto Beastmaster once his BKB runs out. Amaryllis is dead, Ghost jumps forward for more, he's trying to get a kill here on Amaterasu, but Ghost is going to be hit with this Ice Blast as well as the Cold Feet, they got the kill on a Ghost! Noob not offering much more. They're trying to get a kill here with the Hex and the damage, but still with this Solar Crest, the physical damage isn't felt. There's no buyback on either of those heroes. Sumail, GH, and Omar are just so far back that they can't help.
Tier 2s are gone. Storm has no mana, so maybe that saves them the high ground, but I do think that they might just go in. They have cheese on Dragonite. They could dive even further. No Winter's Curse. No reason not to go. That fight was a disaster. They went on to the Dark Willow. They committed everything on a Dark Willow that just didn't die.
Lightning. Lincoln's popped. Ice Blast flying in. He's on the edge thanks to the Hurricane Pike. He is out of that circle. I mean, they wanted it. But now Rabel's going to go for GH. Splinter Blast, track, GH. He's dead. He's got buyback. The Lincoln's going to be popped again. They've gone to the Bramble Maze to lock down Sumail. They'll get the tier 3 tower. They'll assassinate on the Amaterasu, but they just do not have enough. These creeps still pushing in with the banner. They look over the tier 3 over mid there too. There's 2 banners down on the ground in multiple lanes.
How are they not managing to take at least a side? That was 5 against 3 with an Aegis. And they didn't even manage to take a side. They did force a buyback from GH, I guess, which is definitely valuable, but yeah. If they just stood there and hit the buildings, I feel like they could have taken them. Okay, they do take the tower. They do force out the buyback, and they're in a pretty good position. Now DK has a refresher on, by the way, on top of everything else. Beastmaster already used his, of course. Hex, by the way, is the item of choice for Ancient Apparition, and he's really close to it. Blink Hex AA.
My one question here is, you're going Shadow Blade on Sniper, and to me, it worries me because, you know, you've already got all these sentries down for the Bounty Hunter. You've got all this vision laid out. I'm scared about this Shadow Blade being kind of worthless.
It's maybe a Silver Edge build for them. It could help, but they are truly massively missing damage. I feel like this is PA is going for a Lincoln Sphere. I feel like this is maybe even Rapier era for them. But they have a lot of control, which is when they picked Mars into Wyvern and Bounty Hunter, I worry that it might happen later on in the game. They had full control early on, but right now they're just unable to kill a lot. Like they jumped the Dark Willow and didn't manage to kill her. She didn't have any on that disc, by the way. It's not purchased just yet. Level 25 Storm Spirit, of course. Level 25 Dragonite as well.
No Aegis, but maybe looking to pressure top lane and finish this one out.
Golden Bray is doing a lot of work. One of the reasons why they weren't able to take a side.
Spear landed onto the DK. Do they have the damage to go to the arena? It's going to be the problem. They get the kill on an S-Spear. Now, they've got the Winter's Curse. Roar was used a second time. But for what? Amaterasu trying to TP out. He escapes. But man, I mean, that's both Roars, and they don't get anything from it.
I guess I was wrong about the damage. If you get jumped like that when you're pushing high ground, overly aggressive, and Sniper can just stand and hit, then sure, then of course you have the damage. But Yellow Submarine, they just love to make these aggressive moves, don't they?
Oh, definitely.
Storm was even kind of far away. They just poking and prodding the high ground and got punished for it.
What is the timing for Roche? Short, if I'm reading that clock right, and I most likely am not.
It's pretty short, yeah. It's
Are scanning.
about a minute, I guess.
I think like 30 seconds. You're pointing at a clock. I don't understand what that means. I don't understand. They're doing. I don't understand. It's been 4 days of this. I feel like I'm being cyberbullied. I truly don't know how this works. They've got the Winter's Curse.
Hex.
It's honorable. This is a problem. The Hex is there. Oh, and he dies. Noob gets that kill.
Are they losing concentration? What's happening? Roche is up. Yeah, it was basically around 30 seconds.
And this is going to be an Aegis maybe on the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, with the Refresher Shard, maybe for Noob, maybe for him as well. And the Cheese. Oh, can they defend this though? Is there a Frost Blast maybe?
They're going to buy back here on the Storm. They're going to try and make a move for this. I feel like Ghost needs to commit for this Aegis. The Cold Embrace is keeping Omar alive for a while, keeping Omar alive in general. Refresher
Frost
committed,
Blast.
Ice Blast flying through, but Omar's going to be healed up heavily. BKB's going to be wasted here by Nesfear, and he's not going to have himself another one with the Refresher already being used. They've got in the arena, they have the control, the Sumail Sniper hitting with the damage. They've got themselves the Shard. They get that kill on Nesfear. He's dead for 99.
That's not the dieback. The dieback would have been on Storm. He's still fine. On the DK, I was wrong, but he did use the Refresher, and he's dead. Ooh, what a disaster. Omar, MVP of that fight, together with GA, just keeping them away from the pit. Making that fight, making that little bait on the triangle area. And they also bought back Rabel. Like, how did this go so wrong so fast for Yellow Submarine?
Oh no. It was all of a sudden an 8,000 net worth lead gone. And Nigma Galaxy, they're the ones working with a banner. DK doesn't have his Refresher, but he does have Elder Dragon form back up, but no BKB if he wanted to buy back. No BKB for 30 seconds. They didn't get any racks, by the way, when they were pushing, like you said. And now that Nigma Galaxy are pushing, they might be the ones to break the high ground first. With racks on top of it.
It seems like they just might be. Lincoln Spheres being popped on Ghost all the time. Noob can give him another one. Yep, that's why he moves back a little bit and they can back off. DK just doesn't feel that tanky any longer, especially with the Silver Edge now on Sniper. They had like all the perfect executions by Yellow Submarine, and then suddenly it's like they lifted one hand off of the keyboard and they're playing just with their left. A lot of mistakes, uncharacteristic for this game, at least from them.
It felt like so much was going right
That high ground
for
push
Yellow
on top lane,
Submarine.
right?
Yeah. DK died so quickly. This is now another
Tormentor.
storm available for Nigma Galaxy.
Does anyone need it, or is it just gold? It's just gold, right?
It's a lot of gold, though. It's like
Yeah.
2,000, right?
Yep, maybe even a bit more. They're not going for it.
They might need everybody here.
They do not see anyone on the map, so they are a bit worried. Keep in mind, this game is still very damn close.
Wait, yeah. All right.
It went up.
Yeah. They were
I know,
in
I
the
got
middle of
confused
hitting
as
it.
well.
I saw it like pulling in the spirits, and then it just whoop, whoop, left. I was like, did the creep just kill it and not get anything from it? But yeah, he got it. Now, Aeon Disc for the Dark Willow. They're building Aeon Disc on the Ancient Apparition and on the Storm.
Now, if they can survive this initial burst, the fight becomes easier for them because they can then choose their targets. They don't have any massive Blink Dagger carriers that need to use it. Like, of course, Beastmaster and DA, but Storm can choose his target if he just survives the initial burst, and then you can follow through that.
It's going to be tougher to kill Sniper, though. He's got the Savory Shield.
Yeah, big tank here.
Vortex Ice Blast. He is working with an Aegis. I don't think that's going to matter. He is going to lose this Aegis if he takes down low enough. Ooh, he actually
might not. Let's see.
Stay alive. The threshold. It is so close. But he's fine. And now it's Satanic back to full health.
They needed to basically hit him one more time in that push. Their bottom lane is being pushed, by the way. Something to think of as well.
Sniper feeling a little bit more comfortable. Not the one with the Aegis, but the Savory Shield.
Oh, Hex in.
Hex, jump. Ghost is there, and the Assassinate unneeded. Ghost gets the kill on Amaterasu, who does have buyback. There are creeps pushing through bottom, but I don't think that'll be much of a concern just yet.
They do have a buyback, and they do have another arena on the other side. Yeah, and double Aurora on this side.
Creeps still pushing in. The catapult on the bottom lane. Aegis is going to expire. That's exactly when they're going to make a move. They got the Lotus Orb, and now they go to the Winter's Curse. That's going to be onto the Dragon Knight. They'll try to get to the back lines. They've got themselves the Primal Roar. It's onto the Sniper, but Sumail, BKB, not taking any damage. Another Primal Roar. Do as they have it with the arena coming down around this. DK as well as the Storm, but now Ghost is going to be in trouble. He's got the Ice Blast on him. He'll end up shattering. They get the gun to Sumail. Oh, 2 heroes down on the side of Nigma, and now they'll look to get Omar out, but he's going to be rooted up thanks to the Hawk. They've got themselves 3, and Yellow Submarine, just like that, are back into the game.
Yeah, they commit only one buyback, and they get all 3 of them. Ice Blast, once again, perfect by E5 Fall. Good Hex Blink from him as well. Frost Blast, just Ice Blast. I need to stop calling it Frost Blast. Just getting on top of PA, making sure that they can take her down. And Nasphere, good enough of positioning. Can these 2 hold? I don't think so. You're going to have to commit some buybacks.
Let's see. I mean, the Cold Embrace has bailed them out before in terms of not losing buildings. They'll buy back on Sumail. Savory Shield. He wasn't able to survive. He still has it, but for a little bit longer.
Let's see. They've been so damn aggressive earlier when pushing high ground that they might... Yeah, you see how timid they are now when pushing is actually good?
Cold Embrace again, making this very tough for them to get these buildings. They've got the Hex from Noob. It's onto the DK. The Spear doesn't connect to anything. He'll still continue to hit away at the range racks, but Cold Embrace now will focus on the melee racks. Splinter Blast pops out, and now they've got creeps coming in.
This is...
towards mid. BKB TP out from Nasphere, and by the looks of it, it feels like, and I don't want to jinx it, we're going 60 minutes.
It seems that way, at least. There's a couple of heroes without buybacks, though, so the next fight could be decisive, even without 60 minutes. I love how psychological this game is. Like, you try to push 2-3 times, you got punished, and because of that, you aren't really committing this time around. And there are like 2 Raxes standing there, 2 Rax, and one is cold embraced, and Dragonite is still hitting that one instead of going for the melee and trying to maybe at least take the melee first. They probably could have forced Ghost's buyback here as well, but very disciplined. Their tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, it is.
I get it.
Dire are scanning. Radiant
And this now for Sumail. It's purchased, but he's got to slot it in somewhere. All right, let me take a look at this clock. It looks to be a minute 20. Go on, sorry.
He combined it as well. It's not like some uncombined Aeon disc that he can just use in a fight. And they're smoked on the other side, noob.
Oh, the Lightning Rainbow again in a bad position. The Link is going to be popped, but the BKB popped by both this DK as well as the Mars. The look for the Terrorize is going to be thrown over. That gets hit on Omar. Blink, BKB, Primal Roar, Cold Embrace. They get the kill on Omar. They've got the Ice Blast flying in. That's going to land on the Mars as well as the PA. But now, Ghost, he's got to try and survive. They get the kill on Noob. They'll take out Omar. They've got the buyback on both these heroes. They'll look over the Beastmaster. Amaterasu hit by the Assassinate. Not enough damage, but they force 2 buybacks. Nigma Galaxy.
On the
now,
storm.
oh, Hex Storm caught. Spear. Do they have the damage? Another Assassinate with the BKB. The control with the Abyssal. They'll kill Rainbow off.
The bait of Gaben right there, Region Rune for the Storm. Few are those who can resist.
The urge
Gaben's
of
bait.
the region.
The urge of the region on the Storm Spirit. Oh, did he pay the price? Perfect positioning as well from Noob, knowing that they might go and grab that Region Rune.
Roche is up. Roche is in fact up.
Straight into the pit. They do have buyback on Storm, and they have Ice Blast to scout it. Maybe even Ice Vortex.
They have Ice Blast flying in. That will land. Dark will, on the 3.
This might
Bramble
just
Maze.
defend it.
And they've got to leave. They've got to get out of the pit. Ice Blast in 20.
Ghosts back in, but will be scouted.
And Roche being pulled out of the pit. Roche, you're being hit by the Dire. And you just walk away.
Yeah, he was in with.
They didn't buy back on Storm. They're still holding it. Looking for the Terrorize for a second, but there's the blink into the Abyssal Blade. They go to the Phantom Knives. They've got the damage onto the DK. Oh, he's dead again. Ay. God.
There's some miscommunication here. You either commit the buyback and fight, or you don't fight at all, right? Like, it's one or the other. There's no way in hell you're going 4 against 5 in this pit fight. Yeah, now they're going to have to use the buyback on Dragonite, it seems like. One thing is for sure, the buyback on Storm is better when you're defending the base than the buyback on DK. But you will be fighting into an Aegis, into a double damage sniper, maybe even.
Yeah, the game dropping back to even. 2 minutes away from 60-minute neutrals.
This is probably the closest game, the closest series we've had, for sure. The 2 of us, at least, that we have been casting. And it's definitely favoring Nigma right now, but I've heard that same sentence before.
Just this game alone.
Just this game alone, yeah.
Many times. Oh, gosh.
This Ice Blast still being a focal point. If they can get a good roar into it, like maybe a kill. And look at this, Dragonite doesn't seem to have to use the buyback.
Yeah, they took a while to come and push through. Ball Lightning, Vortex, That's going to be Storm Spirit with an Ag. So go to the Terrorize. That's going to land on the Omar. They're going to kill on a Noob and Omar. They both don't have buyback. Those were the two heroes that bought back previously. They'll get up onto the high ground, but they'll use the Primal Roar. That's going to be Sumail dead. Ghost, Hex, in trouble, in a lot of trouble. They will get this kill on the Phantom Assassin. They'll look over at Sumail, who's going to try and TP away, but the damage coming in. They've got the stun. They have the lockdown. Sumail can only just shoot while he'll die on his gun. He does not have buyback. He does not have it for a minute 46, and Yellow Submarine defend perfectly.
That Aghanim Storm Spirit with the Ice Blast, with the Dragonite, destroying, like, just the Wyvern dying afterwards, but Mars and Omar just disappeared. Without them, the control is gone, and you cannot take the fight.
Remember what you said before. Nigma have a lead. We have heard it many times. Amaterasu looking tier 4s for a moment. Cold Embrace on the racks. Can they hold these towers? Cold Embrace has a significant cooldown of 11 seconds, so you're trying to hold the towers, trying to hold the tier 4s, but there's a long time before you get this sniper back. They've got the glyph. 50 seconds till he's got buyback. And by that time, you might just wait the full 60. If you even have that moment. Nigma Galaxy on the edge of getting eliminated. We passed 60 minutes, but they don't care for the neutrals. The throne is exposed. They've got the Vortex. Here comes the Ice Blast. It lands, and they will be knocking out Ghost and knocking out Nigma Galaxy. Yellow Submarine, they have done it. From down 1-0, they get the reverse sweep, and they live another day.
GG. As simple as that, being called by Noob, GH, Omar. Look at the smiles in Yellow Submarine. Look at the happiness. Living like this. Oh man, I love Dota. This is like one of those things. Nigma, of course, probably everyone's favorites, but Yellow Submarine just proving that they had what it took to take this game 3 and take the series. Game number 2. Game number 1, I should say. Actually, 2 very dominant from them. The Bounty Hunter strat with Visage worked out very nicely. And this game 3, it took some grit to come back in. Rabel was 0-5 at some point. Mid lane
They
was...
killed him 2 times in 20 seconds.
Yep. Mid lane was terrible for him, but they found all the right ways to play this game. All the right initiations. Meanwhile, on the other hand, like they struggled to find these plays, even though they were in 13k lead at some point. I fear that they only had the Mars to play around, and if he gets caught, if he's eliminated first, your whole team fight fell apart. It happened 3 or 4 times in a row, and the game became even. Off of that, later on, this is what I was like talking about earlier during the game. Ancient Apparition is a sort of a hero that completely changes the power levels of heroes. You can have 10k advantage, but if you're hit by that Ice Blast and you don't have any ways of getting away, your Satanic is useless. Your full item is absolutely useless on the PA. All the lifesteal that you've got, all the region that you've got isn't working. And this is something that hurt them many times in many different team fights.
Ice Blast, such a game changer in so many of these fights. We see it in every replay. Every replay, it's Ghost getting hit by Ice Blast or Sumail, and it just, you follow that up with just a bit of aggression, and you were taking out these heroes, and that Ags pickup from Rabel was amazing.
Yeah, it literally won them the game. This last Ice Blast together with the Agonists from Storm Spirit was so beautiful and so well executed. It's like textbook Dota. Nigma maybe shouldn't have pushed that boldly onto the high ground, because the execution was definitely easier for Yellow Submarine. And we're speaking about the Axe Storm and the Ancient Apparition, like that's their best initiation, but they also had the Beast Master with Reflection Roll. They could do just as much, and also against the BKBs. So the BKBs eventually fell off, They really, truly didn't do a lot. Plus the Satanic that completely fell off from Ghost. A couple of botched initiations by Nigma Galaxy and Yellow Submarine were good enough to capitalize on all these mistakes. Even though the game was not absolutely clean, it was fun. It was nice to watch. I never knew where it was going. 33-35. If you told me Nigma won this game, I'd be like, yeah, sure. I believe you.
Man, this is just as close as it gets. And to me, I feel like Ancient Apparition, and I know I'm being biased here, is my MVP. I just think the Ice Blasts were very important to having, you're kind of worth 13% less health. So if you're able to just shatter them, it makes your fight way harder. And maybe the itemization could have been better from Nigma Galaxy, but Yellow Submarine, man, their patience, when they had patience, things looked better. But when they didn't have patience is when they got punished a lot.
Yeah, they had a couple of those high ground pushes that truly didn't work. But I feel like usually it's the team that has the advantage that is taking the game, if they have it most of the time. In this game, whoever had the advantage was the one that got too cocky and lost the team fight. And the one who was cocky the last is the one who lost the last team fight. So, yeah, a pretty cool series. I'm feeling great for all the Yellow Submarine fans. Feeling sad for all the Nigma fans. I know that there are plenty hoping for this team to come back strong, but today will not be the day. Yellow Submarine proved to what it took to take down Nigma.
Yeah. And so we've got another elimination series coming after the break. It's going to be Heroic against Wildcard. Both these teams at 1 and 2. I expect 3 more games in this second series, so you're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
cu foc.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the PGL Wallachia Season 3 group stage here on the Xtreme. We just watched Yellow Submarine eliminate Nigma Galaxy, and now we're on to another elimination series. It's Wildcard against Heroic, as both these teams are vying to live another day. It is not an easy road, even past this point, but it is just, these series all seem pretty neck and neck. The 3 elimination series of Yellow Submarine, Nigma Galaxy, Heroic Wildcard, and AVULUS Na'Vi feel like they're all going to go 3 games, right, Lizard?
Absolutely. After game number 1 in that last series, I expected it maybe to be a quick 2-0, but damn was I proven wrong. And in this series, when it comes to what we're watching, I think Heroic and Wildcard are going to enjoy playing each other, because the last series that they had was Heroic versus Aurora and Wildcard versus Tidebound. And both of those were 2-0s, and both of those were convincing losses for each of these 2 respective teams. So, yeah, huddle up. The good old Heroic strat, right? I like this from them. They've done this in the last PGL Wallachia, and they went all the way to win the tournament. There's definitely something here, you know, a bit of motivation, emotional support towards one another. I like it. It reminds me of the OG's run, right? Like when they won, they also had quite a lot of like just emotional support and motivational speeches going there from Seb, from their psychologist as well. So cool to see another team adopt it.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I'm looking at both these teams' previous matchups. Like you said, they were both 2-0s. But what to you stuck out as the piece that needs the most fixing in between those series and these series for both these squads?
I feel like Wildcard's drafts were all right, but their execution versus Tidebound just wasn't there. They got outplayed everywhere, in the laning stage, post-laning stage, and team fights. And speaking of them, like in comparison to the last series, it's kind of hard to say what needs to be improved, because when you're playing versus a team that's so much better, it looks like everything needs to be improved.
Right.
When in fact it's just maybe a little bit of a skill difference and a bit of that difference in just the history that they went through all these games. Tidebound, you know, a lot of experience on their side. When it comes to the other side, I feel like Aurora Heroic was just a very hectic series where it was a lot closer, but Aurora also just eventually taking it on individual team fights, individual skill level in team fights later on.
Right. We'll see how these drafts open up, because both these teams have shown something a little bit different. And the Jakiro is, well, maybe doesn't fit under that law of something different, but Jakiro here, first pick for Heroic. I want to say, to me, for Heroic at least, I want to see more from Analog. He seemed to struggle. Well, him and Whisper seem to struggle. But again,
Yeah, for sure.
it goes back to what you said, right? When you get beat like that for both these teams, a lot of things are going to look like they aren't working out.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Analog is the most stable player for them usually, in my opinion, at least. Like they had, of course, they had Parker in the last series, and he did really damn well. But a very early Enigma. This hero was banned at in the couple of series that we were casting early on in the tournament, but yesterday and the day before was mostly ignored. Now we have it insta-picked.
10 seconds remaining.
Heroic, we're the team that tried to play Rubik, by the way, albeit against Weaver and Jakiro. and also they lost with it, so might not be the Schofield hero in this game. We'll see. Do you like the Enigma? I feel like this might be just inviting a gyrocopter pickup from Heroic.
That or I mean, it's Silencer, but then I guess you have two supports that really aren't
10 seconds.
a 4.
Yeah,
Which makes
Silencer
things
is a rough.
difficult.
Silencer is a rough one, exactly because of that. That's the first reason, and the other one is like these Enigmas and the way that they've been played through the last 2 or maybe even 3 years. It's you're just going for utility, and you don't really care about the black hole that much. You do care about it, of course, but I think some Enigmas were played yesterday. I'm pretty sure I did see a couple of highlights and some games, but not on our games at least. This is the first Enigma that we're casting together, right?
Yes.
Radiant team ban.
Yes, it is. They banned the Monkey King.
Maybe a Dragonite coming up for them on the mid lane. One of the reasons why it could be banned out. Maybe something
10
melee that
seconds
Analog
remaining.
wants to play, or maybe on the off lane they have an idea of, let's say, a
5
Tide
seconds
Hunter.
remaining.
Could be also a full comfort zone versus Wildcard.
Heroics turn.
They banned that gyro. They go to the tiny.
With the Monkey King banned, Tiny was an option for both teams. Wildcard does take it. Now the mid lane heroes aren't as abundant for
10
Analog.
seconds
I
remaining.
feel like maybe a Storm Spirit is an option. Dragonite's still definitely an option. With the
5
gyro
seconds
being banned
remaining.
out, you need to find another way to play that lane and kill the Eidolons, right? Like that's one of those things that you need to think of right now in Heroic's booth.
A lot of time being taken.
Heroics turn to pick.
See what they go for.
There's the
Warlock.
Warlock.
So they will still do the 2 position 5s more or less, right? With the Jakiro being most likely shoved into that position 4. Or maybe, I know it's crazy, but maybe even a core. Probably not gonna
seconds
happen,
remaining.
but
Radiant team pick.
All right.
and finally we get to the DK.
Yeah.
This
Get
will be-
to that DK.
Yeah, of course he can be played on the safe lane, but seeing that there's already a Tiny in the game, Tony on the mid, on the other side,
10
I am
seconds
expecting the DK to also end up going mid, but still very
5
versatile
seconds
from
remaining.
both sides.
Well, now Tiny Enigma. Let's see what Wildcard want to do with their pick. Warlock, DK, Jakiro that they're going up against. Where are you expecting this Enigma to go? Just 5 straight up, or is this going to be core Enigma or anything like that?
Not sure. I think it's like I said before, still a very versatile pick. Now with the Chen, it does look like it will be the offlane Enigma, right?
Heroics
Most
turn
likely
to
the Chen 5. So far out of all the Enigma picks,
I'm seriously getting tired of this place.
how many were a support? Like there has been quite a few. I believe like 5 Enigma games with 68% win rate.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's definitely a core now that we are seeing the bounty and the Chen.
5 seconds
Right.
remaining.
Yeah, Wildcard's draft reminds me of all old puppy drafts, you know, very much like that. But they do have ways of dealing with the black hole now. With the rock, they're not that bad at defending versus the summons with the fatal bonds and dual breath as well. I mean, the converted creeps.
Heroics turn to battle.
All right. Ember, keeping a red theme to the draft, if we wanted to analyze that way.
I always do. I never speak of it, but it's always in the back of my mind. Yeah, they
10
get another red
seconds
hero, and it will most likely transition this
5
Dragonite then in
seconds
the safe lane, right? So the DK is safe, most likely. with the Ember mid unless they really want to.
Well, we saw
throw
that
a
offlane
curveball.
Ember, right?
We did, but
times.
that's like Aurora special. I doubt that we'll see anyone else but Toronto Tokyo play it. And it had like an idea behind it. It was the Weaver with Hive Mind, maxed out bugs, plus Sleight of Fist, minus armor, Sleight of Fist. You know, it's like a couple of things that made it work.
And I think Amar and Toronto Tokyo are the only two to put that Ember to work.
And they had a Huskar last pick as well. So if they really want to cheese it on the side of Heroic, they could transition the Ember on the offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
Huskar kind of red. Kind of.
5 seconds remaining.
Does fit the theme. They do ban some offlaners, maybe Heroic again. If they go to the Ember, what do they go mid? They could go DK mid. They could pick up another safe laner if they wanted to.
I think the offlane for them would be the easiest way to play this game and make their lineup stable. Like, what do they need? They have a lot of dude, they're really red, like especially when you watch it in the game. They have team fight, they have pushing, they have catch. I feel like they can finalize this draft in any way and it's gonna be good. And they are the ones that ban out the Huskar. I love that everyone is banning this hero. He's such an annoying cheese last pick.
Radiant team pick.
And Bristleback, technically seeing red.
If you really want to stretch it, yeah. If he even goes for that.
Red. It's all his allies.
He technically is, yeah. That's true. I agree.
Wildcard. They'll finish it off with the Pangolier, and that leads to Analog on the Ember, Yuma on the DK, Warlock, KJ. Yeah, Tiny Carry.
I like this Tiny Carry, by the way, that we haven't really seen in our games. I'm not sure if we even saw it once, but the insurmountable facet is pretty damn good on position 1. The amount of damage that you can dish out later on with just a normal right-click build is still very high. Plus, it feels like you're almost unkillable. Like, that's one of those benefits that you get from a position 1 Tiny. And that's the curveball that they gave us, right? Like, they picked the Tiny very early on. It looked like it's going mid, but instead it will be on the safe lane. So I'm not really sure which one of these two drafts I value higher. I think Bounty Hunter is a very interesting one, right? Like, we have seen how much he can do in the last series.
Yeah.
And Wildcard, they do have the way to play this game very fast, and that's, no pun intended, speed on a Chen, right? Because Chen, with all the converts, with all the utility, he can push the tempo together with the Enigma.
Well, we'll have to see if that tempo lives up. This is, again, another one of those games where the odds heavily favor one team, but the favorites in the last series, they ended up losing, and we'll see if Wildcard can replicate that. It's an off-lane Enigma. I'm going to be interested to see if not only can the pressure be there, but if they can get the experience with the track and the gold and all of a sudden that lead. Although we keep saying this about Bounty Hunter. You know, you get yourself up by about 5,000-6,000, although last game finally broke the trend of Bounty Hunters winning, right?
Yeah,
last game in that series.
Yeah, last game was a bit different. The Bounty Hunter and the full Nigma squad kind of dropped the ball, I have to say. Yeah. Bounty Hunter did the majority of his necessary work that needed to be done. He did get an Orchid as well, got them 12k, 13k advantage. We'll see if Wildcard can recreate that in this game.
A lot of tipping going back and forth. A lot of tipping. So we'll see how this goes. And if the pressure from Wildcard will be quick enough, because is it one of those lineups where if they miss their timing, it's kind of over for them, or can they recover from a missed timing and go a little bit later into the game?
I think this is a very difficult game to call in that way, because later on you have Enigma. Tiny scales, I feel like, very nicely as well. So overall, it's not really. I don't think so. I think you can go late on both of these squads. It comes down to the execution. Like on the other side, you have Tricore of Ember, Bristle, and Dragonite, and they're really strong. But keep in mind that they are playing versus Midnight Pulse. A lot of damage can be dealt just by that AoE from Enigma.
3 bounty runes for Wildcard. Bignum stealing that one away from the DK with the Shadow Walk. How can Yuma respond here in the side of Heroic? Fade, a very, very, very good Enigma player. This is, I think, his signature hero.
Yeah, level 30 on the Enigma.
Usually the sign of a signature, right?
Yep. He will be playing into Fatal Bonds and probably Breathe Fire, right? So gotta be careful with those Eidolons. Sometimes no matter how signature the hero is, if you're playing in a bad matchup, it just might not work.
Definitely got to be careful with that. Giving up a lot of gold when you're giving up those Eidolons. 19, as we saw. And the Fatal Bonds make it very difficult to feel comfortable in the lane with those Eidolons to try and get them to split and everything like that. But KJ, you can see, he'll be attacked by Bignum, just trying to make him uneasy to step up into the lane and maybe Fatal Bonds those Eidolons in the moment. But we'll see. He'll come back and probably Fatal Bonds in just a moment anyway. Bottom lane, Schofield taking a lot of damage in this lane, and it's speed on the chain with the Tiny. How's this lane work out for Wildcard?
I thought that maybe as levels go by, Schofield and Bristle should apply more pressure. You do have a lot of damage from the two of them, but we'll see. I feel like there is potential, like, for both sides to get some pick-offs, especially if a Tiny gets close to the Jakiro.
Speaking of signature heroes, by the way, RCY on the Pangolier. This is definitely something he was known for when he was on the up and up from NA. Saw this a lot from him in Division 2 when we were doing DPC. He is a solid Pango player, and in my opinion, one of the most impressive guys on this Wildcard lineup.
Absolutely. From all the games that we have watched. The matchup itself is not amazing for him, and you can see that a little bit in the CS as well already. Analog pulling a tiny bit ahead, nothing too crazy though. And there's a lot of creeps pushing the towers, so RCY should get them.
Fade dominating this lane at the moment. Having a real easy time.
I feel like they need level 3, right?
Yamsun in trouble, and the Quills stacking, the Viscous Nasal Goo, Schofield with a dual breath. That's going to be first blood.
Yeah. Keep in mind, there is one problem that Tiny is having here. Like, he has no armor, right? And you're playing into the double hit from Schofield plus the Snot Rocket from Bristleback. There's just a lot of damage being dealt. Quill Spray as well, of course, physical. Well, even though it looked alright, like they were pressuring early on, comes level 3, unless Chen has some amazing creeps, this should be really good for Whisper.
Courier taking a long way out and around, and even KJ backing up to get that Courier. Get a clarity for himself to continue to put the Fatal Bonds on and the Shadow Word onto Yuma. Do you think that Tiny should have no armor? Well, logistically, when you think about that, punching into a rock would hurt.
Yeah, but why would the rock need armor then, you know?
What rock?
Like, why would the rock carry a shield? Yeah, exactly. He's armor because he has 1,200 HP already. That's his armor.
You bring up a good point. You know what? I respect that.
Not too bad.
No, not a bad rebuttal at all, honestly. Kind of genius, if you ask me. Fade doing a really good job top. Really good job. He's putting harassment on, making Warlock have to go into the Shadow Word a little bit heavier. Even these Fatal Bonds really not doing a lot for him. And now Shadow Wording himself.
My takes are genius. We're in a problem, by the way, but
No.
let's see what happens. Top Fatal Bonds. Can they even take down these idle ones? I don't think so. They just split. So what do you need? You need like a level 2 Breathe Fire to be used, but he is 1-0-2 right now with spells. So can't kill them off. Just yet, at least.
Bounty sticking on to KJ, making sure that this clarity, if he uses it, doesn't last too long, but you can see KJ backing up under tower. He wants to make sure that he gets enough mana out of this to, again, have Shadow Word available and Fatal Bonds when need be. See if Big Gnome does end up going back towards this Warlock, but there's a sentry that covers the lane, or the camp.
Yeah. He zoned them so nicely. Like the Enigma plus the Bounty Hunter. They did a marvelous job on this top lane. And they are continuing to do so. Level 3 Dragonet versus level 5 Enigma. Yep.
How's RCY doing? He's 28-10, so he's gotten the lane back in terms of CS. Eidolon's starting to die. Ice Path reactivated. RCY. He's level 6, and he did go to the Thunderbolt facet for faster rolling thunder.
Yeah, we have been seeing a little bit of a resurgence of double crash, right, recently. But,
a little bit.
Yep, RCY going back to
Whisper.
Thunderbolt instead.
Whisper will be spotted, and they've got 3 heroes here. Big Gnome around. They'll kill the courier, but Whisper on the run, still alive, and eventually he should die. Ice Path comes down, and now Speed. He needs to run away as Schofield put the dual breath on him, but that's not going to be enough damage. So they finally get a kill on the board. But even without the kills, they had the gold advantage with how well the lanes are going. Ember coming over to contest this 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. And they're going to realize, hey, this ain't moving.
Yeah. What's happening here?
And then he didn't get it. Weird. Gave it over to Big Gnome. Okay. I would have said give it to Fade. He's halfway to 6. Give him that 6. Give him the black hole and then just drop it and go for it.
He's going to get it right here, right? Like under the tower. Yeah. And no one is even approaching
I got that
this.
greed in me.
No one is coming close to this beast of an Enigma. Like everyone is afraid.
No, not at all.
Look at the Dragonite, how far he is in his own jungle. He's, yeah. This man is way too big.
A couple more Mad Stones to get to a neutral for this Enigma could be important.
Yep. I have to say that Whisper, even though he died, he's doing a good job.
Shadow Word on him, easy kill for Analog. While he also bottles the regen rune. They're going to smoke and go towards top. KJ has 2 Black Grimoire charges, which would give him 500 experience, and that would put him just short. It'd put him at 622 out of 680. Good job, though, by Fade. Getting out of that area. Really good job.
I think he read the move not only because they had a ward, which is obviously a massive part of it, but also Dragonite being courageous enough to finally come to the lane gives it away. So far, so good for Wildcard. All 3 cores on top, but it's not really a big lead.
It's not, but it's definitely one that could spiral, especially once they get level 6. But Big Gnome only level 3 right now. Just kind of far from getting track overall. Shakiro coming over. A lot of these heroes from the side of Heroic leaning towards top. And it's just going to put Whisper against Yamsun 1v1. And Enigma picked up those drums, has those tranquils. You're going to have drums as well from Chen.
Interesting that they're going for the same exact build.
Considering you usually would want, I would say, if he's got drums, go mech on Chen, right?
Yep. Usually Enigma is drums lads or drums pipe. Drums lads pipe even, that's the build. But could have went for pipe on Chen as well. I think it's definitely a little bit of a waste, but
Speed in a bad spot. We're only Thunder coming through. They've got level 5 on KJ. He could pop the Black Grimoire and get level 6. They'll get a kill here onto the Jakiro. He'll drop the Fatal Bonds. It ends up being a trade for supports, but the Sleight of Fist, the Searing Chains, it's out of the Pangolier. RCY needs to get away with the Fatal Bonds. Also putting Fade down low. Sleight of Fist one more time. Fade goes in with a Black Hole, but there's the Chaotic Offering, and that will stop it. Fade ends up dead. RCY drops, and Heroic take this fight after bad positioning from the Chen, forcing the fight to start and putting Wildcard in a bit of a bad position.
Very nicely done by everyone on the side of Heroic, like just knowing, and they're also going to steal some stacks. They have these two beefy cores with no mobility, Dragonite and Bristle, and then they have Ember, who's not as tanky but very mobile. So they can go in, they can bait out all the spells, and just make life very simple for KJ. Save his ulti and use it whenever he wants to. He's basically just sitting there and holding the button on the R, you know, just waiting for the black hole to happen.
You know, was holding the Grimoires as well, and then eventually popped them, got him to level 7. He's now got, of course, the ult with that. And it feels like the game just got way harder, and it pushes the back the timing in which, I believe, Wildcard are going to be kind of ready to fight and be on the timing that they want.
Yeah, they need the levels on the supports as well, and without the black hole, I feel like I'm not sure if they can actually threaten this Dragonite at all or shove him away from the lane. One hero that we did not see though in these fights is the Tiny. He's on top of the network charts, and he's getting pretty damn big as well. Has Echo Saber, going for Silver Edge next. Shadow Blade at least next for now.
Tier 1 goes down mid. Maelstrom already picked up by Yuma. His lane opened up significantly.
Amazing what you found lying around.
He'd going Lotus Orb. I get it, with the Fatal Bonds and everything, and the Dragon Tail wanting to avoid that, but the Lotus Orb, how much is it going to help him as Yuma gets a kill on a big gnome?
See a smoke up. They're moving down bottom. They have this diffusal. It's really good versus the Bristleback if they can find an angle to catch him. They also need some more damage. Maybe Tiny needs to go with them.
Still just level 5 for the bounty. He wants to get this wave so he can get track. There it is. So now you'll have that track, potential for some gold. Samson, he does have Echo Saber. As these stacks are being taken by Whisper, Analog, and Schofield. Bounty dropping all the way back towards where the shrine is for the 14-minute mark. But again, can you get the tracks out? Can they get these kills if they want to approach going for this here? He's not actually even going to stay for the shrine. So 14-minute shrine is going to be picked up by the Jakiro. Bignum, I thought, might stay in the area. The only reason I could have seen them not going for it is if they were going to go for a kill, but they're not even doing that yet.
It's a bit hard. Versus Ember, you need to be a bit more careful the way you're playing Bounty. You can't get caught very easily. Even the Jakiro can dish out so much damage to you, maybe even solo kill is possible. Keep in mind that they didn't invade the triangle earlier, basically because of the Warlock. I feel like he is the one deterring hero on Heroic side. If he has his Golem, you have to be very careful. Schofield, though.
RCY. on this plateau.
No longer a peninsula?
I was corrected by a couple people in chat the other day, and I feel like I owe it to them to call it the right thing. But maybe we'll go back. It still does look like Florida, that little plateau over there.
It does.
Like if you really looked at it, that like you could see Fort Lauderdale, you could see Miami, you could see it all.
Yeah. Whoever is on that plateau from now on, he's the Florida man, and we can expect Florida things from him.
Gotta sing the song. Ice Path coming through, Rolling Thunder and the Avalanche. Analog, he's gonna remnant back towards Fade. Fade, all he's got is the Eidolons with an Macropyre down. They should be able to get the kill on a Schofield. That's a track kill. Rolling Thunder ends up stopping. And from that, they get one kill, but it is a track kill. Crimson Guard picked up by Bristleback.
They have a lot of tracks as well. They don't see KJ though. His positioning is good. They don't see him. And this might be a defended Tormentor by the time Jakiro comes back online. Let's see. It's much easier for Dire to take it, but anyone going in without taking a fight would be foolish.
Track just constantly being thrown out there. Meanwhile, RCY and Fade going over towards mid, but a haste picked up by Schofield. Little drums, and they could have the inhibit if they wanted to get this, but not keeping up on the bottom. Tier 1 tower getting beat up, and the Tormentor.
They gave it up.
All right. Torm shard for Schofield.
They didn't have Rolling Thunder, right? I feel like that was probably the deciding factor of their retreat. Like, because of them only having the Black Hole and no Rolling Thunder, they probably didn't feel comfortable contesting the Tormentor, even though most teams would. The position for Schofield now has a shard, which I was just wondering, what do you buy on this Jakiro to justify the position 4 actually, but right now he's just going for the standard 5 build, more or less.
Right. Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just a 1K lead for now, but only 3 kills for Wildcard, and you're not really taking advantage of this track at all.
Top lane, Analog.
Thunder. Do they have the continued control? Yes, they do. Whoa. Blowing up Analog.
This tiny hits. 300 damage a pop.
And now they see KJ. If they can swashbuckle and get the inhibit and slow him down, they might be able to get the kill, but Yuma's made the rotation and the rest of the team coming over too.
This team of Heroic just feels so damn slow. The only hero with any mobility and any pace to it, it's Ember. Everyone else is... like, by the time Dragonhead gets the Blink Dagger, I guess it's going to change, but... look at Jakiro queuing up 2 bracers, by the way.
Yeah, 1300 health, 5 armor. He's
actually
kind of hefty.
He bought them. He has 2 bracers on top of everything else. Making sure the Tiny doesn't blow you up in one single jump.
Yeah. They'll go for Roche now. There is Black Hole available, but they're not going over this way.
So they are slow, right? But they're really strong when they're together. And if they can't catch anyone, maybe they can force a fight towards themselves. And taking Roche is one of the better ways of doing that. It just makes things very simple for Wildcard if they approach this game in a way that they're just splitting and catching people off. It's easier for them to do that than it is for Heroic. Specifically the 2 supports on the side of Heroic, like Jakiro and Warlock are, if tracked, almost free food.
Track on Analog again, but RCY, if he wants to make that happen, he is down towards bottom. He still has this amplified damage. He's looking for the shard. It's usually like shard and we've seen a lot of ags early on for Pangos. This amplified damage pops, and it's very passive from Wildcard. From both teams, really.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A bit of a snooze fest this game. Because you have a black hole on one side, but you have the counter of the black hole on the other. Top
Yuma.
lane, though. Yuma. Look at
Avalanche.
that Dragonite.
Toss, chaotic offering used. But Yuma, not a lot of life remaining, still getting quite low. Not dead just yet. They're going to Rolling Thunder over and try and get all the way to Yuma, which RCY does with the Rolling Thunder. That was still good, and Tiny ends up alive and avoiding that dust. Whoa, avoiding everything.
Get away. Yep.
He doesn't have TP.
Good Rolling Thunder, amplified damage, saving the day and killing the Dragonite. So they killed the DK. They also baited out the Warlock Golem, which means that Fade can find an easier way of approaching these fights and maybe even using his Black Hole.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I wonder if they go for it. Trying to Wisdom going to be picked up by Analog
Dire's bottom tower
and the
is
Bounty
under
Hunter.
attack. Radiant's top tower is
One thing
under
that needs to
attack.
be said as well, Fade, he doesn't have a BKB. He doesn't have anything like that, so it's not only the Golem that can interrupt the Black Hole, it's many other things
Denied.
on the side of Heroic. Did you like the way Dragonite died, by the way? He died so damn fast.
He got really low, and then RCY diving for him
Yeah.
to the tower with that Rolling Thunder.
I mean, it's just a tiny damage, right? Like with this
Yeah.
shard now having the Forever 3 plus 300 and what? 50, 60 damage per hit? It's quite a lot.
It really is. I would have liked to see Enigma go for something, knowing that, like you said, there's no chaotic offering. And Shard now Ags for RCY. They TP some heroes over bottom. This might be it. And this might be it going for Analog. RCY's got the Blink Dagger and the Rolling Thunder, but the Sleight of Fist. And now Analog, well, he's going to leave KJ to die with the bounty using that track. But Analog actually sticking around for a moment.
That was so clutch. I don't know if you noticed, Fade, the moment he TPs in, he moves up top and plants the... Actually, that was the KJ sentry. Yeah, never mind. But the sentry was a little bit too late. That's what I meant. Like, the sentry was there, but the Glimmer Cape was already in. A bit too late by the Warlock.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yamsun with the ability to blow up that tower. He does have Silver Edge. They should have Dust, and they do have Dust. Yamsun, Avalanche, Sleight of Fist, toss up into the air, and they're going to get a kill here onto the Tiny Wall over bottom. Well, now the Black... Oh! Black Hole. Oh, boy.
Black Hole. Black.
Fade. That's...
And the tips.
And a kill on the Bignum as well. Hi.
Radiant's bottom tower.
What happened?
I think he missed it.
Yep. It happens. By the way, I know we are seeing a lot of Corrosive Dragon. I really like the Frost one versus Tiny as well. Because he already kind of has attack speed problems, movement speed issues as well. Frost Dragon alleviates that. But, yeah, makes it worse. Language is hard to get.
Looking at that replay, looked like he might have had his Malefice reflected.
Tower has fallen. Dire's
Interesting.
top tower is
So
under
Lotus pays off for Whisper then, if that's the case.
Yuma.
Yeah, he's in some trouble. Rolling Thunder, man. Half health, he just kind of crashes down and dies. Ice Path, Liquid Fire, and the Macro Pyre. Chaotic
Aurora.
Offering all committed here.
They do catch him.
Right, Searing Chains, they do get the catch. Now another Ice Path. And a God, Yamsun Avalanche Toss not doing any
Whisper
damage
in the
there.
back.
And they do get the kill, and now Speed. He is going to die to Whisper.
Just another kill. It looked so damn clutch, like not connecting most of their spells on the Tiny, but still catching him.
They did end up getting the kill there onto Yuma, though, so at least there's that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There is BKB next for Enigma. And a Blink. He's got this Lotus flying out.
I'm just worried about this transitioning time between the full utility Glimmer Lotus drums into actually having the Blink BKB. Might be a little bit too long. And you are playing into a Golem anyway, so it's not like your BKB will help you that much.
Right. They don't have much of a lead here, and they did have track, and they have all these things. They're going another Lotus, so Lotus on 2 heroes for Wildcard when they get there.
2 drums, 2 Lotuses.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Somebody else gonna go
Vlads, please no.
Vlads? Yeah, Chen's got Vlads. Maybe Enigma gets Vlads. And he does still output a lot of damage. His BKB coming in soonish. Not really that close, but you've seen that he can blow some of these heroes up.
Yeah, he's still really strong, but I feel like from all the games that I have seen on Tiny, this is probably one of the poorest Tinies at this point in the game. He's 1-3-4, not really having the best game phase.
Ooh, Ice Path. Tumbler's toy on the edge of the Ice Path. They stun him down with the Dragon Tail, and they will get Fade.
That's a really cool ward, by the way.
Has some vision, but it is not where he thinks it is. They're gonna go for Torm again. Easy shot, right?
Yeah, should be.
They all hit the Tormentor, so they all get access to the heal.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Now, Enigma's going to be back up, but with
Yep.
the way that the game is kind of heading, and Roche is back up in just move the clock here.
Just try to read the clock again. It's up in like 20 seconds,
20
right?
seconds.
Like, really soon.
You could fight this. I think you have to kill KJ first, though. You've got the Shadow Blade. Like, if you can get to the back lines and kill this Warlock first, I think your team fight and your ability to take Roche just gets so much better. And they will drums. They're going to try and catch KJ. RCY spotted him for a second, but the idea now is to go on to Whisper, who is quite low. Chaotic Offering committed. So if they win this fight now, Roche should be wildcard. That is a big if. They need to win this fight. Yuma with the BKB. He's hitting on the Yamsun as well as Big Gnome. Fate comes over with the black hole on it too. There's no Chaotic Offering to stop this, but there's no damage to follow it up. Fade uses this black hole, but for what? He is low, one shot from dead. Breathe Fire kills him. Fatal Bonds comes through. Yuma low. He'll end up dead from the Rolling Thunder. They get the kill to Big Gnome. Now they've got the Ice Path. They're going to look over at Analog, who's on the run. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. They're going to try and chase him, force him back to the Remnant, in which Speed is ready to get the catch on. Swashbuckle, no mana. Now Analog, he's in trouble. He's caught, and he shall die. It is Wildcard winning this fight.
Yeah, it looks kind of bad, right? Because they managed to zone out the Tiny completely. So there was no damage in the black hole, no damage until RCY turned all the way around, and he is just cleaning up. He's doing massive work. Like, look at the damage dealt. He's done 5k damage in that fight. Most on both sides, of course. Second behind him, Nigma, with Tiny doing almost nothing. Yeah, he's just not finding his place in these fights. He needs a BKB. Another one.
Schofield gets caught, and now the track, they'll not care about the reflection of the track. They'll get another kill and more gold. 2 heroes dead. RCY even thinking further. He wants KJ. He's going to go and get him. Tumblr's Toy, RCY with the inhibit. KJ is dead, and another one bites the dust here for Heroic.
Yeah, last fight, he dealt 5,000 damage. Now he has 5,000 gold to work with. Almost an octarine for this man. And they've been having an amazing 2 minutes. I believe, like, Bristle was a little bit too far out. They caught him on that plateau. They killed him off. And the golem was too late. Like, the golem, first and foremost, is usually saved for the black hole. But it was used there to try and maybe save the Bristle back, but it was already way too late. So not only do you waste the golem, you lose him.
Macropyre and the dual breath. Roche, he's still got some heal and some health.
Schofield.
But now, Schofield, he's going to be tossed over. Fade ending up getting that kill. He doesn't have a lot of life to work with, but he does have 11 launch charges. RCY going to move forward. They go to the Rolling Thunder. Or the roll-up, excuse me. He's got Rolling Thunder available in 5. They get the kill on a fade. Now they'll look over with the Remnant forward. But the BKB been popped by Yamsun. Toss up into the air. The right click's coming in. RCY now going to the chaotic offering. Oh, he's up onto the high ground, but he's hit with the fatal bombs. They get the kill on Yamsun as well as Big Gnome. RCY needs to run. Somehow this is Roche for the side of Heroic, though.
A much, much better golem this time around. Stopping the Rolling Thunder and helping the Dragon just clean up. A much better fight, which did not look that great for Heroic. Chikiro died way too fast, but he already used his spells. Like, he already did what he needed to. And they were a bit too low on Wildcard. I feel like everyone was missing resources in this last fight. Very well played by Heroic to bounce back in. Good ice path. Let's just look at that Macropyre. It dealt 50% damage to both the Tiny and the Enigma.
Chikiro dies, and you roll up here and swashbuckle and move around a little bit. But RCY, with such a little bit amount of health too, still commits to the Rolling Thunder right as it comes off cooldown. But it gets stopped by KJ with a well-placed Chaotic Offering.
Yeah, that Chaotic Offering was definitely necessary. Now we're kind of back square. Even right, like, they do have an Aegis on Heroic, but absolutely no gold advantage.
This Basher could prove to be very big for RCY.
One thing that I'm really seeing is Tiny isn't finding the angles to join this fight correctly. Like, every fight he's zoned out first. Like, he needs to be the one dishing out the damage.
Pick up a couple Lotuses. Even willing to drop the clarity to fill up on Lotus. They've got Black Hole, no Chaotic Offering, but Chaotic Offering up at 30. If they wanted to make a move, it would have to be now, but they'd be going into an Aegis. So the time they want to make a move, Chaotic Offering most likely going to be back up.
Keep in mind that they are strong right now. They have the Silver Edge on Wildcard, even though they're playing versus Aegis. But Bristleback will have a BKB soon. And I'm not sure they'll have the gunpowder to take him down as easily after that.
Trying to go in Revenant's Brooch next. What does Whisper have? Crimson AC Lotus. Pretty tanky. 43 armor. And he's got some magic resistance with the Mystical Manager out.
Don't be fooled, though. Like, I still feel that anyone can win these upcoming team fights. Midnight Pulse is incredibly strong in this game as well. There's a lot of very bulky boys on the other side, so...
Tiny, I mean, they're pushing in this creep wave. And he's going to be able to take a tower pretty quickly.
He can BKB TP out as long as there's no Warlock. So.
Oh, Silver Edge, Schofield missing the ice path, but that sends back Schofield, and they've got the track on him. They may even look to return in, but the side of Heroic walking all the way back.
Basically, Schofield TPing back forced this whole team to go back. They can't stand there for 4 against 5 if Tiny maybe TPs, so... They also want to outpush the top lane.
Stealing the Shrine of Wisdom. Life's good. And they are having Chen's army. Well, what was Chen's army pushing out mid?
RCY is already level 24. I know he just stole the Shrine, but he's almost level 25. 35 minutes in.
Oof, thinking about the chaotic offering. Whisper's got gem, so makes life for Yamsun and Bignum really difficult. But they do have a gem of their own on Pangolier. And maybe that works out for them into something better. Enigma looking BKB and Axe. It's still it's Axe. It's committing something onto the black hole.
It is,
which I find is such a heavy commitment for something that gets stopped in a heartbeat with chaotic offering, which means he's going to have to be very picky with his black hole.
Yeah, you can wait and use it as like the last nail in the coffin of a team fight. You don't have to be the initiating one. Keep in mind that what he's doing here is he's doubling down on the percentage-based damage, which is really good versus everyone on the other side. Like, you have some very tanky heroes.
They smoke, and they want to go all the way up and around while they're pushing the tier 3 tower in the top lane. Got to be careful about who you meet up with first, especially if you're using this Silver Edge and this Shadow Walk because of the gem and the Bristleback. They're pretty split.
Everyone is split. Like, look at how far Tiny is from anyone here.
And they're just letting this tower drop, and they're letting these racks take so much damage. Tiny's not going to be here, but RCY thinking about the Rolling Thunder. And now it feels like a very split-up fight where I don't even think you could take it anymore. With the positioning that Heroic have on the high ground, this feels impossible.
Yeah, Heroic might have to go down bottom and defend, though. That's a double wave with 2 catapults, so maybe they'll have to back out, and they do. Dragon Knight's already out, and this gives them an opportunity maybe to at least devour the triangle, maybe get a pick off.
Schofield, I mean, track gold is track gold, and if they could kill Whisper too, taking away this gem would be nice, but Rolling Thunder's been committed, Macropyre down to the ground, that's track gold. They're not going to get Whisper, they're not going to get the gem out of this, but they do get a kill.
It's still pretty solid, right? Like you said, track gold. I want to see actually how much in the fight recap they got. I'd say like 700-800, right? 1,000. Damn. Like, yeah, it's quite a lot.
Moving forward again, Whisper with the gem, leading the charge. They've got the Lotus on a Yamsun. Yuma looking to wait out that Lotus and then maybe jump in with the Dragon Tail that won't get reflected. Got to look for the positioning of KJ. He's sitting all the way far back, waiting for that opportunity to throw down a chaotic offering. But with BKB pop by Yamsun, he'll throw an avalanche to stop them. But Whisper's still moving forward. Another Lotus on him, and still the gem, still the vision, and still the opportunity to get a kill here on a Yamsun. Avalanche as well as the toss, the hand of God, getting a little bit of heal here for Tiny. They go
the black hole.
Black hole whiffed again. And now Fade, even without using the chaotic offering, the black hole does not matter, but the Rolling Thunder coming through. He's right on top of the Ember. They got the bashes, but they don't get the kill to Analog, and they won't commit to it. Yamsun looking to get behind enemy lines. They have the track, they have the vision, they'll get the kill, they'll take an Analog, but now Dragon Tail and the stun on a Yamsun. That's a trade.
Ice Path cutting them
Ice
off.
Path cutting off speed. And they've got more damage. They'll get a kill into Chen. And that's going to be 3 dead, no buyback for the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, that could be just high ground push. Do they have creeps? Creeps mid. Okay, with the creeps mid, maybe they'll be able to, I think, take the top Raxes, right? At least the ranged ones. 70 seconds without the tiny. Oh no, this fight. They had... It looked so good for Wildcard because I thought they were baiting them in. Warlock, there is no way that he can follow through because Pango is also zoning him out. Rolling Thunder.
We need to get this gem away from Whisper. They still have Chaotic Offering. There it is. Fatal Bonds. Whisper still pretty healthy. He's going to run this through towards the racks, and they just cannot kill Whisper.
The maxed out Shadow Word as well, doing a little bit of work, healing him up. 2 sides taken, and that botched Black Hole punished heavily by Heroic. It's rough playing Enigma in these kind of series where your tournament life is on the line. It gets to you, and he had like 2-3 different opportunities, I believe, to use the Black Hole, but in the end whiffs it. Unfortunate.
Aegis now for Heroic and Cheese.
Yeah, Whisper the one taking the Aegis, actually, and Analog with the Cheese. Dragonite, of course, not the best hero to take the Aegis, but he does have the Refresher Shard. Double the BKB, double the form. Too bad. Can give it maybe to Warlock though, right? What do you think?
Yeah.
I'd rather have 2 rocks at this point, I think. But okay. Mid lane.
Rolling Thunder coming through.
Oh no, he's not.
RCY! Why? Oh, the Ice Path! Oh, KJ! No way! Oh, toss of a creep finally kills him. Analog, he's not able to do much just yet, but Whisper's still moving forward. He's got this Aegis. Schofield with the Ice Path. That lands. Fade. Taking out these trees. Still has the Black Hole. Can he land one to turn this team fight around? He's looking for the opportunity. He has Blink on cooldown, but he'll step up. He'll go to the Black Hole. It's going to be on the 2, but the damage, it's not there again yet till Tiny comes in. Yuma in trouble, but the Lotus Orb, the right clicks, the damage with the BKB, not enough. Yamsun, Big Gnome, Fade all fall. Heroic finding Heroics in each other. RCY trying to get a kill, finally takes out Yuma, and he's going to be killed. That is a big spree taken out as RCY dead for 95.
How are they unable to kill them? Like, I'm literally not believing what I'm seeing. Like, 2 heroes get caught in that Black Hole, and they still can't get on top of them to finish them off. Like, look at the damage dealt on one side. Like, again, Pango being the main one, 6,000 almost.
Avalanche, toss up into the air, but again, what is it worth? Whisper, kind of low here. Oh, but the Yogurt Seal Totem in the slow. Ay.
Yeah, Tiny trying to catch with the Silver Edge. Let's see, maybe, but there's a gem on Ember. And he's going to find the
RCY's gem.
So a really rough game for Wildcard. Like, they're never finding, like, even in this last fight, Fade, every time there's like a big Black Hole that he could catch, 3 heroes, 3 cores, he doesn't have a blink. It's on cooldown. He got hit by something, and it's just really rough. Even though they kill off the Warlock and the Jakiro first, they still don't manage to win that fight. 5v3, basically.
It took them a little while to kill KJ, though, right? He had to get that extra toss. It looked like he was dead, but he was able to escape with just a sliver of health.
He managed to even use all of his spells besides the Golem, right? Like, he managed to cast out and move back. What would you choose here? Magnifying Monocle is pretty damn good. Ogre Seal Totem as well.
Matt with what?
Not sure what you would enchant, because he already has the Keen Eye. The thing is, like, his Gale Guard, he already has 135 cast range, right?
Yeah, do you want to give that up?
Yeah, because what you're doing with magnifying monocle is you're actually losing some of the cast range. So, and it can be disabled as well if you take any damage. So, I think maybe
looks
this
like
is
he's
even
just gonna
better.
hold on to it.
He's got a blink, by the way, on the Warlock.
Now he can sit further back.
Yep.
Oh, I
Or
see that
further
it blinks
forward.
forward. Yeah.
Toss pass.
Okay. This is, again, somebody who's got the Aegis, not the best target to go for.
This Jakiro Axe as well is pretty
Looking
damn problematic. RCY?
I was going to say looking like Megas, but now rolling through on the back lines. They go to the Macro Pyre. That's with the Ags upgrade, making things a little bit difficult. They've got the Hand of God, the Swashbuckle forward, but Schofield now Force Staff deeper into the base of the side of Wildcard. These racks are going down. They'll focus it. They'll get themselves Mega Creeps, and now can they go back in? They don't have Rolling Thunder. They have Black Hole, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they just don't have the damage. There's a Satanic on Dragonite. You need to control him as well and prevent him from using it. Or else, there's no way in hell you're killing him now with Satanic.
Mega Creeps are going to do most of it for you at this point. Well, RCY took the minus 15-second Rolling Thunder cooldown, so it is on a 48.8-second cooldown at the moment. Still, though, feels really rough. They are looking to go in. Whisper finally doesn't have this Aegis. They've got the Harpoon, the Ice Path placed down, but it's not going to hit on the Yamson. He pops the BKB anyway. They get the kill on a Whisper, who doesn't have that Aegis. Rolling Thunder on the back line. Maybe they can kill KJ. One shot from Den again. Throws that tree, gets the kill. The Chaotic Offering is going to be an undead. They've got the Sight of Fist, the Searing Chains. They go to the Black Hole. It's going to be on a Yuma. Can they get the control to get the kill on the DK? This is going to be Yuma popping it, but not surviving. I believe popped that Satanic, but just didn't get the damage off to survive any longer. They had creeps inside the base. They had to disengage, but they still were maybe looking at going for the Jakiro.
Yeah, perfect pickoffs, right? Like you get
Schofield. He looks
very
like
probably
he's
dead.
going to be dead. It's going to take a while with it just
Ember's
being
gonna go.
the three heroes here, but finally Ember showing up, Sleight of Fist coming through. Again, is this who you want to go for? Analog doesn't exactly have a lot of mana to work with, so they've got some control. Yule's up in the
RCY 's
air.
here.
Now RCY is in.
He's got no mana.
He's got the Diffusal. Now the Nullifier onto the Ember. They've bashed him up. Analog, he's going to die here. And another one. That's a full team wipe for the side of Wildcard.
What the hell did Heroic just do? They threw a massive advantage they had. Of course, they still have Mega Creeps, but it's not like Wildcard cannot defend. Like, they have a tiny... There's a Refresher Orb flying out. Who's got that? Ah, that's for Pango. Okay, he didn't complete it yet, but he's getting there. Aghanims will be done on Fade. Keep in mind that this team of Wildcard, when they get to your base, all they need is one push. Right, this is 700 damage dealing tiny, as you could just see. Even versus
No,
Mega
that
Creeps.
tower had like 100 health. Just
I
saying.
know. But
I don't want to put down your point here, but to be fair.
yeah.
But yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
They have Mega Creeps down bottom, but they have to left though. They can't
Guys?
do a lot.
Tiny's coming. Gosh, they take buildings pretty quickly. I mean, that one didn't even crumble. It just sinks into the ground.
That was maybe a sign for Wildcard on what they need to do in these fights and how they need to approach them. Warlock just needs to die fast.
Tiny's not here, by the way. He's not gonna.
He has
be.
troubles.
Yeah, but they need creeps to stay alive for him to get there. I mean, I guess, yeah. You know what? You should be fine. You're right.
He needs
Right.
to outpush, yeah. He's the one with travels, so outpushing, TPing to them. Maybe on a Chen creep or Eidolon.
Speed doesn't see that timer, but I can't read it anyway.
About 20 seconds, 30.
No, come on.
Oh,
That's like 24 degrees. And like, hang on. Shard for Yuma.
there are still
So
some shards.
He has access to Fireball. They know where Tiny's pushing. They're going to try and get him singled out, knowing that he's the one pushing the base, or pushing the creeps away from the base, but he TP's back home. And now, immediately, they draw on the map to go towards where Wildcard are, unbeknownst to them. That kind of showing that they have a sentry. They have a couple sentries in the area. See if there's a fight. Rolling Thunder thinking about it now. Ooh, missing Yuma. Missing Yuma. RCY. This Rolling Thunder wasted. He's got Refresher. But that Rolling Thunder ends up being wasted. 38-second cooldown, not that long. But they've got the Sleight of Fist, the Searing Chains, the Lotus Orb. Gonna purge that off. Speed gonna try and run. They go to the Mac, and now he's up towards the creeps. TP out. Oh, Ice Pit. Oh, short. Oh. That was so close. But they still find Bignum, who's also got a Lotus. Reflecting back the Viscous Nasal Goo. Somehow he's able to run away from the entire side of Heroic.
I think Jet got actually frozen, but in the base. I think it still did connect. Like it was one of those. It's, yeah, very, very close.
So Rolling Thunder now available. The wasted Rolling Thunder doesn't end up mattering. They're going to smoke up. They've got Eidolons trying to push out bottom. They're into Roche. Wildcard recognizing that they need to make a play here, but the Remnant over, and this is a lot of damage, but there's the disarm. Are they going to get here in time? They've got to try and commit to something. They kind of try and go. Blink! Oh, he's in! He's in! It's got a sliver of health. Neej is going to be picked up by Yuma anyway. The Dire still get the kill. RCY trying to get the control with the BKB being popped by Yuma. The Avalanche as well as the toss. It's out of the Jakiro of Schofield, but he's still alive. Drops down the Macro Pyre. Bignum in a little bit of trouble. They've got Yamson with the BKB. They've got the damage to get the kill to Schofield. Feed's going to be in the Macro Pyre. They've got the right click on an Analog. He's got no mana. He's got no life. Yamson with the double kill. There are creeps in the base, though. These are mega creeps. You got to be aware about how long this fight lasts on for. They found themselves KJ. They'll get another kill. The Chaotic offering in death. 3 heroes down on the side of Heroic. They'll chase after Speed. But again, the creeps, they're taking the base. You need to be careful, guys. The creeps are taking the base. You've lost both your tier 4s. Tiny has to come all the way back. The throne is exposed and taking so much damage, but finally Tiny's there to help out.
They do manage to back out with a lot of heroes, right? Like any buybacks? No buybacks needed because no one died.
Yeah, they got 2 buybacks out of Heroic, though.
Yeah, they got 2 buybacks and they defended the base. Sure, they did lose the tier 4s, which is pretty important, but they do have a glyph, though.
Thinking about the Rolling Thunder again. Yamsun in Viz with this Silver Edge, trying to make a move, trying to go forward on Yamsun, onto Yuma. Oh, Yamsun, no BKB, but he's got the Lotus Orb, the right clicks with the Hurricane Pike coming up from Yuma. Yamsun's going to be a little bit low, but they go after this Ever, who did buy back. Can they get the control? Can they get the kill? Yes, they can. He had cheese, but Analog not able to get it off. They've got a Golem hitting into the throne. Yamsun's going to be able to buy back. They've got this tracked again onto Yuma. Avalanche connects. They'll look over. There's the Refresher with the BKB. Fade needs to run back, but now reflecting that Dragon Tail. He's got the Lotus. He's got the heal. He's able to survive, but there's the 4-step back. They've got themselves the Harpoon. The toss up into the air. Yuma's in trouble. He'll end up dead too.
The throne needs to be defended.
Still in onto the throne, but they've got Yamsun and Speed back.
Yeah, at this point, I think you need to force this. Somehow just go run down mid, let the Tiny defend. He has travels, and perhaps force the buyback from the Dragonite as well. You know that there's no buyback on Ember. This is... I'm not sure you're gonna get a better opportunity. This game is absolutely mad.
You could try and push it to go straight 4s. He wants Divine on Yamsun as well. Yeah. But he ends up switching out instead.
Yeah, that's all.
He had it queued up.
Another problem that they have is Yamsun has no buyback. So if he dies here, the game is over, but in the other way, right? Like, he needs to be very careful.
Schofield standing still. Malefist, BKB, Yamsun gonna clean up this Jakiro. He's got the tosses. He'll get the kill, and now it's time to work on these buildings, but they go to the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be on a Whisper. Whisper now going to be the one who ends up getting chased. They left the tier 3s. They've got the break. The macro is going to be placed down, but Yamson's going to be careful. They got the black hole. It's on the tomb, and the chaotic offering stops it. He goes to the refresher black hole again, pulling them all in. KG can't get it into the well. He's going to be killed off. Both supports are dead. No buybacks available. Faking will have the Lotus Orb on him to try and survive a little bit longer, reflecting that viscous nasal goo. But Bignum with the TP out. The Abyssal Blade is there from Whisper. They'll get the kill onto this bounty. They still don't get the tier 3s though, and Yamson forced to go back for mega creeps again.
Yeah, they don't get anything but the diebacks, which is still pretty significant, right? Like they forced the two. The Whisper, actually Whisper didn't die back. It's just the Schofield that did, but this game is absolutely insane.
It's a 23,000 net worth lead for the team that only has a throne left.
Yeah. And this Tiny is just becoming absolutely massive. He isn't becoming, he is absolutely massive. Level 28 now. One problem that they are finding with him is like his sustainability once the BKB is out, because they still find so many ways to kite him that, like you could see even in that fight when the black hole was good, Tiny was running back into the trees to TP out. He knew that if he dies there, the game is over. He has no buyback.
He's got no buyback for 5 minutes. They're going to have to try and hold like that. 5 minutes would bring them to 60. Yamsun has a BKB available. Creeps pushing in, but they don't have their 2 supports. The chaotic offering being the most important thing, but they don't have a black hole either. They'll go to the BKB. Yuma, he's in on this one, but the bash just come out from RCY with the Ags. They're trying to get the control onto the DK. They've got the bash once again. Yuma in trouble. The right click's coming through. The fireball down with the same tactic. It's not going to matter with the toss.
Oh, he heals. He heals.
He's healing. He's healing. He's not enough, though. And he's dead with no buyback. They're still looking for more. They still want Whisper. They still want the Ember, but Creeps push in onto the throne again and stop this buyback.
But wait, Dragonite didn't buy back. He just spent his gold. That's why he doesn't have it. He actually does not have buyback because he bought out.
Oh, no. I don't think they get pushed in. I don't think it ends up costing them. But still.
These heroes still defend so damn well, right? Like the Jakiro, the Warlock, you probably can't push into it. But this game is absolutely mad right now. There's a way for them to wait out, right? Like a couple of extra minutes, get the buyback on Tiny, and then try to do something.
So it's so long.
Yep, it is.
But with the way it's going, it almost makes me think that Heroic are going to wait till next Aegis. That gives them 2.5-ish minutes, plus whatever we get on the clock. Maybe you get there as Tiny?
I'm not sure you win the fight around the Aegis, around Roshan. I'm really not sure that they can. 23k advantages. The stronger team right now is the Radiant one. Wildcard, they only have this Mega Creep problem, and that's it. They hit harder, they have more control. This Black Hole cannot be countered any longer because he's got Refresher. Warlock needs a Refresher off his zone to stop it.
Definitely does. This is... they have 24% chance of winning with a 23,000 net worth lead, but they're down to just their throne against Megas. It's kind of... When have you ever seen a similar situation?
Yeah. There was like one period in that last patch, or a few patches ago, when Mega Creeps were almost constantly played against with all the Medusa picks and whatnot, but
right.
I haven't seen it in a bit. This is not like this, at least.
Tiny's still 2.5 minutes away from having buyback available. But the heroes that do have buyback exist on the side of Wildcard. RCY can do enough, if need be, I would say, to hold out for Tiny to get his buyback if it came down to that.
Mm-hmm. Almost level 30, by the way, as well on RCY's Pango.
We saw how much the Swashbuckle was doing.
Yeah, keep in
mind.
And
actually now RCY is the one who's cleaning up these creeps, giving an opportunity for Gamsun to potentially get a pick off here. But it's just 4 heroes. RCY, he's got bots too as well. But he needs to clean up these creeps. He can't let them hit the throne if a fight goes on. Whisper towards the edge. There's the blinket of the Dragon Tail. They're going to go for Chen. They've got themselves the Ice Path as well as the Macro Pilot's going to be down on both supports. Wind Waker falling back. Speed. He's got buyback, but Yamson with the BKB and the RCY with the roll. They got the control. They get the kill on RCY. Now they got to get Yamson out of here. He doesn't have buyback. You got to remember that. His buyback's still down for a minute, 32 seconds. Black Hole gets used. Toss up into the air. They've got the Viscous Nasal, but do they have the damage? They get the kill on Analog. They'll take it the Ember Spear. They'll look over the rest, but Yamson ends up dead, and so does Fade. They lose themselves. 3 heroes here. Buyback's committed. It's actually 4 with the buyback coming up from Chen there too. Bignum's gonna die. He doesn't have buyback. Neither does Yamsun for now 72 seconds.
Oh, defending on Dire was easy. Defending on Radiant without the buyback on the Tiny, I fear it might be almost impossible. They don't have a buyback. Black Hole, right? They do not. It was, I feel, a little bit too late. The ice pads from Jakiro were just beautiful. Like Schofield, Macropyre, and the ice pads. That's doing so much control. And poor RCY, he puts a traveled on the Tiny and just got absolutely demolished before even managing to use the Rolling Thunder in any good way.
Tiny's going to get another chance here. 36 seconds till his buyback, but they are waiting for Roche, and it's up, and they're going to go for it. But that's not going to take 68 seconds, so he's probably still going to have to buy back. I would say. This gives Refresher Shard to KJ, which is the biggest part. Stopping potentially both black holes, but there's still 100 seconds till that's even a thought. KJ with the Refresher on cooldown has Chaotic Offering, and they don't give him the Shard. They give it to the DK. Oh, actually, I didn't realize, you know, he doesn't have enough gold for the buyback that was on cooldown. He's still going to be dead for 15 seconds. 10. 10. They have Glyph. The banner down, Rolling Thunder from RCY. The Remnant looking for the backlines, trying to go towards Fade. Fade doesn't have a black hole. Doesn't have a BKB. He's got the Boots of Bearing. They've got Tiny back up. Link in from Yuma. Avalanche in. Macropyre down. Ice Path going to follow that up with BKB caught by Yamsun. They'll go and get the Aegis out of the hands of Yuma. That's at least one right now, but it's just the Aegis. They've got multiple cheeses. They're going to Remnant over. They've got the Sleight of Fist. They've got Analog with the BKB, but now Ice Path once again. That's going to be Yules up into the air. They're going for the throne. It is exposed, but they still have the Glyph. They're finally going to try and control Bignum and control Yamsun. They'll get the kill, but he does not have buyback. He is still 600 gold short. They go to the Glyph. They've got the black hole, but do they have the damage? RCY trying to get the damage out on Yuma. Chaotic Offering going to be committed here with the Refresher being used by Whisper. RCY can't get it done. GG is called. Heroic take game 1. Yamsun didn't have the gold there to buy back. And that cost them so dearly as Heroic take game number 1. That was pretty insane. So game 1 going the way here of Heroic, and you can see in this replay, I mean, this is 51 minutes into the game. They still get the Aegis on Yuma. That is pretty important here, but the fights were going Wildcard's way, and they had a huge advantage, but it just wasn't enough. Once you were up against Megas, you let both tier 4s go down in this fight. It would have taken a miracle for them to control everything here to get it to go their way. I mean, you have both tier 4s down. You're holding with just the throne. You're trying to keep it up, but it is just so difficult. Yamsun's putting out the damage, but there's just so much here in terms of the refreshers, in terms of the control, the damage coming out from Heroic. I mean, they were shredding through Yuma, but it just ends up falling short at at the end of the day, and you could see Yamsun, just the Tiny, proving to be so difficult. I mean, towards the late game of this, though, Bounty Hunter doesn't really feel like it's impacting too much. Yeah, you're getting tracks, yeah, you're getting shurikens tossed on people, but you never really get much out of Big Gnome, and they do try to make this move, and maybe they should have focused the tier 3s and potentially have gone for the 4s, forced out all the buybacks, but this fight could have gone better. You see Yamsun has to immediately bail, knowing if he dies, this is a problem, as he'll stay a little while, but these creeps pushing in, he can't let the throne end up going down, and he couldn't die there because he didn't have buyback and didn't have the gold for buyback either. I mean, this was really living life on the edge for Yamsun, and he ends up paying for the fact that he doesn't have buyback, but Macro Pyres, the Ice Paths coming in from Schofield on point, and you can see there, Big Gnome really doesn't really offer much of anything, and they're able to collapse on these heroes, and RCY botsing in onto the Tiny and just dying immediately. So tough for Wildcard to make it work, even with the double black holes, and eventually a massive net worth lead, but just was not enough to hold on. We get past the 60-minute mark, and you can see Yamsun trying to do it all. They get the kill onto the one hero that's got that second life, unfortunately, and they'll stick nearby as Analog is really kind of zoning a couple of these heroes out. He's staying in their face with the BKB, another good macro pyre there, the refresher, double macro with the Ags upgrade, making this near impossible to secure, and with Yamsun dying, that was it. I mean, RCY can only just try with a black hole here, down on 2, but Whisper ends up getting pulled in on the edge. They've got the chaotic offering, and Heroic take game number 1. So 37-35. You'd think that Wildcard could have taken this. I think maybe just playing from too far behind at the end of the day. And Heroic find a victory. I feel like a lot of things could have gone a lot better for them despite winning this game. I think a lot of their fights could have been maybe a little bit more connected to make this game easier for themselves. But at the end of the day, they get the victory. They're one game away from moving on to the 2-2 stage of this Swiss stage bracket and eliminating Wildcard. And now Wildcard kind of have to fall back and figure out a plan to not get eliminated and not lose 2-0 to Heroic. But Whisper, the MVP, 10-5 and 18. He, using that Snot Rocket, had Refresher, AC, Sanjanyasha, BKB. A lot going the way of Whisper on this Bristleback, doing 34,000 hero damage, participating in 80% of those kills, and a great job overall from their offlaner. So we are going to be going to Game 2 soon with Wildcard and Heroic. We're going to be taking a quick break. We'll be back with Game 2 in just a moment, so we'll see you guys soon. Stay tuned.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
naș cu oili, bată-mi de ploili, că ai lăsat tu oili și-ai plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to day number 4 of season 3 of PGL Wallachia. Your eyes do not deceive you. We've got Lyrical here joining us for game number 2 of Heroic against Wildcard.
I'm Lizard.
Just as shredded. You're doing the same moves as him. You're as buff as him. I mean, it's exactly the same. Perfect, on point, and well, I mean, it's still way more handsome, if I should say so myself.
Oh my God, that's amazing. He's gonna hear this at some point. He's gonna get you, man. You gotta watch out. He's a strong guy there.
He'll have to watch the VOD. It's too bad for him. He'll have to come. If he doesn't watch the VOD, he will never know. So we'll be fine. Nobody clip that. But
he is alive, by the way. He just has some power issues, right? Isn't that what's going on?
Yeah, he's got his power went out. I think right as the throne exploded, so did his power. I just kept rambling post game. Yeah,
I love that.
It was literally at that moment, but game 1 was fun. It was 61 minutes. Not sure how much of it you caught, but it was Wildcard with mega creeps against them. No tier 4s, up 25,000 net worth, and they ended up losing. Which, I mean, it makes sense. It was tough for them to defend against all that, but Heroic now 1 game away from taking the series.
Awesome. I think this is, I mean, I was listening into it. I was playing Civ 7 on my second monitor while we were, while that one was going on. But I was listening, and it sounded like it was very back and forth towards the very end of it. I was looking also at these drafts now, and at least in terms of bans out, the main one is that Venos still taken away that like everybody hates, but I think that they've pretty much kept everything the same except they decided to ban out the DK this time. And we're getting the first pick, Chikiro and the Tiny. Pretty normal stuff so far. How was the Tiny last game? I thought I heard somebody saying that the Tiny was struggling a little bit.
I mean, the damage was certainly there, but it felt like it was all Tiny. Like it
Right.
just I mean, RCY had the control. Like he had a really good game. And they all won their lane, but at some point it would just felt like Tiny couldn't do enough, even though he was hitting so hard. And
Well, I mean, I guess that's what. So it was a carry Tiny that ended up getting run there. Okay. Oh wow,
is this
and that is
the support void.
I mean, it could be. I think that at this stage, I don't see why you would take a carry void at this point in the game. So that would be the thing that stands out to me, unless it's like the secret answer because you like getting craggy exteriored as a phaseless void against Tiny. But yeah, probably time zone is what we're looking for here. It's great. They're running it right when I'm the co-caster, so I'll just say it definitively. Yes, this is support void. Exactly.
I love the confidence.
Yeah.
It's an interesting support duo, that's for sure. If it is the support duo, and I think I'll even check Spectral out right now because I think the only times I've seen this void so far, it has just been a support, but it's been picked 7 times, and it was off lane support, carry support, off lane. So it's definitely, but it's all been time zone.
I actually would be more interested in the position 3 void in this one, and actually taking. I mean, there's no way if you're picking it for time zone. Part of me wants to see them go Chronosphere because you're playing against a Tide Hunter, and it's like you can burst him in the duration of that. Doesn't get Ravage off, but if you're sort of building these strats around Faceless Void and like what you get from time zone of amplifying up the rest of your squad, it feels kind of bad to like switch it over then. But there could be something there. Mirana taken now, could be trying to angle towards an Ember Spirit mid, Chains, Arrow, always a nice combo.
Yeah, I do love that combo. I was also thinking, I mean, if the options here from Wildcard are good enough, going Rubik is your other support for Heroic. Just because I mean, I really we haven't seen a lot of Rubik, but I really do think it's great against Jakiro.
Yeah,
and when you give it more options, I'm shocked at the lack of Rubik we've seen in this tournament.
No, I think that there's been a lot of times where when you see this Jakiro constantly get picked, it's an indication of like how bad teams must view that support Rubik, and then they're like taking the core Rubik in some capacity feels like it needs to be the absolute perfect game. Because you're right, like if it's Jakiro, if it's Earthshaker, if all these guys are there, why isn't it getting taken? And it must be something to do with like the lanes and everything else. You're not getting off to a good enough start. Holy crap, that's a Death Prophet. Dude, this game has everything. I've been waiting for these guys everywhere. Are they just going to buy an Aghanims on everybody on Alk too? Oh, let's go.
Offlane Void support Alk.
Yes. Now we're talking. It's all coming together.
We're getting into one of the more difficult games analytically if we're putting Alk support and Void offlane.
That's perfect because I'm not like it's fine if it's a crazy game and you don't know what you're talking about. If it's a normal game and you don't know what you're talking about, then you're really in trouble. So I think that we're good.
That's me all the time, though.
Well,
I stick to this role.
We're gonna be good.
I think
this
one
one.
will be fine.
One of those two is going to be a core. Like that's something that we can tell you for sure. Between the Alchemist and the Faceless Void, one's a core. And honestly, I think with the heroes they've got, I would rather see the support Alch buying out all those Aghanim Scepters.
It would be pretty cool. Has that been tried yet? I mean,
I think I mean, it's at least in pubs. I'm not sure if it's been run a lot.
It's not been picked yet, but it's been banned once.
Okay.
So, this is the first pick of the Alk.
If you're gonna go out, you better go out on something crazy. Make him work for it.
That's what I think. I mean, Yellow Submarine was kind of doing that, but they won. Like they were game 2, and they went to the money style draft of Bounty Visage,
right?
And just got so much cash. And they even tried a game 1 where they were looking at Timber support with Nature's Prophet lane.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think we saw a Timber support the other day too, but that was paired together with the Venomancer. And we do get the Invoker. I've been talking about this hero a lot, and it's actually the first pick of the tournament is shocking to me. We're getting multiple first picks of the tournament here.
The fact that this hero went from being picked
10 seconds
once a
remaining.
series almost to the first pick of the tournament now
5
is a little
seconds
bit
remaining.
shocking.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Damn.
I think it's, I mean, he got massively changed, you know?
Right.
And all of the switch ups, I think, sort of put him in a different type of category now where I think Trent was saying that almost everybody is going Exort at this point on Invoker. And you do need like a lot of setup for that. And that's one thing that I'm not really seeing. If you look at the rest of this draft, you would sort of normally anticipate that you'd be getting some type of Quaswex running around the map, making stuff happen in the mid game type of build. But that's not what people have been tending to go towards in pubs. It could be that they're looking for some like late game Ravage Cataclysm combination. And then you can sort of make fights happen in the interim on low cooldown with like tiny initiations and Marana. But I'm looking at this wildcard lineup, and I feel like there's sort of more of the big ultis that you can kind of cycle through and get a lot done with. I like what they have going so far more.
Is there a world where this might be a
10 seconds remaining.
support Invoker?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think so, but it's a possibility. Like that's the thing, right? Is that it's such a changed hero. The only way that would end up functioning is if you have somebody like I don't know what you would do at that point, because it used to be that you would go like Quaswex, you know, get an urn. It is a good spirit vessel game. It's a really good spirit vessel game, but I don't know if you get the farm that you need to make that work. So I think probably it's more likely it's still going to be Exort, but it could be. Who knows?
They're banning two supports. They're banning the Chen and the Ancient Apparition. We saw Ancient Apparition be very strong in the previous series. It felt like the MVP in Game 3 of that Yellow Submarine Nigma series, in my opinion. And they now ban the Ember, which definitely leads me to believe more so that this Invoker is going to be mid. Don't want to be against the Pango or the Ember, but I know you were talking about potentially that Ember combo if, say, the Invoker was support with the Marana.
Right.
Honestly, it could have been there with the Invoker there too, right? Like, it could have been Searing Chains, Arrow, Sunstrike. But you definitely need something that's going to give you a stun more reliably here. Because right now, it's what? Avalanche, Toss, Ravage, Arrow? Sure.
Right. And you don't want your position one running in first oftentimes, particularly against, like, DP, Faceless Void, Jakiro.
Dire team pick.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Shadow Demon, hero that had been picked a lot previously, only has 3 picks here and 0% win rate. Yeah,
seems good. Yeah, really good hero.
Oh, safe lane Alchemist.
Yeah, I think this is if you're gonna have one weird thing happen, it's gonna end up being that Faceless Void that you talked about right at the beginning. And then you sort of try and build the rest of the stuff into a more normal type of draft. And like the one thing that is a little bit scary about Wildcard, or scary for Wildcard, they have much better team fight, in my opinion. But the thing that's scary is that you have 2 heroes now that really are countered by a similar thing in both the Alchemist and the Death Prophet. Spirit Vessels, Scotties, all of these issues. That Shiva's Guard's going to be coming out at some point, most likely. And that's why they ban out the AA. It was like a really good pick for this game. But I just think that the team fight that's coming out from Wildcard, particularly at like that 15-minute mark, is going to be in a much stronger position. I'm really worried that Heroic could just get like ran over in the first couple of waves, and then I would have to keep being a co-caster, which also scares me. So both of those things are pretty tremendously scary.
The odds have actually flexed hard back towards even. Game 1, it was like 4.5 to 1 for Wildcard. So a lot of faith coming in for Wildcard. I do like this draft, but I am hoping for maybe your sake that Heroic take the 2-0. I don't want to keep you potentially sweating over there. I have no idea.
It'll be great. It'll be fun.
But I'm interested to see how the Tiny does now for Heroic, because Yamsun on Wildcard showed that it can be really strong, and he went to the Echo Saber first, and he really put a hurt onto Heroic, and I feel like they kind of see that in that last game and want to go for it as well.
Okay. I mean, I think that there's a good chance that that ends up happening. I think the big determining factor is going to be, okay, you've got like tremendous team fight out of Wildcard. How do these ravages work? I think every single ravage that you get for the first probably like 25 minutes needs to be like not just hitting 2 to 3 heroes, but translating into at least one of those heroes dying, and more likely than not, the fight being one-handedly, because as soon as those ultis are off cooldown, you can sort of cycle between, you know, the DP ulti. You can throw out a bunch of the puck stuff that comes, like, and you know, you normally think like, okay, well, you've got the exorcism and time zone here that you need to sort of like play around. But the other 3 heroes of Wildcard are not really that cooldown limited. You know, Dream Coil, only 75-second cooldown. You can keep that one running. The fights for Heroic have to come through Ravage. Whisper needs to have a good game. Luckily for them, Whisper is a really good player.
Yeah, Whisper's played pretty well. The one thing that concerns me, and you know, Wildcard picked this out in that last pick, is the lack of control that we were talking about in the draft, and that's something that always makes Puck feel even better. And I'm concerned for Heroic that they just don't have enough to shut him down. So I'm thinking, is there anybody here that maybe gets an Orchid for RCY to just kind of have that extra bit of silence and making sure Puck doesn't get away with everything?
Yeah, there isn't really a great hero to get it on. I assume that this Invoker is going to be going some of the more standard types of build of into an Aghanim Scepter, maybe a Midas at some point. The only one that like could maybe sort of fit it into their build would be Whisper. That doesn't seem very likely either. So I don't know. We'll see. There are some weird things that you can end up doing. You can like play around as, I think they're going to get a couple here. You can play around like Tiny as he comes out of phase shift. Maybe get a good like avalanche toss, because Puck is still going to be really squishy.
And if you can get on top of him, maybe you can shut down his game, because RCY, even despite the fact they lost last game, had an amazing time as Pango, and I thought he really kept the game alive for them when Yamsun was a little bit slow to the jump start of seeing Tiny feel strong. It's one of the things that I'm waiting to see here for Yuma too, and I'm curious to see Schofield and how much he wants to rotate. Does he come through maybe towards the Twin Gate? They go Disruption Arrow to open up the lane for Yuma a little bit. But we'll see how the lanes go. 3 lanes, 2 eyes, and a lot kind of going on as they already go for speed. They land the arrow in the top lane. They want this first blood, and it looks like they'll get it. And ooh, I think Whisper was maybe hoping that right click wasn't going to get first blood and he could get it, because he definitely had the right click time to get that.
I think so. I'm unsure, actually, because I think you could make an argument either way. It did kind of look like that. But I can also understand the argument of wanting to get Schofield off to a hot start, because he is going to be scaling a little bit more in this one, right? You're playing on this Mirana, you're arrowing creeps. Like you said, you've already got a great combination with the Shadow Demon, you know, disruption into arrow. So I don't know. I think they're probably okay with it, is what I would say. But Whisper will be reporting him.
Fair enough. Do reports in lobbies affect your behavior score?
Sadly, no. It's unfortunate. We can work on that, though. You know, we'll sign up.
Nice Frog. Get on that, please. Thank you. Bottom lane. This Death Prophet, a very out there pick from what we've been seeing, but I'm kind of interested. Whether or not this lane's going to go that well for him, time dilation is very annoying, especially when you're pumping levels into it. But curious to see if that bottom lane can get anything to really work out in terms of kills for him. See where RCI is playing too.
I think it's a very strong hero to like put as the forefront and then allow Yamsun to come in at the end. Like I'm thinking about mid game, because you've got this morning ritual facet that's working. you sort of function a little bit like a Kunkka, right? Where you're just standing in front of the team fight, forcing them to go on you with a DP ulti. And it's kind of like a style of Dota that we haven't seen a lot recently, because more often than not, instead of like sieging high ground or sieging towers, people are just killing other heroes around the map. And then afterwards you get like the towers. That's like all these PAs, you know, that just never want to actually go high ground. If they get off to a hot start, Wildcard can kind of push the tempo a little bit. And I don't know if they have to, but it's at least going to be an option.
Taking a look as I'm taking a look as Schofield and Whisper. Not really. It's being pretty quiet. I mean, it's pretty quiet everywhere. Bottom lane as well.
You know, it's well, I guess it's the middle of the day there, so they don't have the early morning excuse, but
it's elimination. That's what I think the timidity is from. I think
That's fair.
that causes a lot of teams to, who may be super aggressive, play a little bit more conservative.
Right.
Or teams that should play conservative play a little bit out there. I will say, I've seen that a couple times today already. Sunstrike onto speed, not going to be enough damage to get the kill onto the Jakiro.
Stars.
Kind of close. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Speed? I mean, 2 star storms right there. Or 2 of the star storm stars.
You got him. Got both of
there we
them.
go.
Oh,
Eat 2
Schofield
of
thought
them.
about the arrow. Dude, if he hits this, let's go Schofield. Oh my god, you might kill him. Speed dead.
Oh, come on. Schofield. Oh, and then now he's got the arrow. Oh, no. Ow. Yep, son. He didn't need to use the arrow for that Jakiro kill, and now they get both.
Wow. I mean, you said Schofield might rotate. He doesn't even need to. He's just going to kill everybody.
Yeah, Bignum, meanwhile, forced the time walk away. He is going 1-2, which is no surprise.
By the way, that might be the first time I've ever seen that casting Dota before. A Mirana used Starstorm 2 times, and it only hit 4 heroes total. Both of the Starstorms only hit Jakiro 2 times in a row. I've never seen that before, and then she killed him with it.
A lot of firsts. Well, some firsts for the tournament, but some firsts lifetime. But yeah, I mean, that was pretty insane, the luck there. And let's see, they come back towards top. I'm worried, because you're going to step up into this, and Ice Path is going to lock you down for a second, but KJ is here, and he's going to end up lining up an arrow for you if you even need it. He'll deny himself, actually. Gives up on a lot, and now you've got the Sunstrike, you've got arrow if you need it. Again, he just doesn't even need to throw arrow. They're just getting a bunch of kills in top lane. Oh, okay. This top lane's out of control.
Yeah, this is a big problem for Wildcard. I mean, at least your Death Prophet and Puck are doing well, but they're gonna need to buy some time for Yamsun. I don't know if you can really rotate out though, because you kind of need to keep your lane strong across the board, because otherwise Alk isn't gonna have a mid game to catch up.
Yeah, he's one of those heroes that can always try to catch up, and there is Leap, Schofield. All right. And popping us out, so he's actually going to stay in this lane. They were looking for the time dilation, but that didn't connect. Waning Rift, they're just going to follow this courier. Schofield, you're going to want to... Oh! Multiple couriers to think about, but not going for any of them. Doesn't even want to risk it. He doesn't actually have any leap charges, but he does have 2 Lotuses. So Bignum's going to, I would say, waste a lot of time, because he just... Surely you still survive here, right?
I mean, I don't know. I think he just walks away. That's Schofield is owning. This is what Schofield does. Like, he makes you think that you're gonna kill him, and then he just like either wastes your time or you kill him, and it's Schofield, and it like kind of doesn't matter because that's just how he dies. But I will say in this game, he is a like pile of money.
And again, they try to go for him. Dual Breath connects, but he just TP's down to bottom. I mean, he's got 300 health, and he's looking to get a kill here with the help of KJ. This arrow's going to fly forward and beyond the mark. Sunstrike again, and the damage is there. Schofield going from is he dead to no, fades dead.
absolutely owning. This early game from Schofield is really messing them up across the board. And it's, you know, it's one thing to get the kills with like the disruption into arrow combinations, but then also to be able to make it happen in lane before he connects with the Shadow Demon has set him up where now he's got 3 points in Starstorm. Like, he lives in that chase that the Faceless Void did because he got the level 4 at time it had leap up. Look at him.
Arrow again. Ooh.
Don't look at him.
Silence. Yuma. Tranquil on a 2 with this Exorcism. They're going to snap it on both these heroes. Yuma needs to try and get out of here. Oh, the Crypt Swarm. Still not enough damage, but the chase with the Exorcism not going to finish him off. Uh-oh. Hold snap. Fade. He'll heal up eventually, right? So they don't really want to commit into this. But they potentially landed a random Sunstrike. They could have done that.
Yeah, if they had vision right here, they might have gone in for it. They were throwing a random arrow, but 20 stick charges on Fade makes that kill pretty tough.
Yeah.
Living on Puck was important. They need him to have a good game.
Yeah, he's pretty far ahead of this Invoker. Not the easiest time for Analog, and I think a lot of struggles for Heroic in this tournament have started with Analog struggling in lane because he is so important to how well this team does. And 2 games in a row where I wouldn't say he struggled in game 1, but RCY coming out of the lane feeling better.
Right.
And
I will say too that RCY, like the fact that he's a Puck and that DP is sort of being protected by Bignum, this is really important. For Heroic, they need to keep this aggression up with KJ and Schofield because the mid game is going to look really scary for them. So these moments before level 6s, before the lanes completely break down, it's like integral that they keep getting kills.
Especially against the Alk, right? Because now you've given him enough time, and he is top of the net worth, you know, typical Alk things. But give Yamsun too much space, and I think you're kind of asking for trouble. Disruption should be followed up by an arrow here, and they've got the Sunstrike with the damage to get a kill, and that combo has been quite deadly for Heroic. And Schofield still involved in all 6 kills.
Yeah. He is their engine right now. You know, we talked about the need to get stuff done, and you couldn't really do it with Tiny because he's going to be a position 1 hero. Shadow Demon Marana, they drop down the spray down bottom. They just put the face out in front. Yeah, it's going to be a tough couple of minutes here still. And when Alk eventually comes online, that's what they're going to be looking for. Speaking of which.
He'll see Whisper. Whisper level 9, by the way. He has had a lot of fun in his lane, but now this is going to be at a bit of a problem. Where will it be? Ravage hits 3. They've got the Avalanche. The Sunstrike taking out the Alchemist. Fade's going to be next. Oh, they lost both. That was Exorcism used. Time dilation will slow down some of these heroes and maybe make it just difficult for Whisper to get away. But he is a tanky guy, and he wants to continue running at Speed and Bignum. So Speed, he's dead to Yuma. Bignum's going to be able to time walk out, and that goes horribly for Wildcard.
That was huge. That was everything. I mean, the recognition by Tidehunter to call in those heroes, and there's been a lot of times when they're farming out this, like, ancient camp behind the tower that you would see players warding that high ground where people come through the gate because it's so well known that that's where you're going to be farming continuously on these carries. And if you don't get that ward, you don't see that the Whisper has come through too, or the DP has come through too. And the other big issue there was that, you know, on this Puck, RCY, that's a fight that you would love to show up to. He had limited resources. He's been trying to sort of get into this full Witchblade completed, and the fact that he was a little bit low, didn't have any bottle charges, it meant that he couldn't show up to that fight. And Heroic, that's exactly what they need to do, right? Again, I think that when you have this strong connection of you know, heroes that have big ultimates, you need to shut them down early. And now an Alchemist is behind a net worth. Like, this is never where you want to be. His team is behind a net worth, I should say.
Yeah, and you take out, like you said, the big ults of the Exorcism gets used, and then Death Prophet's immediately dead. And there's not much that Fade can do. You're level 5 into the Exhort, and these Sunstrikes are dealing so much damage. And, well, not having the best lane and not having the most net worth or kind of being towards the bottom of the core net worth, the impact that Analog still has here with these Sunstrikes has been massive. And they're going to go again. They've got the control. The Sunstrike drops down, and that is a dead Jakiro once again. And they are going to steal these stacks that were here for the Alchemist, making his life even more difficult.
Yeah, they're owning it. Heroic is looking really good. They're just making the better rotations, catching out Wildcard continuously. Wildcard will be able to get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. It's something for them. They are likely going to lose bottom. The big thing to watch for is, are they going to be able to get one of these wisdom shrines on Wildcard? Because right now theirs is looking probably gone, and Ravage is coming back off cooldown, which means they'll have it for the fight around the Tormentor.
Yeah, early Tormentors has been really the name of the game for this tournament, from what I've been seeing. Teams getting it as it spawns.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this ward over here in the river for Heroic has gotten them so much information. It's actually going to see Yamsun again. They wanted to rotate in and get that Disruption Arrow Sunstrike combo. So Yamsun has to be very careful, but they're actually going through the Twin Gate to potentially even fight for this Shrine of Wisdom.
You know, again, I've been seeing a lot of people sort of ward up that that area over there to the side of the real dire side Tormentor. That sort of is the pathway leading into those Ancients. And the fact that that hasn't been done has kind of allowed free reign for Heroic to just run around with this Mirana Shadow Demon combo and find these kills. They whiff on that one like you're talking about, but it's kind of done its damage already, right? It's 10-2. A lot of that happened early. They do have Radiance coming on Yamsun right now. I don't know if that's enough to make them feel comfortable fighting. Like, DP doesn't have enough to keep her alive in these engagements, and the level 1 ulti only gives you 25% of the delayed damage off of her facet. It's really a little bit later, like around that level 2 ulti, where things start to feel really good for her.
They've got this Vlad's on Tide. They've got the damage with the Exhort from Analog, who's going to travel, has this Midas, has kind of recovered, and is going towards this Ags. And I do worry for Wildcard, because if they don't land this as they go for Sunstrike and get the kills, under the tower, the Sunstrike missed, the Ice Path is there, and he tries to run it back, but these stacks of Shadow Poison won't be enough, or will. Ooh, I did that. That last one just clipped him.
Huge. They're going on Whisper up top now. If they get this, this is a huge kill.
The silence is there. They've got this Radiance, and they're going to Dream Coil as well. But surely, if he holds on for long enough, you just Ravage. But nobody's coming over. So they're going to let him die, and Whisper will fall. 4 heroes there to make that kill happen.
You know, you're talking about the Tormentors and people tending to go for them. You're seeing that Heroic are prioritizing shutting down the jungle of Wildcard. And that does work really well at trying to stop the Alchemist's farm. The one downside to this is that if you don't manage to shut down his farming around the map and you're not accelerating the game, you are going to end up in a situation where you're falling a little bit behind. Right now, that's not an issue, because like Heroic are taking a tier 2 tower down bottom. They can still retreat back and go get the Tormentor if they want. But it's something to kind of keep your eyes on, because this is one of the few times in a game like this where I've seen a team be more willing to like shut down the map than go and take that like free Tormentor.
Right. Now you've got the Blink Dagger on Alchemist, so he is starting to get that farm engine going. But it's still behind. You'd like it to be a little bit higher, and they're going to scan. They're going to see that they're going for the Tormentor. Sunstrike connects, and they will not lose Schofield. They've got this heal, so everybody that helped get the Torm will be healed up.
DP was really the key to like things going well early, and that death with Exorcism hurt her so much.
Yeah.
Like Schofield is almost even with her after getting that shard. And it's just a testament to the problems. Like, has this Kaya done trying to get into a BKB? I think BKB is where you can start to like feel somewhat better, but only if like Tiny is not wailing on you. And Yuma has looked really, really good so far in this game, remaining active on this Tiny.
I will say I'm a little bit surprised if Schofield commits to this blink tag.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. Oh, fade.
Arrow off the mark. Fade though. Sunstrike. Ravage committed, and they're going to get the kill. They were trying to hold out on that, hoping the arrow would hit, but they get the kill anyway. And that's well worth it. Shutting down this Death Prophet, who's a big part of this team fight and this pressure, because we talked about it in the draft, right? Wildcard wanted to use this exorcism and this early timing to push towers and maybe close the side of Heroic's map, but the reality of the situation now is their map's the one that's getting kind of squeezed.
Oh yeah, no, it is. And you have a DD here,
walking into a Sentry. And RCY is trying to get a kill into KJ, but they've got the Moonlight Shadow. Sunstrike on RCY. He gets caught. So now you've got no Amplify damage. Speed's going to end up dying here, too. You've got 2 more kills for Heroic, and there's not much Yamsun could do. He charged up the stun, but he ends up just backing away, stunning himself, and leaving.
It's very unlucky, you know. When it's just a lot of unluck happening. That's what we're seeing here. That's my analysis. B-Cop, back to you.
Thank you, and the weather is great outside. It's looking real good here for Heroic. They're kind of playing everything right, and I think that their movements, you said it, prioritize the map and kind of shutting down the jungle and everything is leaving them in good spots against even the aggressive plays from Wildcard.
Right. Yeah, and you can see, like, the Blink Dagger, I think, from Schofield was eyeing up the idea of, like, KJ getting 1-2, and then they could just initiate from really far away, find these pickoffs on the DP, but they're realizing, like, DP is not going to be a problem. If the game continues going this way, I mean, look what's happened now.
Oy, man. Hey, Yamsun dying here. The Sunstrike again. He just chunks you so hard, and they're going to get another Tier 2 tower out of this. They're moving over mid to try and make a counterplay from Wildcard, but they're not... Like, Heroic isn't exactly showing themselves for them to get these kills. They back off the Tier 2 tower, and they're actually pinching. Whisper doesn't have Ravage for 23 seconds, and he's going to cut this wave off. But Tiny, let's see if he goes over towards the north end. I don't even think they want to go for Whisper. He's showing himself in the middle of the lane. They're not even walking. They're actually going to go for KJ instead, and he'll end up dead. But this is just the Shadow Demon, and with Whisper having the Shard, that means you've got the Sunstrike to land pretty easily with the Dead in the Water, but the Time Walk away. And now you're silenced up. You've got Ravage in 3. Maybe that turns the fight, and that's exactly what he's going to go for. It misses on RCY, but Whisper's still dead. Yuma trying to get a kill on the Big Gnome, finally takes that out, but with the Spirit Siphon and the damage, they'll kill off Yuma, which is big gold for Fate. Yamsun joins in the fight. They've got the silence, but he just gets close enough to throw that stun out, and they'll get another kill for Wildcard. This is what we've been expecting from them for the first 20 minutes, and they finally get it to work out. And I think that's due in part to Heroic being overconfident.
Yeah, and also overcommitting onto the Faceless Void. I think that it was a really, really heads-up play there by Faceless Void to recognize I can drop this time zone, get this, anchor off of me. And once they had committed so much onto him, it meant that nobody jumped on Fade. Fade's build right now is max damage for what he has with no survivability, basically. Analog, he might get caught too.
Tornado kind of on point, but they still need to lock him down if they want this kill. RCY is here, Ice Path lands, and eventually the Waning Rift with the silence, but the arrow flies in. It won't matter.
I mean, this is a pretty substantial turnaround. Like, basically, Heroic have been banking on their ability to kill this Death Prophet every time at the start. They're still going to have to deal with the problem of, like, Blink Ravage Cataclysm since, Aghanims is now done on this Invoker. But if they don't get the lockdown, you've got double BKBs completed. This is a really big window for Wildcard here.
Yeah, even with the Blink Ravage. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of worried for Heroic now. They had this amazing start. They're up 17-8. Like, there's so many kills to think that you're shutting down the team. And yet, it still feels like the net worth lead isn't favoring them at the moment with these BKBs.
Well, and the one caveat is that it is still an Alchemist, right? So
yeah,
you're still going to be seeing, like, Wildcard working from behind. But if you have one more fight like that where Death Prophet is not prioritized, then all of a sudden they're in like a lot of trouble, which is why you can see they're getting together now, smoking, trying to take a good fight. This needs to go well for Heroic.
I actually like this pickup. They were thinking about the Blink Dagger for Schofield, but he ends up going into the Orchid. Ooh, they're going to look for the stun that lands on it too, but there's the Kraken Shell. They have Ravage, but now Gush Disruption staying alive for a little bit longer. The Dream Coil not exactly that great. KJ ends up dead. Do they want to go back into this? He got Yamsun slowed down. There's the Cataclysm. Oh, man! That is big damage, and they get RCY. Orchid on a fade who pops the BKB. He's got the Spirit Siphons and the Exorcism, but he's just going to TP out. You see the power that is Ravage Cataclysm. As Speed thinking about getting the Ice Path onto this Invoker, reactivating it, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. The damage is heavy, the arrow misses, but here comes Whisper, and now 4 kills for the side of Heroic.
Really, really well played. I mean, that was the BKB fight. They jump up high ground, think they can find more, and they were not able to connect and kill onto the targets. And some of that was even just like vision issues briefly. You know, getting that dust out in time and all the rest of it, because you've got like a lot of the supports, they're just a little bit slower to catch up to the rest of them. Weren't able to get off, as you can see here, the out at the end. There was like a thought that maybe Fade could do enough damage, and I think that if he did have Exorcism going and he could keep everybody in place, that fight looks good. The problem was the rest of his team was dead and Jakiro had no mana, so he couldn't even throw an Ice Path. There's still it's looking pretty rough now. This is going to be a tough hold for Wildcard. They're going to need at least 2 fights to try and pull this one back.
Yeah, it was 1 fight away previously, but now it feels like it's 2 fights away. It's just gonna get harder with the Sunstrike and the toss. Does Sunstrike hurt more if you're getting impacted higher off the ground?
Oh yeah,
it's not
no,
using as much time to.
You also need to get your sunscreen application. It's an item you can buy. That one helps a lot.
I wear 100 plus.
That's why you got to get a cloak to help you from pure damage, right?
All right. Yuma standing his ground. He's got the Sages. He's not really scared of much at the moment. There's no Exorcism, but a little bit conservative from him as they back up and then smoke to re-engage. They've got Ravage again. And Cataclysm. This could be, where this fight is potentially happening, this could be devastating. Like if Wildcard loses this fight and Tiny's still alive, all of a sudden you just start taking buildings and or maybe the game. Honestly.
Absolutely. They need to find the perfect angle. You can't go on Tiny though.
No, he's got the gate. It would be worthless. We just come back alive. They scanned. They know exactly where they're at. RCY is looking to commit, but you got to watch out for the Mirana's Orchid. He's able to escape that just by the skin of his teeth.
It's a little bit annoying now because RCY has the Yules, but you can potentially time like an arrow hitting the Yules afterwards, so it's not even completely safe for the puck having that Yules.
Yeah, you want it for that Orchid, but it would suck if that arrow hits.
Yeah.
Because you are stationary in that situation. Like, it is not that easy. And now Avalanche for where he was going to go. Cataclysm won't do as much that time. They do get the kill to speed. They'll look over at Whisper, who already used the Ravage. There's the disruption to get the save onto this Tidehunter for a moment. Time dilation going to be used out of the Tiny, so he's out of the fight for a second. He's starting to walk away. They've got the Moonlight Shadow with the BKB being popped here by Analog. Now turning this on the Jakiro, who did buy back. Yuma with the double kill, both on the Jakiro. Buyback used by Whisper, and he's going to TP into the outpost. They find themselves Analog. They've got the silence. They'll get the kill. They'll take out the Invoker. They've got the toss up onto Bignum, but he time walks away back to full health. This Exorcism getting Tiny low, but you got to remember he's got the Aegis to work with, and with that, I think Wildcard, they take what they got, and they back away.
It was really well played. RCY did that fight just about as good as you could have, trying to find the Invoker and then stay on him, force out his BKB to run away, but then not let up. Like, if they can find these sort of squishy, somewhat immobile heroes and not get completely blown up, this is where Yuma really needs to shine. Like, there was a moment there where it looked like he was almost able to catch the Death Prophet, and then right at that point, Bignum stepped in front of him, and he took the toss instead. Like that burst damage, they need to find a way to kill the DP. She's kind of like, obviously the Alchemist is important in these fights, but if Death Prophet dies, the fight is kind of over. She becomes really the centerpiece.
Don't get that extra bit of oomph in. Well, they've got the oomph there for RCY to get another kill. Yuma getting that one onto RCY, and he's a big component as well. And just, unfortunately, you know, now you're without the puck for 50 seconds, and when fights happen across the river like that, Yuma's here to take buildings very quickly. And he still has this Aegis. He got a regen rune, and he was back full health, full mana pretty quickly. Oh, and the Alacrity. Yikes.
Yeah, that's rough. They also stole the gem. Schofield has it now. So harder to stay on top of this Invoker. They can't fight without RCY, so they're just spreading out.
Do they just go mid now? They've just about got the Ravage combo again. So fighting into this, honestly, might be ill-advised, because the Ravage combo is insane.
Chasing Bignum here, and Fade is nearby too. They might try and fight this in a weird position. I think Bignum is just going to get caught and killed, though.
Tornado. Tumblr's toy to avoid it. And
Got
the
the Tumblr's
TP
toy is
attempt, and he's gone. Fade coming
stuff.
across here, and actually will get a Wisdom Shrine that should have been taken, I guess, a minute ago. They weren't by it.
Tormentor is back up. That might be a nice thing to try and sneak for Wildcard, getting a little bit of an injection of gold. Again, like, the game is looking really hard for them. This AC would be really nice for them to finish off on Yamsun. Obviously, at this point in time in the game, you're kind of needing to not save for buyback, because you just kind of have to get whatever fight potential you have. Use all of your gold. They're in a really tough situation. There are still potentials for comebacks, but the game just feels very difficult.
Will they fight before? I would say maybe. I mean, they're going towards bottom. It's like the arrows they're making wants them to go through the base, through bottom lane. But at the same time, the smoke from Wildcard, nowhere near.
Right. They do get a DD, though. Okay. I think you give this to Fade, honestly. It looks like they're going to give it to Yamsun. But I kind of like the idea of giving this over to somebody else. So they'll give it to Yamsun. This is a big fight for them.
Yeah, Yamsun has to survive this initial onslaught, and now the illusory orb coming over, and they're going to avalanche. They're going to miss. They'll go to the Ravage. That's going to land on a couple of these heroes. So the BKBB popped here. They'll focus their attention onto Yuma. The Cataclysm already used, so the big combo not getting them everything that they would have liked, and they've got the silence, and this is split up as Whisper forces back the rest of the team. He goes up against this Alchemist, and now they've landed the Ice Path onto the Mirana. The right clicks, though, is it enough? They finally get Fade, so no more Exorcism, no more BKB on the Alchemist. They're still trying to just get KJ. He drops, but now you've lost your Faceless Void. You'll Ice Path to try and survive and TP out. But the look over is the Cold Snap, the Gush, the control on the Yamsun is a problem with no BKB. He'll charge up a stun, but I think he knows that he is outright dead, and there's nowhere for him to go.
Nicely played. Honestly, really clutch performance by Heroic. Again, perfect target prioritization. Able to sort of lock down who they needed to. The initial Ravage Cataclysm didn't end up catching like you were talking about, but it didn't really matter. And now you're just one fight one. You're going to take these buildings. Even if you buy back right now on Death Prophet, you don't have Exorcism for another 60 seconds. This should be... well, do they stick around for Megas? With no Alk, I think you can just chill. You can go for it.
Tier 3, and now they've got the Jet of the Water. They'll take out Big Gnome. They will lose Schofield. The buyback comes out from Bignum. Still 20 seconds till that Alchemist is back up. Fade coming forward, but it doesn't have the exorcism. So really anything for you to get that is there more for you, right? And Yuma, I would almost assume that he's looking to go back in. He's got a BKB ready to go. But they back away and they respect it.
Mirana is still like a decent part of your control and lockdown and everything else. I think that you don't need to push the tempo. At this point, they've got such a substantial lead on Heroic that it kind of doesn't matter. And they're actually going to find RCY again here. This is, if he dies right now, this is brutal.
Oh, boy. He is... Oh. Oh. Oh, no. There's the Sunstrike. Oh, avoids it. Phase shift. And now he gets to blink away.
No extra help there.
Close.
So they do get away that one. Yeah. I mean, it's again, like, so much of what you need to do from Wildcard at this point, it just feels impossible. And everywhere that you look, like, Heroic can farm out the other side of the map with Analog. He's got a sheep stick done now. This team is looking to close this one out. And Yuma's played, like, pretty much a perfect game, it feels like.
Yeah, he's 13-1-7. Analog, despite the lower net worth early and the struggle of a lane against RCY, he had so much impact with that Sunstrike that enables his team to kind of do this. Whisper the same. I mean, they really opened up the game early on from, I would say, behind Schofield is the main one who really opened it up so far. They still got to win the game, but you are at a point where you're 19,000 net worth ahead against an Alchemist lineup. You're looking real good at this point. I wonder if this
I mean,
will be enough.
I think that it was the Mirana definitely making those early moves that set them on the right path. This last smoke potentially.
Charging up the stun, but Yamsun's not going to have a target for that. Arrow flying in, just misses speed. They've got the Orchid onto RCY. He gets into the trees. 1.5 set of racks remaining. Ice Path. He's got an Aegis. He doesn't really need to panic just yet. Winning Rift pulls him in for a second. Tornado lands onto the Death Prophet, but now no more mana on the Alchemist. The Avalanche, he's dead. Yamsun jumped into death. No buyback available. They will try to time zone them out, but it is not looking good. Sunstrike kills off RCY, who's got buyback. Yuma's going to lose this first life within this exorcism, but the entire time he's holding the BKB. Ice Path perfect. There's the BKB. He'll look for the damage onto speed, tossing him up into the air, getting the kill into the Jakiro. Fade with the BKB of his own. With this exorcism still going, pushes back Heroic for a moment, but they certainly are looking to re-engage, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They've got the Hex. They'll take out Fade. The silence is there on a Bignum, who's hit with the Avalanche, kept close, and now the toss on a Whisper. The time walk away, the buyback from Fade, but it's at least Mega Creeps for Heroic. Again, another situation where Wildcard are up against Megas.
And this one feels much more hopeless than the last game that I didn't watch, as they are really not even able to fight into this. It's looking like an impossibility. Alka's up soon, but I don't know if they have what it takes here.
Oh, gosh. Bignum getting 2-shot. Charging up the stun. They'll blink in. They know that there's no BKB, but there's the Hex Cataclysm toss up into the air. Yamsun just as quickly as he respawned, he's dead. GG is called. Heroic take the 2-0, and Wildcard, unfortunately, this is the end of the road for them.
Honestly, like, going back at the game and seeing how well Schofield was able to just dismantle the top lane and then making those couple of rotations. Like, I remember the Faceless Void chasing him throughout the entire jungle, and then he TPs down bottom, sets up for the kill onto Fade. They recognized that, like, the key to this draft from the side of Wildcard was, one, Alchemist getting off to a good start, and then two, Fade being able to, like, stay in the fight up front and center and not go down. This was one of the moments where it felt like, okay, maybe this fight could go well for Wildcard and they could, start pulling it back. But this turnaround right here, as soon as those BKBs were off, the Shadow Demon ulti connected, and he couldn't run away. Cataclysm done. And at this stage, the fight's over. You're still trying to pop Exorcism and run in, but it's just, you don't have the control that you need to take down all these heroes. Pretty flawless execution coming out from Heroic.
Yeah, a couple of these Cataclysms not landing, but that's like the big wombo combo that we're using for the most part. But it's also just giving time for Tiny to get that farmed where he doesn't have to rely on that combo, right? And the team doesn't have to rely on them starting with the Ravage and going in with Cataclysm, because that is what you talked about early on. It's like that's the early mid-game way for Heroic to win fights is that Cataclysm Ravage, which they did. And then they get to a point where they don't just need that, even if the combo doesn't hit. Yuma's here in a good spot to output damage and get kills himself, even without that combo. It definitely proved to be too much for Wildcard to handle when the Tiny just got too farmed and too unkillable. He was a mountain.
Right. Yeah, and this is just what happens without if you fall a little bit too far behind. You know, it's a hero that cannot really afford. I mean, look at how big that Tiny is compared to him. How are you going to be an alchemist against a giant krill eater? You know, it was a bit of like some cool stuff in there too. Like you can think towards later the BAT reduction that you get from time zone paired together with alchemist, and your damage can start like skyrocketing. But that all depends upon coming away from the fight with a lead. And you know, I think that Heroic recognized what the win condition was and then just stomped it. They completely destroyed this game.
Another one of those games too where Schofield just kind of feels himself. Like you understand what you need to get done, but he was also executing it so well. I mean, like, when you're playing Mirana and your arrows are, I mean, they're hitting. There's also disruption. There's ways to make it, but you are making those kills happen, especially top when he kills that Shakira with the Starstorm and then goes over to kill the Alchemist. Like you are really on cloud 9 in a situation like that. And you could see it went 6-2 and 24. I believe having the most impact in terms of kills in the game. He was involved in 30 of the 35, and he opened the game up for the rest of the team, by far.
Yeah, definitely. And then beyond that, too, is some of the decision-making that ended up coming out later on. Whisper running in, taking away those ancient farms from Yamsun, and then waiting for the analog invoker, or rather, waiting for the rest of the team, Yuma, to show up to kill off Fade, who is also TP'd in. Like when Wildcard thought they were bringing numbers, Heroic brought more. And yeah, Schofield, rightly given the standout player in this one. Love to see a Mirana win.
Yeah, always love to see a Mirana win. And Heroic now, they're 2-2. What's crazy is life doesn't get easy. Like you'd think all the good teams are qualified already. Well, you still have Falcons who are 2-2. You have Aurora that are 2-2. You might have Xtreme Gaming that are 2-2. Like this is like it's so tough at when you're vying for promotion now at 2-2. But you've given yourself a chance. You were in a tough spot where you were 0-1, got to 1-1, lose that series against Aurora, and now finally you have a chance to potentially qualify, which feels probably pretty great, right?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I think that they're in a very strong position. I can't wait to see if they can go further or if they're just going to get, met by a brick wall. We'll see. They're the defending champs, though. Season 2 winners. Yeah,
they got to keep it going. We'll see if they can. We got one more series on this 1-2 block for you coming up after a break. We'll see you guys in a quick moment. Stay tuned.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Stăpâni, stăpâni, îți cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel braș de soc, muzicei cu foc. Când abate pâine, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță-i bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe câmp alergând, de toți întrebând, și la toți încânt. Cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-o inel, tițișoara lui, musticiara lui, pirișorul lui. Ura câmpului, Dumioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat cu o pată de crai pe o gură de rai. Era cea măicuță să nu spui drăguță că la nunta mea căzută stea că am avut un taș, braț și pătinaș, preoți mulțumari, să le miși. Stele făcălii.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are going to be into our third and final series of the day, and we're also joined by the one and only Lizardo. My man, how you feeling? You're back into the world of the living. How you doing?
Doing fine. Feeling all right. Was watching you too. cast that last game. Well, was not the closest one, but
No.
you guys made it enjoyable. It was cool.
I'm glad. That's just the end goal, no matter what. And it was one of those where like, dude, that Schofield Marana, it was looking pretty freaking cool. I liked what I saw out of it. Anyways, we're into this game though now. It's Na'Vi facing off against AVULUS. I've got to watch a lot of Na'Vi over the last couple of days. AVULUS, after they lost to Tundra, they ended up going back up and beating Mosquito Clan, and then they were dropped back down by Gaimin Gladiators. So they've had a bit of a rough go in terms of opponents. So I'm kind of expecting a lot from them. But Na'Vi can be tricky. They do some weird stuff.
Yeah, like you said, they definitely do. And versus Na'Vi, I feel like you have to draft like we're in this last series. You need to know that versus Yellow Submarine. I mean, not the one you like. You need to understand that they do have some things that are a little bit out there. And dude, I was literally thinking about these two. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I think the Veno and the Dazzle in both of the series that we saw from Na'Vi yesterday, they were messing around with this combo. And this is interesting. AVULUS go for the first phase Terrorblade after banning out the Darkseer, taking away this like really big counter. Obviously, a lot of flex potential. I would be leaning more towards the offlane right now, though, thinking about it that way, right?
It's possible. We have seen some offlane TBs as well. I think the win rate is mostly from the safe lane. And there's a lot of teams that just value him so highly that they insta first phase it on the safe lane and that's it.
Okay.
When you think about it, like in a lot of our games that me and Bcop have been casting, like he has been on position 1. The one game where he was offlane looked terrible, and he's had a pretty solid win rate. So we'll see. Maybe there's always flex potential, right? But
yeah,
same win rate by the way as Tide, 58, I believe, 0.8%.
Okay. Also worth noting that this is like that sort of classic thing that you do with first pick that some people say is like, okay, if this hero is just strong enough, we're going to pick it first, and then we'll have 2 bans to counter out like some of the hardest counters. That does give them 1, and Na'Vi decide to run for this Tidehunter. They did do a Tidehunter first overall yesterday when they ended up playing, and they ran it with a Jakiro afterwards. Jakiro, Bounty Hunter, I think was what they ended up going for. So that could be something to watch for. I'm not sure exactly how that one ends up looking, but I guess with like Revenant's Brooch coming out, I kind of feel like Terrorblade does have some more answers that he traditionally wouldn't have previously.
Yeah, he does. He still suffers quite a lot from all these high magic damage dealing supports, right? And actually the last game that we were casting was Jakiro into Terrorblade, and Jakiro just absolutely demolished him. From a support position, TB isn't necessarily a hero that likes to buy a BKB early on, and all those ice bats, macro pyres definitely did a number on him. Phoenix is literally the same idea, right? Get on top of him, drop all your spells, make him suffer all until he buys that BKB, and usually that BKB is very late. Usually the items are your Manta, your Scuddy, your Shard, and your Pike, right? And then maybe you get it. Maybe not a Pike, maybe Dragonlance, but you catch my point. Like, this hero does not buy BKB that early on.
Right, and even when you do buy BKB, if you're playing around your illusions, they don't have BKB.
Yep.
The other one I think about is like CM sometimes, if you want to run something like that. They decide on Na'Vi to ban out the Tusk now. So some more of those survivabilities. Also worth noting the AVULUS ban of the Shad Gyrocopter. Something else that could become a bit of an issue there. But I think now you're staring at, okay, do you want to try and go heavily into countering TB, or do you also try and sort of build out your own roster around this Terrorblade? And they are going to pick the Bounty Hunter. So this is that combo that they had before where you pick like a very survivable off lane, let Bounty run around and do stuff, but also you'll have the track gold later.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind seeing that Jakiro as well on their side if they can get their hands on it. But I wouldn't mind seeing Jakiro on the other side as well. For AVULUS, even into Tidehunter, I feel like this hero is still pretty damn good. Like, you don't care about his innate. On Tidehunter, you still do well. You're a good safe lane support. I just find him borderline broken at the moment. The double ice pad stun is just a cherry on top of everything else that he does.
Dire team pick.
Pretty insane hero.
Radiant team pick.
The clock, a body in front of Terrorblade, and then they go for the Batrider. I mean, I think that I saw this the other day from somebody else as well, and I don't remember liking it all that much.
Yep. Yeah, I think we were casting that game, right? And Bat lost. But looking at these two, Clock and Bat, it's like, Bounty, you're not going to have a game. That's basically what they're saying.
Yeah.
Well, probably two worst heroes to play against, if they are supports for a bounty hunter.
Dire team ban.
Yeah. And now we get, okay, the immediate answer. You kind of knew that something like this could happen. PA Warlock, the classic combination. And then there's the ABBA pick as an answer to this. Obviously, disrupt Fatal Bonds as soon as they come out on himself and one other target. But it doesn't necessarily, well, and also in the laning stage. But I think that PA is still going to get her damage regardless.
It's also good versus Ravage, right? Like, you can always pop that ulti, save a target. Meanwhile, on the other side, you don't really have a save versus Lasso. So, in general, these two teams just rushed through the draft. But I have to say, I do enjoy AVULUS's maybe just as much as Navi's.
Really?
Yeah, I think they've got what it takes. The team fight is definitely not there. I have to say that. The team fight on Navi is way better. But one thing that Navi is missing is a way to utilize this bounty. When I see a bounty, I like it paired with a team. Like, let's say bounty was in AVULUS's draft. Then suddenly, okay, you have this Clock, Bat. There's just so much pace on that side that they can make use of the track early on. But how do you use the track on Navi right now? They need to solve that problem with the last pick. Their mid laner needs to be extremely active.
I will say that one of the other things that you're going to need is not just an extremely active mid laner, but also one that kind of has a decent lane. They will have last pick overall, but AVULUS could throw some like wrenches in the plan by picking a hero here that, like, you know, can really dominate any of those high tempo type of heroes. If you wanted to take something like, I know it's banned, but an Ember or, you know, any of those types of heroes, suddenly you end up in a bad position because of it.
If they get good bans, like if Navi now bans Quap here, and you have Puck Quap banned out, AVULUS could go for a Stormer Storm. Like, that's also an option. I know it's not his most popular hero, the irony, but he could go for it. And there's also one other thing. I know that Bat is almost exclusively played as a support right now, but it is versatile on AVULUS, and it's also one of those heroes that Storm plays. If he thinks that this is an amazing game for Bat mid, maybe he'll take it over.
Yeah, I actually really like that Invoker ban. I was going to say that would have fit well. We just saw the first Invoker of the tournament get played in the last game, but with Clockwork and Batrider, obviously Exort, great setups for that. AVULUS now a lot of time to figure out what they want to run for their last pick. Do you like the idea of taking something else that's high aggression and sort of depend entirely on Terrorblade late game, or do you want something that scales a little more? If you had like a slider of one or the other that you would be pushing more towards, like scaling or fighting, which do you like more out of this last pick for AVULUS?
They banned the monkey. It feels like they might go tiny or something.
Hey.
They go with it. They didn't ban Huskar, though. That's one issue that I'm seeing here. It's still in the pool, and it's scary. Navi, they don't have to go for that. They could also just go Pango, right? Like, these kind of heroes, a bit more... what else is there that's decent against Tiny? Dragonet banned out, Monkey King banned out. I'm not sure if...
I like
Earthshaker.
Pango.
Yeah, or Pango.
I think think I like Pango more. I feel like he provides like not as much. I mean, not as much damage. I think against the Terrorblade, but I don't think that they're lacking that much damage on Na'Vi right now. They need somebody that, like you talk about, can get in there and fight in the mid game and before PA really comes online.
Yeah, someone to maybe combo up with a bounty.
Right.
Yeah, something that Warlock always struggles with. You drop that rock and suddenly you're on a 160-second timer, right? Where you aren't really that capable of doing a lot. Your rotations are almost... They don't exist, right? Most of the time, you're just a lane creep.
Right.
But at least in the early stages of the game. So whatever they pick here might...
Primal? Yo, let's go Primal.
Okay.
That sounds fun.
I'm down. It's versus Clock.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they go with the Quap. Yeah, it wasn't banned. In my mind, it was banned because of the... I said Puck Quap, but they banned out the Invoker instead. So Sanctity Quap. Overall, I do believe that's kind of a hero that they needed, right? Like a lot of burst damage, rotation potential with the Bounty Hunter. But it's not like they don't have catch on the other side. You do have an Eki Batrider. Eki is pretty good on this hero. But so maybe it's enough.
I think that we're going to need to see a lot come out from QBFY in like the early game. I think some of his early rotations, what he gets done if he comes mid to try and mess with Tiny a little bit, or if we see him, rotating back into the safe lane and maybe trying to take down Zibe before he starts to come online. That feels like a pretty big pain point for me for AVULUS. And then outside of that, like you talk about, once track is online, how much can he get done with Sanctity? That's going to need to be the pretty imperative.
Yep. So how are these lane going to look like? Shad and Kaori should be fine, right? Like for Phantom Lancer, sorry, PA Phantom Lancer. Whoa, PA and Warlock probably should be fine versus almost anything. Tide Hunter, like one of the best things that you get with this hero is that you can most of the time leave him alone, right?
Right.
And because of that, you talked about Cubify. Maybe he will be able to rotate mid and shut down Stormer even harder with the Quap. Quap loves when there's someone rotating in to seal the deal on the mid lane. So if they manage to utilize this bounty, like you said, I really agree with your point. This draft could work, but if they do not, I'm worried for the mid game on their side. They rely too heavily on big ultis.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's get into it. Game number 1, AVULUS versus Na'Vi. The final day of this group stage action, and they are out across the map. I also think I just saw that Eki has as his profile picture a Batrider, which is pretty sick. That's some next level gaming going on. Oh, no, excuse me. Never mind. It's an anime profile picture. My bad. Never mind. I am no longer rooting for this guy.
My man.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, everybody.
What do you mean you're kidding? We've out right now.
I do feel like it's always an interesting little question about the anime stuff because people love it, Okay, never mind. We don't need to go there. It's okay. Bounty's wrapping around through the backside. And they are kind of set up a little bit far forward. Stormstormer is just like chilling there, waiting for anybody to show.
They even have a sentry already planted. You don't see this way too often, but he might run straight into Suneko if he feints this properly, but I think he gave it away. Cubify moved back. Just the slightest movement, and you're giving away that there's a sentry.
The battle begins.
Yeah, and boom is just going to back out of there as well. Stormstormer already going to block out this mid wave. Yeah, they're heading up. He's heading straight up. I was wondering if he was going to stick around for a second to try and like get a first hit on Stormstormer, but you can't really leave Tidehunter alone this early.
Yeah, got to start on the lane with him. You are playing into Terrorblade, of course, so he won't have meta most likely level 1, but still, there is a danger of being cogged up and hit. Not an easy lane, I feel like. Okay, level 1 meta instead. Never mind. They're going. Instantly on
Interesting.
Boom.
Boom turns to hit. They're sort of switching back and forth between who they're going on. Smiling Knight dropping low as they kill Boom. First blood for him. Will be able to hit one time, but then backs away.
Have a dust.
They thought about it. They're not popping it.
Very nice kill. I was surprised that he just insta-went meta. It's a pretty cool play, right? Like, just instantly taking the meta and with Battery Assault getting the kill.
Right. It ends up working for them, and it does mean that, you know, Smiling Knight doesn't have anything at this stage. Kind of has to play under tower, but it's already pushing out under tower anyways.
But the courier, you know, if you get the kill, that means the courier is coming and Cubify kills it nicely.
Oh, before it delivered too. So, trading out hits over here. Snako might be in some trouble, actually. They have level 2 on Bounty Hunter. Didn't decide to go for the Shuriken Toss.
Still a little bit too big on the clock for 300 HP.
Oh my god, that's a solo kill. Bro, what happened?
My apologies.
Bro, what happened?
He was... like he even ate a couple of tower hits just before that. He was going really deep trying to contest. That's Stormer for you. I can't say that I'm too surprised. He really pushes the limits on a lot of heroes.
Well, that time definitely got punished, and it is going to turn into both water runes going the way of Sanctity. This is got some potential to be a bit of an issue here, because you're going to get level 6 beforehand with a bounty rotating in most likely.
Yeah, and the way he's leveling the Quap as well is very peculiar. Like, it's the old school build where you're trying to really dominate the lane. 2 points in Shadow Strike, 1 point in Scream. For now, it's working.
Nobody getting completely shut out, as we're going to have a short pause here. There, yeah. See, look, I was right that time. They're all just sort of getting a decent amount out of the lane. The big one that's sort of winning right now is going to be Smiling Knight.
Oh, Stormer might be dead again.
Flipping? Are you kidding me? Stormer. Oof. They haven't. Oh, he's going to bottle through. Still, that's like he has to walk home.
Well, if he stays, he might die. He might die here. Oh.
I think that he's realizing it's better for him to get the experience and potentially die than... I mean, can he get enough help to secure water runes? There's no way that this ends up good for him here.
Yeah, very unlikely. He does have a lot of regen. Meanwhile, Quap is out of mana, so he should be fine. He, once again, like I said, really likes to push the limits. Top lane.
On to Boom. Trading some hits. This is a lot of HP to burn through. And 2 points in Kraken, though, actually is going to be enough to keep him alive. Don't see that build all that often.
Yeah, not at all. And once again, they were kind of trying to switch between the targets, right? Hit the Tide Hunter a little bit, then hit the Bounty Hunter. Bot lane. Zibe. I think he's dead here.
All alone, trying to get out. Does not look like it's going to happen. Shad takes him down. And that it happens because they rotate over to the side Stormer, and they manage to get him both of the runes. So a pretty substantial rotation from Meki. I think that's worth the death on the Abba, honestly.
Yep. Heavy price, but you needed to get this Tiny back into the game. And this, honestly, when you look at the net worth, maybe not, but even net worth, like, he's ahead of the Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
Even with that kill.
Wide, taking more damage. Snako comes in for the hit. They get the battery assault connection. So making a lot of a little here. I mean, yeah, this is working. Sanctity, he's left completely on an island because he has to stick around for this next creep wave too. So there is a chance that Storm is just going to back away. He's going for the bounty rune. Yeah,
he has no mana for Crash Landing to work. And we are experiencing why Clockwork is so good into Bounty Hunter already. I'm not sure if Boom is a kill here, but they are trying.
Moves in.
bit
Turns.
tanky though.
That's going to be enough to keep them fine. Boom does kill off the illusion, and back at it is bottom. They make a little bit of a go on to Shad for the moment. He still is looking fairly okay, though. PA not been hampered at all in this lane.
Having some high mobility or having the Dispel in versus Batrider is always good. And right here we have a little bit of heal from Warlock and of course the blink from PA. So difficult kill to make.
Fly. The scan connects onto both of them. They see him here. Try to go onto Snako. This is not going to work. Kaori did deny the haste. Even Sonic Wave that. Well played. Kaori. Stick charge. Stormstormer goes in for the finish. Will manage to take him down.
Kind of worth it once again for AVULUS, I would say, right? Like, because Sonic Wave was utilized on one side, on the other you truly didn't commit a lot. So maybe a little bit of a better trade.
Oh my god, he dropped 2 sentries. They're going to get him there.
Stormer
Sentry ward taken out for the Observer, and yeah, there's the TP away. That's what you need to do.
He saw the bounty because of the ward, right? The ward and the sentry.
And that one actually also scouts the other as bottom.
Neki, yeah.
Is going to fall. Kaori, the one that gets that kill.
There is just something wrong about PA and Warlock winning against Abaddon Bat. I don't know. this patch is just wild.
Well,
level
Shad,
5 Kaori.
He might get punished here. They can go for a blink away if he sees him. Heads down. Actually turns on to Zibe. Wait a minute. Are they not going to get... Are there any rotations? Team?
Smiling Knight.
It's Shad backs back to go in. Oh, no. That was not the play, but maybe they can make something happen. No, they canceled the TP. Quap wanted to go in, but gets her TP canceled by Stormer in the mid lane.
Cubify and Kaori are sticking around, by the way. They have tied TP again.
The Fatal Bonds wear off now, too. I mean, Boom can't even ravage for the big damage here. Maybe can for Zibe. Is it going to be enough to get that kill? It looks like the answer is yes.
So, by the way, keep in mind why that fight looked kind of wonky is because Abaddon had to go on PA and Shad, like, he had an option to blink to the Warlock, but Warlock was being attacked by Smiling Knight. So if he goes on Warlock, Smiling Knight is going to kill him. So they had to split these 2 targets up. AVULUS did that fine. I don't think there was any better way to execute it. Mid lane, I think they have a rock. Yeah, they used the Grimoire. Stormer.
Going for it. Connects after the Avalanche. They have enough to get this kill, though. With the Sonic Wave, yes. That was TP used, too, for Tiny.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much. To use the TP there, it's not going to work. Maybe he was hoping that it's on cooldown still, but nah.
You know what's interesting? They're keeping this ward alive here. Actually, is that in the Roche, like, non-visible area? That ward?
I'm not sure.
Because I feel like they would have de-warded it if it wasn't. Because it's within sentry range.
If you click on the ward, you'll see what it sees. So this ward actually does not see the sentry and the observer. Kind of. Yeah, it's actually not in vision.
That is shady.
Yeah. You know how there's a bonus that shows you the vision of the ward if you click on it? It goes a bit blue. Well, this bonus will show you the other one. Yeah, that one. The one in the... you see? It doesn't actually... It seems like it doesn't show it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Or
we haven't seen it get
level.
I mean, there is that little area around the outside edge of Roche that, like, weird stuff happens with vision. Yeah.
It doesn't see it. It doesn't see it for sure. I just checked with Team Vision.
Dude, that's my new ward spot. Oh my god, it's so awesome.
That's really good. Yeah. It doesn't see a lot, though. It only shows the stairs.
That's true. But it's going to stay up the whole, like, the entire duration. Interesting.
You can plant it in the fountain. It will still stay the whole duration as well. But yeah, I agree.
This guy's got strats.
Something.
All right, 6-4. Was feeling like a little bit of a slugfest earlier. Now slowing down slightly after there's a couple rotations around. The mid tower already gone. While bottom, they're looking to pressure it on the side of AVULUS. Boom has to walk away from Smiling Knight, although kind of getting a little bit frisky as his friends start to rotate up here too. They're going to TP bottom instead, trying to help out Shad. Shad is going to die, but the big connection with the Sonic Wave, can they find more? Zibe wants to back out.
He's fine.
Photic Shield, Medic Shield, excuse me. Wait, no, Photic Shield.
It's still called a Photic Shield, even though he has the Facet Mephitic Shield, yeah. Still a very good trade for AVULUS once again, I would say. Very interesting that Abaddon is buying Radiance. I did not expect that. I thought this was a really good Blade Mail Orchid game. Because they don't really have a ton of catch for the co-op.
Too.
Yep.
That is interesting. What do you think is his reasoning behind it?
Make PA miss, I guess.
Okay.
Transition
like
into a core. Yeah. Into like a carry-esque Abaddon.
You know, that's actually an interesting point, because now that, like, you know, your coup de grace is based upon number of hits to trigger, Miss Chance actually feels like it's much better against PA than it used to be.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. I went that deep.
This guy's really smart.
Damn.
How does he do it?
I didn't even know.
Well, 12-minute mark and a regen for Stormstormer. We have not seen Quap be able to get, I think, any of the power runes yet, unless I'm mistaken. But thankfully, at least for her, does get the shovel transferred over there. So Bounty Hunter helping out the Quap just to get refilled. And not really what they were hoping for, a level 4 Bounty Hunter at this point in the game.
Yeah, this is a fairly late level 6, which is something that we discussed during the draft, right? Meanwhile, Bat on the other side, level 7 already. This is Eki land, baby. Like, he's gonna get this blink very quickly. 1,500 gold already.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a game. If he can manage to get that online, Shad is really going to struggle because... Yep, that's big. Kaori in trouble. Drops the Golem. As they are going to cancel the TP of Eki. This actually could end up working really well.
Oh, he's joking them.
What? Have vision, dude. He just sneaked around the side.
They know.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. They got him. What was that TP, bro? How long was that? Am I crazy?
No, he didn't have it. He used the TP already. It got interrupted, so he had to run.
Got it.
He was just trying to hide, you know, if I don't see you, you don't see me kind of a deal.
I like it. Wow. But that one gives the bounty is 6.
Yep.
Oh my god, Sanctity in very far. Don't have hookshot for another 8 seconds.
Yeah, talking about catch, they are getting there slowly on AVULUS. They didn't really need this orchid. I was wrong. Ravage.
Heal though.
Bounty.
Oh, barely. Comes in just at the end. And that is enough to get first track gold online and immediately finishes his earn. Would have been nice to get that a second earlier, but they're going to hunt Smiling Knight now, it looks like. Maybe not. Go back towards mid.
They have a smoke on Kaori, but still no rock for 70 more seconds. They do have a Dagon on Sanctity to work with. I believe that brings them just enough burst to kill off anyone, especially Eki.
Oh, and yeah, speaking of, they got him right there, looking for the track. No more running away this time. Dagon out. More damage coming soon.
No Ravage,
they do
right?
have Sonic Wave if they want to use it. Hook shot already onto Boom.
Oh, that was really weird from Suneko. Like, I feel like he was hesitating. Do I not? Do I? You know, and in the end he did not.
Ward. They see that ward immediately. Take it down. It does give him enough vision. Stormstormer is nearby. PA is not here, but they do have the tier 1 tower. This is everybody.
Oh,
Toss back the Tidehunter. He blubbers immediately. They're doing no damage. No damage. Sonic Wave with the Fatal Bonds. Good Deep's out, already dead on one and gonna lose more. You never go on the watermelon. Don't make that mistake. 2 dead already, potentially more if they can. Ooh, good work out. Stormstormer gets away.
That was...
But that's, yeah.
a perfect initiation from Stormstormer, but for Navi.
Yes.
Jumps in and he's trying to be sneaky here, but yeah, gets tracked. Boom is strong. Like this watermelon has Vlads and Cloak. He heals quite a lot with every single anchor smash. You have to respect that. And they also just didn't have the damage to kill him, so I'm not sure what the plan was exactly was.
Yeah, man, that Kraken shell, it just very, very hard to deal with. Sanctity, they back out of there.
They also have Radiance, by the way. It's completed now. On Zibe, it's flying out to him, so definitely a big buff.
Yeah, they are a little bit behind, but this does ensure that the ABBA is going to, like, maintain relevant as this game gets later and later. Like, he is going to be a very farmed hero. And that could be a pretty big problem, right? Because, like, a lot of Navi's lineup is about that, like, one big burst fight. And if he gets towards an Aghanim Scepter eventually or something like that, AVULUS is probably just going to be able to shrug off a lot of what's happening.
Yeah, I think so. Abaddon is absolutely perfect for this game versus the Golem and the Ravage, right? You can easily survive through that. But it's just perfect overall. Like, just imagine, is there a better Abaddon game? Like, you have a Fat Shield versus Fatal Bonds versus Track versus Ravage versus Golem. You can use your ult, heal a target, get rid of the Fatal Bonds on 2 heroes. It's just a perfect game for him. Going for Blade Mail next, by the way.
I do feel like the one thing that will need to be addressed is going to be PA, and particularly when she gets Fan of Knives and like somebody buys a sheep stick, you know what I mean? Because then Zibe just explodes before he gets a chance.
You mean
to do
Rhea?
anything else. Yeah, was that what? What?
No,
I don't know what you're saying. Uh-oh, Stormstormer. I think he is dead now.
Yep.
They are calling for Stormstormer. This poor man.
He's not having the best game. Lowest net worth core right now, sitting on 7,000. And I feel like this was the same even in the last patch when Tiny was absolutely busted. If you can shut him down and he feels like he's under-farmed a little bit, he gets to this point in the game in which he jumps in, blows the support up, maybe, but dies every single fight. And right now it's looking to become exactly like that.
Zibe hoping to escape. Do they realize where he's at? It doesn't look like it as of yet. Although he's kind of sticking around. Now he's going to get away.
Cubify has done a really good job at... this is going to sound funny, but just staying alive in this game.
Yeah.
Because it's really not an easy game to stay alive as Bounty. You're playing versus Bat Tiny Clock. You step over some sentry, you're most likely dead.
Well, and it's indicative of like one of the issues that you have when drafting against this team too, because they open Tidehunter to enable the bounty to like run around and get stuff done. And even though it didn't work like amazingly this game, and he got what, level 6 at 13-14 minutes or something like that, as soon as it came online, it did start to like really snowball a little bit. Now you've got a 4K gold lead.
And none of these smokes have connected. Like, even right now, Bat and Clock just ran into different direction, and Shad is treading the needle between all 3 of them, even the Stormstormer, Tiny. They could have killed him if they found him there.
Oh my god, QBFY is doing just like staying right out of sentry range. He's going between 2 of them. Now they see him here running through, but he's over connected with Shad. And so like Eki's in no man's land, is going to get caught here, but no golem. Probably wouldn't want to drop it for the bat anyways. But all that time is just, you know, more time being bought. Yeah, for Terrorblade, sure, to keep farming, but I don't know. I'm more worried about the Terrorblade or about the PA than I am the Terrorblade personally.
Yep, I agree. And so is Terrorblade. That's why he's itemizing for the PA. Meanwhile, PA is just itemizing for herself, like just a normal build. I do have to say that I like Smiling Knight's build. Manta D-Lance into MKB, it's very, very dangerous to go for this, but might allow them to kill off the PA. He might die here though. They are smoked up and they know exactly where he is.
Going for him already. The Ravage could be worth it, but they're just going to take the Shrine. Okay, so Shrine taken and now pressuring this tower. 21 minutes in, and still only a 3,000 gold lead. I'm curious to see where Zibe goes after this. He's queuing up the Blink Dagger right now after the Blade Mail. Is instead going to try and pressure the tier 1 tower on the opposite side. But I don't know. It feels like they kind of have a lineup that should be wanting to fight right now, but are not going for those types of moves. Maybe they just don't feel confident going and making those things happen.
And maybe a little bit of the bounty hunter effect as well, right?
Yeah. That's fair.
Any trades versus track are not that great for you. Zibe might be caught here. Yeah, PA is stepping in.
Get Vision staying on him. They have the stun. He's staying.
Nah, they can't. PA isn't even chasing. Should be fine. He also stole the Wisdom Shrine, so pretty good for Zibe.
TP out. Smiling Knight is wrapped behind Boom. I think he's just trying to farm here. And yeah, it's going to be a blink from Boom. Now trying to reconnect with the rest of his squad. Force staff done. So wanting to get the Hurricane Pike is a nice answer against PA. Stormstormer. Are they chasing? They do have Golem and Ravage. Snako shows up. Force a couple rotations.
Yep.
Do they want to go for more? Does not look like AVULUS is going to give them a fight.
Yeah, they don't have to as well. I truly believe that they should just keep on split pushing. This is the power of Smiling Knight's hero, right? Like Terrorblade right now with the shard just does so much when it comes to split pushing and farming.
Dude, just out of vision. They knew where he was going. He broke the smoke, and they didn't get the kill while using dust. That is such good bounty play.
He's playing them so far. But on the other side, it's going to be hard to escape this Tidehunter now. He's got a Blink, Shard, Ravage, Suneko might be the first one.
Goes in, finds him, and hook shot to get away.
The anchor!
He's still anchored. They're coming. Not gonna get him. Well, while this is happening, Smiling Knight doing what he needs to do. Sends 2 illusions out along the bottom lane, is going to head back towards the top. This is, I think, really good by him. Like, and shout out to AVULUS for recognizing he can just sort of bounce between these 2 gates. Na'Vi are wanting to play in the center of the map, and there's so much open for him over here. As they do jump onto Abba, down to very low HP, pop the Ravage, there's the Golem, Sonic Wave on top of both. Zibe healed up to absolute full from that. They dropped it all to kill the Clockwork, which you would have loved to get a little bit more out of that.
Oh, for sure. I think you're fine with this if you're AVULUS, right? Like a lot of things have been wasted. Also, Eki, it was just a little bit short of catching that Quap. He blinked, but didn't blink far enough. So no lasso used. They brought the TB. They know that this is maybe an opportunity to fight. And boom.
So he's doing the extra Kraken Shell block, but it is not going to keep him alive at all. Stormstormer now with the chase down. Shad gets the TP out. So they will claim 2 quick kills here. Cut that lead down a little bit, also not losing that mid-tier 2 tower.
Yeah, just instantly punishing the overcommitment of Na'Vi. Something that we mentioned earlier, right? You have this bounty hunter, you have these tracks, but the only way you get the kills is with the big ultis.
Right.
So, hard to make it work. Eki though.
Oh my god. He goes in for this one. Dust is popped, gotta back away. QB fly. Going to retreat. Sanctity still 9 seconds left on Sonic Wave as Eki TP's out of there and not quite able to catch. As the Bat Rider does escape. Still very farmed on both of these carries. Not really involved that much in the action yet.
You know what's crazy? The Warlock is more farmed than Eki. And Eki usually farms quite a lot on the bat. Like he had a very early Blink Dagger as well. What's happening with the Warlock? Ah, okay. Greedy. That's it. Gossamer Escape plus Greedy. Makes sense. Plus he has a shard, right? He got it.
TP's out, and they are going to try and finally hunt this Smiling Knight Terrorblade, and they see him.
They see him.
Oh, no.
What's going to happen?
That one is painful. As the Aegis expires, they get that kill on the Terrorblade. A really big injection of gold, and most importantly, 60 seconds not farming for TB.
Yep. It was just a matter of time. You see this great cliff ward that's planted by Cubify all the way down south. It's very defensive. It doesn't do a lot, but it does show rats, so you can catch them.
Have you ever had issues with rats before? I did for a little bit. Had to get rid of them.
Just a few. I never had to like hunt them down or anything like that. They would just scare my mom, my family's home, and that's about it.
Yeah, it sucks when it happens. There was like a big construction project down the road where they were like building a bunch of buildings and stuff, and it used to just be like a field. And then when they started building, like all the animals, they got to go somewhere, and so they started running around and trying to find new places to live. And I was like, nope, get the hell out of here.
You didn't adopt Splinter, that's what I'm hearing.
No, oh my God, Splinter! What a great callback. I love Splinter. Dude, somebody just bought a Revenant's brooch. Am I crazy? Or am I think I might actually.
It's on PA.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Shot has.
So, but this doesn't. This does not work with her crit, though. Am I crazy? How does that work? Because I remember they changed Revenant's brooch in the past, and I don't know if this new reworked one. It's based upon like.
It counts
I don't know.
as critical strike for purposes of stacking with other sources of critical strike. So it won't work the same as the critical strike. I mean,
so if you crit regularly on PA, is that dealt as magical damage, or like let's say that I guess can you crit 2 different ways on the same attack?
I think you cannot. I think.
Okay.
It says counts as critical strike for purposes of stacking with other sources of critical strike. So if it counts as critical strike, I guess you can't have 2 crits.
Okay. All right.
But anyway, it's a decent item, I guess, into Terrorblade because he has like 30 armor base. Like he's born with 50 armor out of the fountain. So it's kind of nice to have.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I mean, yeah, I think that it's one of those items that even if it like overran your crit because of just how good it is against Terrorblade, it would be worth it, right? This guy right now has what, 34% magic resistance and 66% physical resist. Like, it's important to be able to burn through that with this.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers and they're never like that high from the brooch. So, yeah.
Well,
She's still getting
nursing.
the crits.
Right. Let's see what this timer looks like. Is Roche maybe dead? And it's a pretty long one. It looks like max time just about as Ravage is out.
Oh,
They
but the
didn't-
4-staff.
Yeah, get him caught though. So Smiley Knight gets up to the high ground and able to survive through that.
The catch was good from Boom. Like, he used the dead in the water fast enough, but TB just hit so fast and look, instant smoke. Like, AVULUS always do the same thing. Bait out one spell and try to punish. There's a track Tiny, though, that cannot join them.
Looking, hunting, Eki leading the way. Defy, out front and center. Boom, shows up, the friendly shadow! Oh, it kept him alive for the moment, but still huge damage out, and there's the Golem with the Fatal Bonds. Boom survives. Chad on top of Smiley Knight. He was not enough damage with that shield up on him. They thought that they had enough there, but it was not. Now Boom thinking about going back in. They go the dead in the water on the Stormstormer. BKB pop, turn, hit, Boom, still living.
Boom is,
He has Essence Ring back up again in a second, too. They have Fatal Bonds on all these guys. Cubify, 4-staff tries to get away. Not going to happen. Crazy.
For a moment, it looked like AVULUS aren't even winning that fight. But of course, they managed to kill off the PA, and then in the end, the Bounty Hunter. It's crazy that Boom does not die. Like, this whole time, he didn't fall. Of course, it truly feels like the only damage that's being dealt is the one dealt by the Terrorblade. And when you look at the recap, it is that way. He dealt 5,000. The next closest one was the Tiny with 2K. And the Tiny is just struggling to even get rid of the anchor that's on him.
I think the PA might have missed as her BKB was coming out, or as her BKB was wearing off 1 or 2 times on the Terrorblade. And I wonder if she would have crit off of that, if it would have been enough. I mean, he was still at like around half HP or something like that, but it was the Radiance did matter there. Oh wait, no, it didn't, because he disassembled now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he
He
has
has Nullifier.
Pike anyway. Yeah,
Yeah.
Nullifier and Orchid on him. So he's going back to the Blink Orchid idea that I thought he might go from the get-go, but I guess this way you get the best of both worlds. Eventually you get the Orchid, but you also get the farm of the Radiance.
And he just sold the evasion, I guess. Interesting.
They have
High
Ravage.
ground. Chad jump in. Ravage onto everybody! Sonic Wave for the follow-up. In trouble. Dead on both. Shad gets caught, but to no avail. They're buying back?
What?
TPing in? I guess they don't have Ravage. They don't have Golem. They don't have anything.
Teammates.
That's not a good thing to run into, though, my man. He's gonna triple kill for Sanctity. Oh, no. Now you've TP'd here. They're just gonna have to run on back to Fountain.
Luckily he has like 1,000 movement speed.
He's
Dead in the
gone.
water.
The slowdown and Sanctity comes in for the finish. There was a miscommunication on AVULUS.
This wasn't miscommunication. I think they started speaking in different languages. They are an international team. After all, this might be.
They're just going to end. They know it's a dieback on Terrorblade. Oh my God. Blizzard, they absolutely read this perfectly on Navi, and they're just trying to end. They have buyback on this ABBA, but they're going for the kill on the creep wave. Aki trying to hold this one off. He is going to kill at least that one, but now he dies, and the second creep wave caught by Seneko. This might actually save the game. They're going to go instead for the melee racks to the 2 supports, saving the day. Holy shit.
Yeah, sacking their lives. Seneko is going to die most. Maybe not. Actually, no disable here.
Oh, but he got the illusion rune, which means he can still pull that creep wave.
Kiting, yeah.
Wait, they have 1 creep. Oh, they have 1 creep. They could go back in. They're not doing it, though. They're instead going to go for Roche. There was still 30 seconds with no Terrorblade, but they are going to go in and get Roche instead. This game should have been over if not for those supports.
Yeah, most likely. Instead, it's going to be over in like 2 minutes after they take the H's. What a disaster, man. 20k advantage all of the sudden. Shad Now, Abyssal, Aegis, Manta almost completed. And everything in that fight was wrong. Just everything. The way they initiated, the Sonic Wave. Also, the fact that they jump, but they don't BKB at all. So the Ravage just connects. Yeah, just a full disaster. The buyback, of course, cherry on top. Why would you, you know, if you're having a bad day, why wouldn't you make it even worse?
Yeah, and I mean, one of those moments, too, where you were not wrong. There wasn't a Ravage, there wasn't a Warlock ulti, but as you said, they did not have teammates, so it didn't matter. There was nothing left to go to in that fight, and I think that, you know, this is another moment where Zibe is going to get caught.
There's Abyssal as well, yeah, he's dead. He might juke around a bit. Oh, Blink. Oh. Okay.
The Blink. No, I mean, there's nowhere to go. It doesn't matter. Maybe he can take the track off of himself at the last second before he... Nope. Okay. So that is a dead ABBA.
They were so careful. They were so methodical, disciplined in the way they played. I feel like in that meme, they had us in the first half.
Right.
Then, yeah.
I mean, it almost feels like they won that one fight that was like in the same place. And then they're like, all right, well, we just got this now, right? We're set. We're good. It doesn't matter. We can just run in. And they were not okay. They were not all good.
Yeah.
Ravage.
Safe to say that they were not. They were fooled by one of the spells not being online. I think like a rock wasn't there, right? They had Ravage, but no Golem. Ravage was good enough.
And I mean, they forgot about the other ulti that Warlock has, the Fatal Bonds.
The stronger one, the real ulti.
Exactly, the real problem that they have to contend with. So one last set of racks online for AVULUS, and Na'Vi, they are going to make their way down that direction, take back over this outpost. And I mean, for AVULUS, like, what do you say now? I mean, you know how bad this situation is. There is the MKB on Smiling Knight, but he has to finish this BKB super duper late for him. I guess Revenant's Brooch for Tiny, I don't know if that even makes enough of a difference.
Nah, it doesn't. The only thing that makes a difference is the BKB on TB, and he needs it. If they want to defend this side, he needs to have a BKB. He's getting real damn close, so he might actually have it. If he stacked these ancients... he's gonna have it regardless, so... No TP on Smiling Knight, though. Gotta run base, my friend.
Uh-oh.
He's really not that fast as well without his shard.
And he doesn't have one on the courier either, so he actually has to run. Oh my god, is he not gonna get here in time?
Well, it's already kind of late, I would say, but maybe they'll find a way to approach the fight.
They do have tossbacks. Keep in mind, a chance for that one. But a lot of creeps in the area and constantly summoning more ones. Don't throw.
Stormer?
No, that's not the one! They golem afterwards, immediately kill Stormer. Pays for his indiscretions as he threw the boom Tidehunter into play. Immediately jumps, destroys Zibe. Oh! No chance to get anything. Instantly kills off the Abba. Now looking for more. Eki in trouble, trying to back away. Boom is dropping low, but it won't matter. The big watermelon man is not the real problem. Shad is the real problem, who will be gifted, not gifted a rampage, excuse me. Sancti stole that one away from him, but a domination coming out from Na'Vi in game one.
I think there was a little bit of choke happening there from AVULUS for taking that high ground uphill fight in the Radiant jungle. Not sure what that was, especially the buybacks followed by a dieback on Terrorblade. That fight on its own was definitely not great, but if you survive and you just defend and you fight a different day with the BKB on TB, it's not that bad, but because they also used all of their spells, right?
Yeah.
But the buyback just seals the deal. You're never recovering from it. rough because they truly did play this game very disciplined for the majority of it. They didn't feed too many track kills. You could see that they knew exactly what they were doing, the clock and the bat making life very difficult for the bounty to just roam around. But tossing the watermelon back to your teammates is usually not that great. But if he has Ravage, it's definitely not great.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that, like, you know, every little bit of the game there were different issues that they had to contend with, and for me at least, Boom was the standout player. Like, Queen of Pain, she did what she needed to do. Bounty, early rotations, great track, all the rest of it. Shad, PA, love to see it. This moment right here was obviously the real nail biter. I mean, they're only down 3K at the start of this fight, and then by the time they buy back on everybody, it's like well above 10K. That swing was just so quick. But the thing to me was that Boom, I felt like in so
19,
many
I think, at the end.
Yeah, right? Like, Boom was so often that guy that was just like this, tanking the gank, tanking the damage, running in. Like, Warlock would throw a heal on him and then he would jump forward and blubber. He was just the meat sponge that was making sure that this engine was running.
Yeah, the engine ran over AVULUS, who lost one fight, and in that fight they lost, like you said, about 16,000 net worth, from minus 3K to minus 19K. That's the bounty hunter as well for you. The buying back definitely did not help, but bounty hunter as well with all the track kills. 15-0-13 on Sanctity. Like, he's had some series where B-Cop and I were watching casting that weren't that great, but this was a phenomenal performance from him. He gets the solo kill on the mid lane. All of his Sonic Waves, more or less, were really good. Did exactly what he needed to do. Dished out that extra damage through Fatal Bonds. Just a exemplary performance on the Quap.
You know, what's interesting is that, like, in this game, we've really see how things have changed around a lot. Aki stacked 9 camps. All of Na'Vi together stacked 9 camps. Then you also had Clockwork that was stacking 7. You had a couple more here and there from the other heroes. Like, it feels as if the tempo of the game has ramped up a lot more quickly nowadays, and it's really interesting to watch. I think it's because, like, there's kills and rotations happening from so many other angles than just the twin gate, right? Like, we saw those rotations towards mid happening. Impressive. Sanctity, what a gamer.
Absolutely. And I love that you mentioned that, because I think one of extra reasons why it's like that, you cannot defend the triangle that easily. There's nowhere to ward. There are no cliffs that you can easily ward to have full vision on what's coming your way. So you're more or less always in danger. And it happened a couple of times that Eki was farming the triangle and they jump him. So overall, they had some big long-ass cooldown ultis, but sometimes they use them at the same time, sometimes they use them in different team fights, but they made them work regardless. Nicely done by Na'Vi.
Nicely done by Na'Vi. We'll see if AVULUS has what it takes to pull it back to a game number 3. For now, we're going to go a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side of it.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Oh, I mean, Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
are here with Stormer, yet again a challenge expert. I pick you commonly for these because you're one of the only players that succeed in the impossible challenges.
Actually,
yes.
I didn't know.
Most of the players are very dumb.
That's
but not you.
I mean, okay, I'm glad I will tell them that you said that.
No. Today we'll be playing Dota Letters. It is a game where you will receive hints, hinting at either a Dota hero or a Dota item. You have 10 helps to help you figure it out. They will give you a Dota letter to help you. Goal is as many as possible in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Do you understand from that horrible explanation?
No, it was a good explanation. So
Let's go. Begin the game.
Okay.
Mr. Stormer. Wielding fire, ice, and lightning, I am a walking arsenal of spells.
Invoker?
That is correct. I told you it was good. Next. Master of Blades, bounty on his head.
Kez.
Wow, very good. A cunning blade that allows the wielder to instantly...
Blink dagger.
Ooh, close, that's close. I'd use some hints. This one's tough.
Move through enemies. Is it an item?
It is an item. What is hint in German?
Boots of travel? No. Actually, give me a hint.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm stuck. Another hint.
Yep, keep going.
Oh my god. Shit, man. Okay, another hint. I'm stuck. Oh my god, dude. What am I missing?
You got this. You got 7 hints.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Another hint, please. Holy shit.
Swift Link.
Oh my god, it's another link.
That's okay. Celestial Warrior brings the power of the night. Okay? Punishes those.
Luna.
Wow. Okay, go. Deadly aim.
Drow Ranger. No, Sniper.
Both of my weapons. 2 weapons.
Yeah.
With deadly aim. Use some hints.
Bounty. No, Gondar. No, Ricky.
You can't just say the same name twice. You got 6 hints. Use them.
Hint. Go.
Hint.
Another one. Oh my god. Slurk. Oh my god.
You're doing fine.
Slark? No,
Slark.
No,
that
makes no sense.
Slark does not have a U in it.
Okay, another one, please.
All right.
Muerta.
There we go.
Oh shit, too many heroes.
All right, coming up. The embodiment of strength and speed. They enhance their wielder.
Boots of travel.
No. Up is more than... That's 3 in the middle. All right, you got this.
Strength and speed.
Yeah. 40 seconds, plenty of time. 3 hints left. You got plenty of hints.
Okay, give me a hint.
Go.
Hint. Holy shit.
Okay.
Shit.
You've got this, bro.
Kaya and Sanj. Sanj Nyasha.
Sanj and Yasha, that's right. Moving on. From the shadows, I strike a predator who ambushed.
Nyx Assassin.
Whoa, go! Lost in horror mirrors my enemies face a legion, yet they fight.
Phantom Lancer.
Yes, go! Oh my god, we're doing it! The wielder escape perilous situation.
Hint.
The last hint. Okay. This is an item used by supports.
Aeon Disc.
Yes! We got time for one more?
Phantom Assassin.
No.
Is it a neutral item? No.
Yep. It's an item that makes you go invisible.
Nearly invisible. What is smoke of deceit?
It is an item that makes you go invisible.
Ninja gear, also not.
No.
Is it a neutral item? No.
Yep. It's an item that makes you go invisible.
Yeah, well, but it's not Shadow Blade.
For
so that
a short amount of time.
Oh my god. No, it's also not Silver Edge though. Short amount of time. Oh, Glimmer Cape.
There we go. Well done. Well done.
That broken item, yeah.
Stormer, I gotta say, you place extremely high. I did like your strategy of instantly just saying Phantom Assassin every single time. that was a good strat, but thank you so much. We'll see such interesting strats later from Mr. Stormstormer and Team AVULUS here at PGL Wallachia. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. It's getting towards dinner time over there in Romania, but here with me, Lyrical, it's 8 in the morning, and with Lizard, is it 5 p.m. for you?
Nice. Perfect.
Hey, let's go. I'm a geography guy. Surely I get it. But we got a great series coming up. Continuing on, I should say, Navi facing off against AVULUS. That last game, talk to me a little bit about what stood out to you and what you were most worried about in this next draft for either team. Is there anything that you feel like either team really needs to prioritize?
For AVULUS, I feel like they might think about giving Stormer a better matchup on the mid lane, because he already kind of struggled into Sanctity's Queen of Pain, so maybe think of ways of enabling him. Everything else, I think, was okay. It came down to the execution. It didn't really come down to the way they played. They have their own style of Dota, which they kind of demonstrated once again. These Clockwork Bat Riders, these Eki and Suneko heroes, which are fine. But I think your mid lane needs to be secured a bit better, and Insta Enigma.
Yeah, interesting. So this was a hero that was banned out by Na'Vi last game. They've kind of switched up the bans a little bit. So last time around it was Dazzle Veno, and then we also had Night Stalker, Mag, Enigma, Darkseer. those heroes are mostly still banned, with the exception of Enigma, which is let through. They instead decided to ban Beastmaster and Monkey King this time. So that should mean one more is open, or no? No, all the rest of them are gone still. Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Terrorblade still in the pool. Boundless Strike into Eidolons is decent in the lane, I guess. Maybe one of the reasons why they banned it. Let's see what they go for. They go for the Dawnbreaker. They look better when they're playing Dawn, I have to say. Like when they have a way of joining the team from the offlane without any big commitment with the TP or moving with the smoke. And Dawnbreaker allows them to do that. I really like when they play Dawn on off and when they have Eki on a Lion or a Shadow Shaman. And then you can catch a target and also follow up with the Dawn. Of course, Bat as well fits that bill, so maybe an option. We'll see. But Nyx Assassin is bad now, right?
Yeah. But I still like that as an answer for Dawn.
10 seconds remaining.
And it would be cool with the Enigma. This has to be a silencer ban. There's no other. So they're probably just talking about what else they want to do. Because you can't play that comp. Oh my God, they let silencer through.
And silencer is really good for multiple reasons. It's I feel like he's a strong laner, but not only good against the Enigma with global. You get a global follow-up on Dawnbreaker global. If she goes in, you can follow up with global silence as well. It can be a bit difficult to play against that, but maybe they have some idea how they want to deal with it.
In the game where the AVULUS was playing Dawnbreaker, they paired it together with Batrider Silencer as their big combos. Yeah, that is a super interesting choice, and they're taking their time now. AVULUS is trying to figure out, like, what do they know that we don't know?
They're thinking, why are they letting us have that hero? What exactly are they thinking about? How are they going to counter us? Is there something better? Like, if you want to be a bit more creative, there's Rubik as well left in the pool, but nowhere nearly as good. I feel like this is, for AVULUS, you could deny pick. Well, not deny pick. You can just pick the Gyro for yourself as well versus the Enigma. Maybe not right now, but think about it in the second stage.
I don't know if you saw that, by the way. I did a little magic trick. I took a sip of coffee, and it was an A. And then I took a sip of coffee, and it was a G.
Wow. you truly are a magician and a prophet as well.
Do you know how
you called the silencer?
Do you know how I did it?
Look at this. I have a sip of coffee.
Yeah.
Wait. Look at this magic trick. I have a sip of coffee with my right hand.
Yeah. Okay.
And wow, look, it's here now.
Oh my God, look at that. That's amazing.
Look at that.
All right, great. We're into this next now. We got the Sven. Thank you so much, production. I really appreciate you giving us an opportunity to show off our magic skills. Have you actually ever done magic tricks before?
No, never.
Oh man, I got some good ones. Next time we're together at an event, I'll show you. They're pretty awesome. We had a slight problem there with the cameras, so that's why they saw us again. So thank you for.
Yeah, they told us do magic tricks right now.
All right, all right. Here's the thing: Sven Jakiro has looked insanely good. It looks really, really solid. But I do kind of feel like this Dawnbreaker silencer thing answers the Enigma. But I don't know if it is going to be able to deal with like the low cooldown run at you dynamic that we've seen out of Shad.
Yep, I do think that it's a cool pick. They do get the Rubik in the end. Right. I think this is a bait pick. Like this Rubik always sounds great to me, especially versus Jakiro, and now you have Jakiro, Sven, and Enigma. Like you have Ice Bat, you have Storm or Warcry that you can Stormbolt or Warcry from Sven, and on top of that you have Black Hole. But this is my answer that I saw today as a meme on Reddit. It's like Sven in 2020, the strongest cleave hero. 2025, it's like Magnus, Tiny, and one other hero was there. I'm not sure. I can't remember which one. But they all do the better thing than Sven, right? Like they just have him power and Dragonite. Yeah, Dragonite is the one. That's
Right,
the one
yeah.
I forgot. Is like they're a built-in better swim. So
I
we'll
do
see.
agree. I will say that like it is there's the like player hero combo thing that like comes together, right? And I think for Shad, like when you see him on Sven, and we saw him on it just yesterday, it looks different. I don't know why, but it just looks different. And that's something that I'm excited to see them come out with now. They also have 2 different answers, and this presents some interesting questions of like, this is now Enigma position 4 with the Tidehunter?
It seems that way, yep. Making this Rubik's brain explode with the amount of spells that he can steal.
Put it mid.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm telling you, like the moment this patch hit, when I saw the heroes being played,
5 seconds.
I started playing Rubik. Like if you open my profile, you'll see I played like 3-4 games of Rubik. It didn't work. Like for me at least. I think I won 1 maybe, if I even won any.
Right.
Meanwhile, I've seen a couple of teams, mainly Schofield, try the Rubik as well, and it also didn't work for him.
10
It's
seconds
like
remaining.
you never get to position yourself well enough to steal the
5
ice path.
seconds remaining.
While on paper, it truly shouldn't be that difficult. So I can't really pinpoint what the reason is. Maybe my sample size is just way too small, but we'll see. Maybe Eki makes it work, or maybe it's Stormer with Tiny on the save lane. That's also not the craziest thing we have seen.
Yeah.
Probably not going to happen, but possible.
No, I agree. I think that there is like more value to them. I've been playing a decent amount of Dota this patch too, and I don't get to play Rubik because Merlini always first picks Rubik, or gets it very early on and plays it mid.
Snatches it, yeah.
I know, exactly. And then we just get destroyed. The like Meteor Hammer Aghanim Scepter combo is pretty sick. But yeah, they're right now banning out the things that you would anticipate. DK, Pango gets taken out of the pool. These other heroes also on the other side that would mess up the Tidehunter's life. So they've already taken out the Monkey and the Slark. Razor maybe might be one that you would want to ban. I'm not sure if they would play that or not, though.
It's an old school approach, right? Like the Shopify Rebellion or EG approach to countering Sven. Maybe it is an option for AVULUS. Is there something else? Like Slark is the best one, hands down. This could also just be the Tiny carry, because they have the ultimate last pick, by the way. And if Navi just goes in and picks Quap here, thinking that it's Tiny mid again, and then AVULUS might switch things around a little bit.
Well, they're certainly taking their time with that last pick. Honestly, I think Razor would be good almost no matter where for them if they wanted to go for it. Because you could run it, off lane or safe lane. At that point, you could run safe lane Dawn if you wanted to. I mean, I don't think they do that, but it's, it wouldn't be terrible.
Yeah. I'd be maybe a little worried about their scaling. And there's like this sweet point in which Razor is dominating you and suddenly Sven hits critical mass, blows you up before you even manage to link and suck any of the damage off. So they go with the Ember. Okay, Ember into Tiny, right? Like they're still expecting Tiny mid. They ban out the Huskar just in case, but they are expecting the Tiny mid. Sleight of Fist, a lot of damage versus someone without an armor. Not any armor into Ursa.
Select your heroes.
Interesting. Thoughts? Do you like the Ursa pick? Is it sort of fill the box of what you wanted to have happen?
So Tidehunter and Jakiro into Ursa and Silencer. I just want to see the way, first and foremost, how the lane plays out. I do like Bear as a hero. I feel like Ursa is in a pretty good spot at the moment. No need to experiment. Every game, same build. Battle Fury, Blink, BKB, Basher, right? Like you can almost always go for the same things. You get a hero that can deal with the Tidehunter. You get a hero that doesn't really care about the catch that you've got. So, yeah, I do like it. I feel like maybe Slark was still a better option, but of course, being banned, Ursa, not too shabby. I'm not sure if I like their draft more. Their draft is definitely capable of being more active this time around. Even though they're once again playing into big ultis, it's easier for them to get these small little skirmishes and maybe outplay with Rubik.
Okay. Well, that was the game plan that they were executing, as you mentioned, really effectively in the last game until the point where they weren't. I think also the other thing that could come into play here is, you know, if they do manage to drop these big burst kills, one of the other benefits that you have, like even if you focus the silencer and catch him in the black hole, if he ends up dying, potentially you could just buy back global. Like that's also always the answer, which can sometimes turn things back around too. So a lot of things to be concerned about with the big ulti abilities coming from Na'Vi, but they're up one game. Maybe they can do it again as we hop into this game number 2, final day of group stage, and they're already smoked up off to the races.
Yeah, it just looks, to me, when I look at both of these drafts, they, I don't know, they just look very well-rounded. Maybe one issue that I see on AVULUS is their objective taking is almost not there. Taking towers is really damn difficult for them, which might be a problem. They need to commit a lot of heroes for it. Right. On the other side, it's definitely not as hard. You've got the Eidolons, you've got Liquid Fire, so much less needs to be committed.
They see Zibe down on the low ground. And they will not catch eyes on Eki, who is currently up in the river. And actually, they're going to run right into him there. Eidolon spots. Sanctity should be able to get this one. The question is, can they kill Eki afterwards? I don't think so. So yeah, it's just going to be a trade-off 2 apiece. And the full vision that breaks the game.
What's Eki doing exactly here? He took the Watcher. Is he going to block some creeps or okay, he's just TPing back to the lane? Because I was not really sure what the plan was.
Yeah, it was weird.
Is it spring already?
Interesting though, the switch up. They're sticking Jakiro with the Tide to go up against Saneko and Ursa.
Yeah, we called that as well, I believe, right?
Yeah, we did. We definitely did.
Look at that, damn smiling knight.
Smiling knight. Oh my god. Yeah, we definitely did call that. That's the thing that happened.
Yeah. No, you get a lot of damage from Gush, plus I think overall this is a better lane anyway to put Jakiro. In the last series as well, Jakiro was a 4. And it's a better lane for Kaori to be top anyway. But gotta be careful. Saneko actually went for Glaives of Wisdom.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't see this too often, but seeing he's playing into Tidehunter, I think that might be the reason why.
Right. Well, and you could see there that like you're trying to get the max value with every little right click that you can while Gush is active from Cube5, but the problem is that the silencer damage is still pretty insane if he's just allowed to sort of free hit onto you. And trading very rarely will work out into your favor. He's getting low up here as well, or rather down here on the bottom side. It's another hit onto Saneko with the Gush. But the wave is pushing it. So, boom. They're not going to get level 2 first. And need to watch out for any arcane curses coming.
They just need Cubifies level 2. Having dual breath makes things a bit easier here. And I feel like Storm is having good CS, but getting kind of pressured on that mid lane, isn't he, once again?
Yeah. I mean, he got solo killed last time, so it's going better than that. That's for sure. But could still be some issues. Although he's like getting those denies, like you mentioned, that at least is solid. Pull back is Kaori. Got him caught in stunned. Do they have enough? No. Can't go for the Starbreaker there, but showing the power of this combination and why Rubik can still have some pretty good value when paired together with the Stormbreaker.
Yeah, like Rubik back in the day, it was Centaur, right? Like Rubik Centaur. Any sort of a setup, Rubik Axe, as long as you can lift someone that needs that distance closed. Bot lane.
Down bottom. They're battling for this. The dual breath, the hit, is it going to be enough? Yes. Seneko draws first blood, and he gets the healing Lotus. Navi thought they could contest for that one, but they were not correct. Boom still taking a couple more hits from the Fury swipes, but only level 1 in those means that he's able to walk away from it.
Yeah, they're denying a lot of creeps away from him. He's not as happy off of Watermelon as he was in the previous game.
While up top, every time Kaori uses these Eidolons, he immediately gets at least 2 of them killed, it feels like, between the Fade Bolt and even just the hammer. It's a lot. Trying to find him, and... oh, man. Are they going to save that kill, or is Eki going to take it? Oh, Eki's taking it. Oh, that is a lot.
And also water runes, right? Like minute 4. He would have probably rotated anyway. Cubify does deny one of the water runes on the bot side, but the top one should be taken by Stormer. A very good rotation by Eki.
Slight gold lead right now for AVULUS. Again, on the brink of elimination here from the tournament, trying to force this to a game number 3. They use up top the Celestial Hammer onto Shad, and then forced back again. And even when they don't have the hammer up, just the Fade Bolt on Eki level 2 killed off one of those Eidolons with the right click. A lot going on back and forth as Boom will get hit. A few more coming in from
so
Smiling
dead.
Knight.
Oh,
he's living! No, he goes down. He's able to get in one more hit from those glaives. 2 points in the glaives for Seneko. This is some solid movement, man.
This is, I'm gonna build a Midas, carry this game silencer right here. This is boss silencer moves. He is single-handedly winning this bot lane. The amount of damage and zone that he's doing towards Jakiro, that's considered like the strongest laner at the moment, is insane. Also Jakiro with 1-1-1. Sir, I don't know if you're gonna have enough mana for all those 3 spells.
No, he's definitely not. That is an interesting one. I think I've seen that before 1 or 2 other times, but yeah, he's going to need to get to those arcane boots as quickly as possible.
To be fair, his Liquid Fire and Frost don't take any mana, but still though...
Yeah,
still, it's going to be rough.
Seneko, Cubify, move in.
Might be a killer.
Oh, look at it. Look at it. That point. The 1-1-1 build immediately paying off. No way they could have gotten that kill without that.
And the tip. Whoop.
He's pissed. Boom's mad, man.
Yeah, well, Seneko is known to be a very calm Chad, so we'll see how that works.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is now coming up on that 7-minute mark as... Again, if you're just joining us from the mainstream, where I believe that other game ended off, I didn't see who won. It is Navi up 1 game over AVULUS and trying to close this one out on the side of Navi off the back of an Ember Spirit, Shad playing the Sven, and then some Enigma position 5-ish. We'll see how it goes.
5-ish is a good shout. And so far, it's looking pretty damn good for AVULUS on all 3 lanes. I would say Sven definitely is farming. As to be expected, level 3 Great Cleave.
Right.
Shad.
Go on him. Now, Blood Grenade. He turns, stuns, hits a few times. Kaori moving over, does have 2 points in Malefice to slow down Zibe, but the rotation from Seneko, that seals his fate. This man has been all over the map, just raining terror down on Navi.
He's got 3 Brain Drain already. Only 3 ain't stolen. Okay, he's been involved in only 3 kills. I had a feeling it's more, but...
Radiant are
I think
Fair
it's
enough.
just that he's been like enabling Smiling Knight to be owning bottom, right? Like he has 18 denies on Smiling Knight, and now he's diving Boom and just gonna kill him underneath his own tower.
Orb of Frost, all he needed. Kaori as well.
Oh! 6-1. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like you talked about it. He's not involved in that many kills on Seneko, but it feels like he's been owning, and it's because he has, and it's showing up in other ways.
He has been absolutely mid lane TP as well from him.
Now trying to get involved. The real carry has shown up. Never mess with my mid laner. Seneko going toe-to-toe with Sanctity. He's turning, trying to hit. Won't be able to get any type of a kill there, but does force back the Ember.
That forces both of them away from Storm, right? Like, they try to be aggressive on him. If they went on Jakiro together, I feel like they still do get the kill. Ember was a bit of a tougher nut to crack, but yeah. He's getting closer to level 6. Global Silence is still very dangerous in this game. A lot of heroes that won't be able to deal with it, especially the Ember.
Yeah. That is one of the big issues, is trying to figure out, like, what's your itemization that you use to play against AVULUS, right? Because you kind of want a lot of little items on Ember Spirit to get you through it, but, you know, you can get, like, a Lotus, you're going to get an early BKB, that sounds bad. Like, nothing sounds, like, really great for Sanctity. We'll be able to dodge away from that Avalanche a little bit. The toss comes out. Eki remnanting forward.
Yep. Just to deal a bit damage. Can't really do anything there to Sanctity. Minute 10 runes are showing up in 4 seconds, so maybe we'll see a fight. Bot lane.
Seneko brazenly walks into him. Now turns to hit the Dawnbreaker ulti. It's not going to be enough time to save, but it will. Oh, he dodged it last second. Doesn't matter. Still have the kill.
Yeah, the Arcane Curse was still on him.
Yeah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
2,000 gold lead, and they stack. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, my God, dude. They just take the whole thing away. That
this is just
brutal.
Yeah, pretty much brutal. I was going to say perfect for AVULUS. It's like they make a move which works out for them, and then it instantly connects into another move, which is great, and now another one.
Yeah, this is the snowball effect. I mean, they will lose the Rubik here, but Zibe, can he get out? He has stick charges. Yeah, he's dead. There's no way you get out of this one. Double kill for Sanctity around that amplify damage. That is what you need to try and right the ship.
Overdoing it a little bit. They did get the Jakiro, but losing the offlane and the Rubik. That's a double kill for Sanctity. Getting him back up the charts.
Oh my God. They just tossed in Seneko up top for Kaori. And a few more hits. And that is going to be a dead Enigma. This dude is going to have, like, the worst game ever on this Enigma. Like, what are you supposed to do? Your Rubik and Silencer that you're going up against. Like, I guess he's just going to play drums and try and get, like...
I was going to say the same thing. Just buy drums and play drums.
Yeah.
That's it. Go into a fight and be like, this is what I'm doing, bros. Let's go.
Don't even
Cast some
skill
Malefice.
ulti. He already messed up. Skilled black hole.
Yeah, shouldn't have skilled anything. Make Rubik press his R on you and be confused.
Yeah.
Like, hey, why am I not stealing anything?
Honestly. Well, 2,000 gold lead now.
It's not really expanding, considering the state of the game. I feel like it's a bit because of the Sven and the Emperor doing pretty damn well, even though Shad is 0-1-0. Sanctity is still having a decent game. Stormer?
Stormer?
Okay.
Thought about it. No. Decides not to make that play and TPing out. Oh, okay. That keeps him alive. Not the way you want to use your global, but...
Maybe they can get bottom instead. Boom does have Ravage, though, so pretty dangerous.
And Smiling Knight has his Battle Fury flying out to him right now. So I think I mean, it sort of feels weird to say, but I kind of like the idea of AVULUS going later and later into the game. Maybe it won't end up being good because you have like to deal with still the power of like a Tidehunter Ravage into just Sven blowing people up, but there's some really good answers that I feel like they have all game long to what Navi is doing.
I'm not sure. I always worry going late game with the carry Ursa.
Yeah.
For some reason, that hero is really good at picking off, fighting all the time. Eki is caught.
Nowhere to go. Throws out the Flame Guard. Will do a little bit of damage, but he eventually is going to die. 3 deaths so far in this Rubik, and it looks like this should secure the bottom tier 1 tower. Still slightly ahead in terms of towers is AVULUS. They've taken mid and top, but getting back on the board now is Navi.
Opening the map a little bit more for the Tide. Boom. In comparison to the last game, this is not as great, to be put mildly. But he will have the Vlads, and he's going for Yules next. I love the Yule build on him in this game. It's not for the global, by the way. It's mostly for the Ursa. Getting the Yules on him, maybe even on Jakiro. It's also a very good Yules carrier. Having 2 Yule Scepters this game would be a good Stormer, Blink Dagger.
Shad, they knew that this was coming. He walks back in, trying to dodge away from the damage, and he does manage to get out of there. Zibe hoped to hammer out, but not going to happen. So the quick rotations, it happens partially because Navi scanned right as that gank was moving in that direction, and they're going to smoke up his 5 and immediately head to secure the Tormentor.
Yeah, 15 seconds away. They also see the ward. Shad dewards it. Doesn't even have to go for the Tormy. It seems like he will go bottom instead. Actually, it's going to be bottom, right?
Yeah.
Tormy is going to be through the Twin Gate. My bad.
No Night Stalker this game.
Yep.
And this is also really nice to take away from the Ursa, because one of the few heroes that, like, if nothing's happening on the map and you don't go to immediately secure it, you can sneak that one away sometimes. So it is going to be the Shard passed over to Jakiro, and everybody back to farming a little bit. Smiling Knight, is he going to go for Roche? I think that's their plan. The problem is Roche takes so long, and he tosses him out. Roche
and
takes
him as well. Get out of here.
Roche takes so long to get on the board that they might be able to react in time.
With the Ursa, they should be, right? Like, they should be able to take it out. I think this is also a thing that Navi is aware of, probably. I think they aren't, actually. Sanctity is just hiding, trying to farm it. Yeah, they have no idea.
Now realizing what's going on. And there is a Hasterin down bottom. I mean, this is one of those Aegises that, like, to me at least, doesn't feel like it's... It feels like it gets Ursa his next item, but I don't know if they're really going to want to fight with it. They lose Seneko here.
They're really... Look at that.
Yeah.
Putting in the effort. They really want to tilt him.
Dude, what are... Okay, now they're tipping Boom back. I am... There's some story time that needs to be had here.
Oh, I don't think we need any more stories with these players. We've had enough.
No. That's a fair point, actually.
They have the black hole that hasn't been used yet. I wonder if we were ever going to see it even.
I don't think that we're going to for a while. Like, I guess if Rubik isn't there.
Yep.
Is he really going for Blink?
Yeah, he's going for Blink. He's not going full utility, which means that he counts on having at least a couple of good black holes. It's possible if the global is used, and Rubik also used his R, but you spell steal, but you have to.
And Dawnbreaker doesn't ulti in. And
yeah, you just have to count a lot of things. And the Rubik doesn't have some stolen ice bat or the lift. No avalanche. No last word.
Zibe. Ice path. No.
Like, how do you catch him with these two heroes? Even if they do catch him, how do you kill him? Like, what's the plan?
Nothing. There is another gank coming in this way from AVULUS as they are trying to find the Sven.
They scanned him as well, they know.
Yeah? This is in pretty far are, though, can they kill him quick enough?
I think
That's the big question. They have Blink on Ursa. Stormstormer also has Blink, but oh my god, he's all the way back. He's going to wait for the camps to respawn. Is he not? He's not seen anybody show on the map, and so he's not going.
He's scared.
Oh my god.
He knows.
And now he knows that they left, and so he goes back to farming. That is the shaddest play I've ever seen. That was sick.
Very shady play.
Oh. That was sick. All right.
Kiori?
Can they find anybody? Stormstormer wants a kill. Hide. Nice pass.
Ursa is coming as well, but can he reach? Oh, Cubify, where are you going, man?
Yeah.
You were supposed to run in the other direction.
Got a little greedy. Smiley Knight still has a shield rune too, so he's not too concerned about anything, as well as Nagus.
Yep. What's he building next? BKB? Yeah, BKB Basher. That basically every game. Maybe if there's a PA, you might see an MKB earlier, but that's it.
Boom takes that Watcher and then just TPs out. Yeah, it hasn't been that much change up in the Ursa builds. There was like that period of time where it was like Octarine,
Aghanims,
like Aghanims, yeah. And you probably still eventually go at least for the Ags, but it's going to take a while before that happens.
Yeah. Actually, I keep going for Aetherlands, and this is like I was talking about the same thing with B-Cop. Just hold that thought, Enigma. If he's
double wards dropped down by Seneko and Eki, but not finding anybody. They are like they have a ton of vision up here, but it's not right where these heroes are. They've retreated out of the high ground and now sending these Eidolons to scout. They see Smiling Knight, and that should tip off Na'Vi. Yeah.
He was trying to block the path, right? Block them away from Sven. That's how he's positioning. In case anyone gets ganked, it's going to be him.
Oh, and a blink away by Boom before they could catch him. I mean, they had full vision there with the Dawnbreaker passive, but they not able to connect onto anybody. I mean, this is just the story of the game. Like, AVULUS is trying to find these little pickoffs here and there, and it's just they're not able to make it happen.
Something like in game number 1, no kills happened for quite some time, and then all hell broke loose. Are we waiting for some big items? I don't think so. Shad has a BKB already. The next big one, of course, is the Blink on Sven, which changes things drastically for Na'Vi. On the other side, I would say you were ready while you had the Aegis. Now that you don't have it, you must wait for the BKB as well in Smiling Knight, which isn't too far away.
Yeah, well, and that's what I meant too, like, about that last Aegis. It was sort of ensuring that Ursa would get to that BKB kind of unobstructed, but they weren't really trying to battle with it yet either. And the only thing I'm worried about is that, like, when the time comes that they are looking to fight, are they going to sort of have the tools that they need at that point to, like, deal with the power of the Sven?
Let's see, the Sven wants to demonstrate that power if he has it.
Stormer
is in.
The toss back to the side. Ice Path down. Macro Pyre there as well. Stun, follow-up, lift immediately. Backing out. Global down. Dawnbreaker ultimate used as well as Global Silence. Now maybe you could get a black hole too if they're in a little bit too far, but Boom does fall. No tips as of yet. Meanwhile, the jump forward hit onto 2. The cleave is out. BKB held for a long time. Shad finds a double. Decides to back away now as they are going to retreat from this area. Sanctity gets the chains onto both. Gets the remnant away.
If Jakiro lives as well, which probably won't happen, it's still a good disengage. Sven lives for now. They might still continue chasing Shad. He has to be careful here. Yeah, he should be fine, still a good disengage. Ember was left there purposely because he had the Remnant out. Trying to save both Jakiro and Sven, only saving Sven in the end. Crazy fight, because, like you called it, there was a place in time where Enigma could black hole, but Rubik was still there. you'd probably give that black hole away. Global was used, Solar Guardian was used, but unfortunately for Kaori, Spell Steal was still available, stealing that dual breath on a low cooldown.
Sanctity just comes in for the quick snipe. Yeah, right, exactly. I think they're all out. They're working on it, though. Tips, you know what? It shouldn't be that you get a static number of tips. It's that your tips should go on cooldown. You know what I mean? I like that idea more. And then, like, you can use, like, maybe it's like every 8 minutes or something like that. You get like two charges of tips. This is the way it should be.
I like that idea. Or if you get tipped, you get a tip.
Right. Yeah. Every tip refreshes your tip stack, and then it's just tip back and forth. All right, maybe we need to think about this a little bit more.
Maybe not that great. Yeah, bad idea.
Work out the particulars.
Yeah. They're just sitting around this rush pit. There's
oh, Ravage dropped down, but Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. So no more Ravage, but also no more Global. How long on Roche?
I feel like no one is sure how to approach these fights.
Yeah. It's almost max time again for Roche. So this is going to be a while.
The difference I see between these two carries as well. On one side, you have a Sven who can blow you up, and he has like more kill potential. On the other side, you have an Ursa who can be reckless and jump in, but he can't finish anyone off.
Right.
Right now, at least. And both teams aren't quite sure how much they want to push forward. And oh, Enigma. Thinks out.
Away.
Oh, this
now
is good.
Jump in! Jet! Oh my god, and the Orc is spreadable! Black hole, it's too pretty. Just catch everybody, why don't you?
Well,
just catch them all.
That's Navi from 2011 or something. That was just perfect. Yikes. And Cubify hitting them with the circus music, by the way, as it's happening.
Oh. Oh, no. AVULUS, no.
That's a Daedalus to Sven, by the way.
Yeah.
Look at that.
The also like the initial setup of there, you can see of Sven hitting the stun on 2 into just like immediately cleaving him down. By the way, back in the real world, they're killing Zippe again. I mean, that's a knock you out of the tournament black hole right there. And initiation from Navi. Why are you walking up that hill? Don't go up a hill into no vision.
It's also Sanctity, like the way he TPs there and sets everything up. Like, because without Global, it's very difficult for them to kill him off in one go. So he's like there just giving vision, testing the waters, and setting everything up for everyone else. That's a team effort. Very nicely done by Navi. Always enjoyable to see these combo bombos. Rubik mid lane.
It's caught. In trouble. Going to drop. I mean, that's crazy to me. It's still, I'm just still processing the fact that like they ran 4 heroes up the hill into no vision, and like it just all got black hole.
I'm not even sure where that pressure was from. You know, what made them, what compelled them to do such a
They were possessed by a demon.
They were possessed, exactly. All those tips, they invoke a spirit that takes your soul. In any case, back to Rush Pit. It's gonna be on Navi this time around.
Yeah.
Shad probably taking it, right? It's not the best carrier, but still good. Maybe Emperor. Yeah, probably Shad.
I mean, I think this is another one of those Aegises where it's less about
Stormer.
Yeah, there's nothing to be done about that one. I think this is again one of those Aegises where you don't have to push with it. Like I think Shad is perfectly happy scaling further and further. You mentioned like Ursa going into the later stages of the game. I mean, it's going to become a problem as it goes later.
Yeah,
but they can push.
They most certainly can. I'm not sure how far you have to scale. At least take out the tier 2s. You have the Ravage, you have Aegis. I think they could.
Radiant's top tower is under
Have
attack.
Black Hole back up again too.
Radiant structures are
Sanctity waiting to see if anything shows up for the 28-minute rune. It is going to be a regen bottled for him. I mean, the other thing is they do have Roche's banner if they wanted to try and pressure up top here. That could work. Bring him back.
They're
Boom.
tipping bottom instead. Yeah, they want to maybe catch these
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
split pushers. Also, by the way, Shiva's about to be completed by Sanctity, unless his courier
no.
dies.
Oh no. Smiling Knight. Ravage, Kaori, they global to try and keep him alive. Now the turn, a few more hits. Sven is there, but Smiling Knight trying to escape, does jump right over the ice path. Immediately, Rubik is caught though. And they will manage to take down Eki. So they keep their Ursa alive, importantly.
I'm actually a bit surprised he managed to live, but of course, nicely saved.
Radiant are scanning.
How far are they from AC? AC, not too close on Sven. But the Shivas is completed, so...
Yeah.
They are in a comfortable lead, even though it's only 5k. I feel like they are in a good spot in this game, but they can't just go on autopilot.
Yeah, they can't like walk up a hill with no vision. That'd be bad.
Yeah, that would be probably bad. Ice bet.
Well, are they doing just that right now? I don't know. Yeah, they're backing away though. You see, they learned. Like losing out on fights is learning.
They set up such a good amount of vision here, though. The one behind the tier 2 tower and the one on the cliff. This is perfect. And they also, I think they scouted Stormer, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, Shad's leading the way.
You. Oh my god.
Ninja gear.
He gets away.
Tower is under attack.
That was important that he doesn't die right there.
He also has a BKB now to work with, so a bit safer to jump in. But so far from all the tiniest mid, I'm not feeling the same impact with Crash Landing that I used to. You know, that good old Crash Landing with Kanda, you jump in and you catch a Roshan and he's dead somehow in that toss.
Right.
Whoever, basically. But
I mean, it used to go through BKB, which is crazy. It's still a lot, you know, or whether it still was a lot, but I hear you. It does not feel as good as it used to. And, you know, I think that they've just, Navi has had Stormstormer's number, it feels like. They've been banning out his heroes pretty consistently towards the end there, and they've been able to shut him down. And that's I think, how you find success on this AVULUS roster. It has to go through Stormstormer.
Yeah,
more often than not.
He has been growing his hero pool. He has some heroes that he's exceptionally good at, with, so banning those out always good. Smiling Knight might have to pop BKB here. Oh, he didn't. Shad
Oh, they didn't
doesn't
see him, though. Yeah. So again, Eki dies for Smiling Knight. Oh, interesting. And Smiling Knight's going to go straight in for the Revenant's Brooch. I think that's an interesting adaptation, since we already know that like AC is going to be completed for Sven. There's more kill potential than you would normally have on this hero.
And not too bad, right? Like, because it's each attack, it doesn't have a cooldown, and you hit really fast. It could be good. Yeah, I want to see just how much damage it's going to deal in these fights. It looks good. Boom.
Snake-O. Nowhere really to go for this poor old silencer. I mean, the problem is, like, is he really going to even have an opportunity to hit Shad? Because, as you can see up top, Shad is, like, taking people out before they even really have an opportunity to do anything. Although, this is not working too well for him.
Yep.
And, yeah, Zibe's going to get away.
Did not even force the BKB on him. Zibe unfazed.
He knew.
He was aware. Yeah, that's no God strength, by the way, so if you're Navi, you probably cannot take this next fight head on. You need to wait another minute.
Stormstormer backing away. He also is going for the Revenant's Brooch and just about has it completed. So double rounds of this. they will have the damage, but will they be able to right-click? Will they be able to fight? Look at how much damage he did to Boom right at the start there. That was 4 hits total with the Earthshock applying Fury Swipes.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Let's see smoke up. Yep, absolutely. Smoke on one side and
Ava? Oh, he still had the stacks of Fury Swipes on him. He's dead.
He just disappeared. That's a really massive kill. Without Tidehunter, he cannot fight.
And it's a quick Roche respawn. It's going to be coming here relatively fast. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, doesn't know yet. We don't know yet.
Oh, you're like B-Cop. I see. No.
Well, I'm predicting, you know.
It's like 45 seconds away.
Well, no, but that's until
we don't know yet. Okay,
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
like B-Cop. I'm like B-Cop.
All right. Moves in. Rooted. Gets the shield rune. I mean, you want to take this fight now, right? Like, getting into there, the Dawnbreaker can show up with the ulti. So they're hunting, and it looks like they're in the area where Sanctity is going to be. Not an easy kill. Kaori also shows for a moment. Ava toss, catching on to this Enigma. He even dropped the Dawnbreaker ulti. And now looking forward for more onto Sven. Good hits out. Shad in some trouble. Shad pops the BKB. And that's enough to make them stop going for any more. Holding on to that BKB on Ursa. So the BKB advantage into the favor right now of AVULUS. Jumps in, tries to get him. Global out. Lift up with that Yule Scepter, still taking damage. Sanctity has to back away.
They did kite this well, but they lost a lot as well.
Yeah.
That BKB on Shad, without it, yeah, there's no way. They need to wait another minute to fight. But it looked like it could have been way worse for Na'Vi, right? Like,
yeah.
The secondary jump on Ember was good with the global. Barely surviving. By the way, Aghanim's on Ember.
Oh, very cool.
Yep.
It's about 1 minute and 20 until Roche is up, roughly. This is going to mean everything is back up in time for the Roche fight. But if Na'Vi like win I guess they're not going to be going for anything themselves right now. Do they have any other big items that are coming up or stuff that's going to change the dynamic of this game?
A Swift Blink is being completed by Sven. Makes him a bit stronger, but
jump, stun. Oh, and he's gone.
And
well, that
no
changes things.
Gone.
That changes everything. Yeah. They don't know he doesn't have buyback. But I think that they're going to tempt fate up here. They glyph the wave. Still lose that one, and you look mid. Eki is there to catch the creep wave. Immediately lifted by Boom. Still, does he manage to kill it off in time? Oh, not quite. There's still one more creep coming in.
The flag bearer.
Sven gets tossed back in. He kills Seneko. Zibe onto him, though. Kaori is nearby, does still have Black Hole ready. Shad was low, but does not get brought down. None of these heroes have buyback. Did Na'Vi realize what's going on? They've taken one whole lane.
I think they might realize what's happening, but they are happier going back and taking Roche than taking another side. Because if you take another side and lose the fight, you might lose Roche as well, most likely. So this is probably the better approach.
Man, that Vanquisher facet, or rather innate from Sven, I feel like it makes such a huge difference. Because, like, Ursa just doesn't get to get anything off, and he's dead. It changed everything. They take this back over. Are they trying to come and contest this?
It looks like that.
Roche, it's low. They throw in the hammer, looking for an opening, but not going to find it. Stormstormer looking for the fight. They see Sanctity going on him. It doesn't feel great, but they're going to do it anyways. Global is out now. No follow-up. No nothing. Oh, watch out, Ravage. It's coming. They connect onto 2. They take down the Tiny, and now they're in far too deep. Coyote gets silenced, so no black hole as of yet, but they did buy back on the Tiny. Look at Shad, though! He's ripping Zibane apart. They get the double kill there, chasing for more. Blink black hole is ready if they need it. Smiling Knight pops his BKB, but has to get away. Zibe runs in, does burn through it. Okay, maybe an opportunity here, but they're looking and hunting. Boom backs out.
Do you think they forgot that Navi have got a black hole at this point?
I mean, maybe. Like, we've only seen one. Yeah. There was one really big one, but that hasn't been used again since then. And Tidehunter also has Refresher Shard.
This is just massive overall. For so many buybacks. You mentioned the Vanquisher, it just did. Sven destroyed them. Both the Dawnbreaker and the Tiny. And what's so cool is they fought after the rush, so they had God's strength the whole time. AVULUS could have waited a little bit longer.
Yeah. Man, I'm thinking, like, you mentioned earlier how different, you know, the item builds haven't tended to change that much, and we were mentioning the Aghanim Scepter from Ursa. I think, like, all of this starts from that one Ursa kill.
Stormer?
Imagine if he had Ags. Stormer gonna TP out. Oh, my God. Imagine if he had Ags in that fight where they jump him mid. He just immediately pops in rage. This game would still be even. It's a tough one. Zibe, big lift, try and get him away. Dual Scepter, break it, but what? Get the hell out of my game. Zibe not gonna get critted to death. Jeez, dude.
Oh, I see what's gonna happen. As a support player, I see what's coming my way in the next couple of days. Yep.
Shad just makes it look good. I don't know. This guy, he knows how to play Sven.
He's always in the right position, I feel like, and he's finding enough farm plus joining team fights. Bot lane. Nice pick off.
Give him a tip. Reset morality. Get everybody hyped up. They need to get excited about this one, because I don't know if you're going to find too many more kills in the next couple minutes. You ever get that where you're playing Dota and you got to manage your team's like energy and be like, yeah, we got that one. We got this, guys. We're going to keep going. You know what I mean?
Let's not go there.
Is that not how you play Dota? Is that not?
I gave up.
Is this why I'm getting reported?
I gave up on babysitting people.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the best way to gain MMR for sure. If you can be a psychologist and a Dota player, but
yeah, it's not for everybody.
If you ever played Green Hell, every time I do that, there's a tick on my head that says like -2 sanity, -2 sanity.
Okay. I see. I gotcha. Hey, oh, that's a BKB. Oh, excuse me, a refresher coming out for Ember.
Wrapping
oh,
around.
No, just this. This is good, potentially.
They will not kill the courier. They'll let it go through.
His path is there. Abba, toss Kaori, caught, Ravage, 2 turns, still the bash, the stun, the complete control, Sanctity is dead. Eki backing away, they don't have eyes on him. They can't control and catch that Rubik. An opportunity here, maybe 4 more, as Na'Vi are losing a couple of different heroes. The Ravage second salvo, but immediately stolen. Eki got it.
Satanic.
The turnaround looking, Ravage connects onto both. Now the stun, Shad in trouble. Shad going to turn and kill. No, almost got Smiling Knight there, but that is 4 for nothing. What an absolutely perfect fight from AVULUS.
Absolutely beastly engagement, wrapping all the way around, and this Abyssal finally making Smiling Knight look like a true carry. Good snatch, by the way, on the Ravage, of course. He might even have it for the next fight. He should.
Yeah, and he's queuing up the Aghanim Scepter. He's, what, third of the way, 3/4 of the way there. Math, sorry, my brain's turning off. But, I mean, the other option is the Blink, and he's going to go for the Blink first. I was wondering.
Boo.
I know, I'm with you. But look at this. Like, Sven is dead for 50 seconds without a buyback. If they can even up some of this lane equilibrium by taking a set of racks here, this is huge.
Yeah, they don't have a tier 2 on down bottom, so maybe two sides here. If Jakiro pokes his head out, he might just fall. He doesn't have Aether Lance or anything. He does have a monocle, but
I was getting ready to, like, you know, start calling, and with that, AVULUS is going to be eliminated from this tournament, but they are on the verge of pulling this back and getting to a game number 3. That is going to be one whole set of racks and then a range racks mid. That they were on the verge of elimination and they've pulled it back perfectly.
Absolutely evening things out. Now they just have to be careful not to get blown up by the Sven the moment he's up. As the goal difference has disappeared. Although Sven still blows you up, it doesn't matter. If he gets the stun off, like the items that they have bought are mostly offensive.
Honestly, I mean, I get the need for, you know, a nullifier in this game on Smiling Knight, but I'm really worried that he's just going to die in one hit like you're talking about there, or a couple of hits are brought down low enough that it won't matter. I feel like Aghanims is just really important, but right now they have an AC of their own, so that evens up some of that armor disadvantage that they're in.
And they have something else, Ravage of their own, right, on Eki still, which is really good, and a defensive lift. So maybe they can use that defensive lift to save Smiling Knight out of Ice Spat, perhaps, or... So we'll see. They definitely have this huge opportunity to utilize the Rubik.
And the reality for Na'Vi, I think, is that you can't just go up the hill right now. They actually need to wait, one, for the Ravage to be gone, but then the other thing is probably the next Aegis, because they just don't have a good high ground sieging team. This is like a kill them out and about type of team.
Absolutely. You want to take some fights outside of the base first for both of them, right? Like going uphill, we have summarized already, is not that great in this game unless you get a lot of kills before that.
What's the respawn time? It's about 2 minutes on respawn. And that means that it is still going to stay up on the top side of the map when it's back respawned. Shad queuing up and trying to get to a refresher. Sanctity has enough gold to get it, but the buybacks are going to become really important in this one. Everybody has it for timer, but right now you're missing buyback on the Jakiro for a little bit of gold.
Shad isn't too far. He's got 18 surplus gold. So gotta be very careful not to buy a branch.
Right.
Or anything like that. But are they going to make a play here? They are moving very aggressively. Boom.
C1. Onto him. Ravage.
Ravage.
That was not what you needed. That was not good. Smiling Knight goes for more, though. Takes down the Jakiro. Shad immediately eliminated Seneko. Now they have the buyback global. Trying to retreat away, seeing if they can get out of there. Toss back the Tidehunter onto him.
Black
Good
hole.
damage out. They have it. Black hole used, but broken. He didn't have BKB. He didn't have anything, and they got the enrage off. Now the turnaround hits onto Shad. Stolen Storm Belt stun comes out. He doesn't have BKB anymore. Controlled, double toss, gone. Smiling Knight living through it all on a sliver of health. Manages to get the blink out, and that should be a huge swing into their favor. What a fight.
Absolutely massive. The Ravage was not there, but this Rubik is doing wonders outside of that one play. Stealing Storm Ball, stealing so many spells, just utilizing then the buyback global that you mentioned as well. And unfortunately, the Black Hole just wasn't that strong,
Jump in. Now they don't have BKB on Ursa. He does have Enrage, but he might have gone a bit too far forward. Has he overplayed it? I mean, they had Roche available. Smiling Knight goes down. They also lost the Silencer. He doesn't have buyback. Stormstormer's gonna die. Roche was up. Oh, AVULUS snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Might have just absolutely thrown this game away.
Yeah, why make things easy when you can make them difficult, right? That's the life philosophy.
Oh God. Oh, I'm gonna throw up.
Just straight into the pit. So, what are we gonna have? A double BKB Satanic on Shad, or is it going to be a double Ravage? What do you think? Maybe even for Ember. Actually, not for Ember. He's got the orb already.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think probably he's taking on Tide, surely. Yeah.
Yep.
They
left the banner. The Eidolons are covering it. They couldn't even see it.
Jeez. Crazy game. Buyback status. They still have it on 4 heroes for Radiant, but like, I mean, Seneko should be sitting in the well pretty soon here. Like, you've got to have global for the fights. But they're getting ready on Navi to push. They want to force these buybacks. 20 seconds with no Ursa is going to be a lot of damage done to these buildings.
Yeah, God's Strength is used, right? Like, he can go in, perhaps even take at least one side. They have to be extremely careful. No buybacks on Shad, on most of them.
They back. So Aegis in hand.
Just, it's 1k advantage, 2k now. 2k advantage. Absolutely disgusting game.
The plus side to this is that you did get the buybacks out of so many heroes, right? Like, yeah, Navi used 3 or 4 important ones. If they can take a good fight right now in AVULUS, they win the game. Which could have been part of their, calculus there. Say, just force those buybacks, whatever ends up happening. We know we're not going to lose the game off of that, and now they have a win condition. But
yeah,
they given up too much to Navi?
They do have buybacks, that's true, right? Like the Tiny, the Ursa, Dawnbreaker, I believe, as well. Yeah, all 3 cores on Radiant have buybacks, so... what you are saying is very possible, I would say probable as well. Because you can just throw your bodies, buyback, go back in once again. As long as you get good pickoffs, and Shad might be a really good one. Shad!
He walks in, smoke breaks, immediately wants to run away, and will get the blink back, but now they know that they're over here. Boom. Keep in mind, double Ravage ready. He also got that 25 Ravage stun duration talent. They start to head over this way. Eki spots them. Jump. Ravage. 1 time for the Ursa. Global in response. Jumps away on Eki. Now they try and step out of there. They have the second one if they want it. Can't pop it. They jump in. They find him. Good damage out of Stormstormer, but the toss and the heal, it's going to be there. BKB trying to run away. Sanctity chases. They get the dead in the water. Seneko looking to the side there. Gets the silence onto the black hole. Ursa out. Gets the enrage off. No, he didn't, but there's nobody hitting him. Shad's not able to get in on that fight. They buy back on multiple. I mean, Smiley Knight.
They have no vision.
You got to run. I think that this is going to be the end for the Ursa. They buy a Hex. They're going to need to buy back on Ursa and defend their base.
He jumped Sven, and there was a second in which with the Abyssal he might have been able to kill him, but the Glimmer Cape coming in clutch from Cubify. The connection from AVULUS just wasn't there after a really good dodge. Like, the Ravage gets used, and Eki still lives, but they just couldn't connect afterwards.
Buybacks right now. The only people in the game with it are Jakiro and Ursa. And the last 3 big fights that we've seen have ended 4-0. These are not fights where people are breaking even. It's either like complete domination or utter devastation.
They did use cheese, right? They used cheese, they used refresher on Ember. These are the things that have been utilized by Navi, so it wasn't an absolutely free fight. But they're more than happy to use that.
They also have Aegis on Sven, but as like this Godstrike transformation hero, if you burn through that Aegis, he's coming back a lot weaker.
He's got an orb.
Tower. Yep. Dropping. Ava tossed very far back. Shad turns, stuns Kaori, looking for an opening, does not have black hole. Shad, BKB wearing out. He gets away with the jump. That's a tier 3 tower dead. And the end of the push.
Wasn't forced into a buyback, most importantly, right? This Aegis is gone in 30 seconds. Keep in mind that he is a transformation hero, but he does have a orb. It's in his backpack, so he's saving that. Gotta quickly switch it out and in as he dies, but he can use double BKB, double God Strength, as long as he's not controlled, of course. And so far, they've done a really good job on Na'Vi. They gave away a Ravage once, of course, but I believe no Black Holes were given away. And I don't think I've seen a single Ice Bat on Rubik.
Yeah. It has not been off that often. I mean, this is, you know, Eki doing what he can, but they're playing around it because they know how valuable those spells can be. He is about to have Aghanim Scepter. The other thing, I'm just wondering how you feel about this. If you're AVULUS, are you pressured to go right now? Because buybacks are all going to be coming up simultaneously for Na'Vi, and then you don't have any on your entire team, pretty much, for AVULUS. Do they need to fight before then, or can they wait it out?
I definitely think so. I feel like this might be their last opportunity to take a good fight. What's up with their timers, by the way? They're really long, right? Like 5 minutes on Tiny. 5 minutes on Dawn. It's going to be a long timer where Na'Vi will have an advantage.
It looks like they're not going to be able to take one. It's going to be a minute until these buybacks are back up. So essentially, you know, by the time the fight would be over, the buybacks would be back up now. So AVULUS just now have to try and buy 3 to 4 minutes with nothing happening.
One hero, one player that has made AVULUS come out of worse situations is Eki, and he does have an Aghanims now. He just completed it on Rubik. So some of these heroes on Na'Vi, oh, God Strength, he's going in.
Thinking about going. Seneko is nearby. They are thinking about jumping for him. They will use the glyph as God Strength was used. Now the Eul Scepter lift up Shad. Pops the refresher, has BKB. If they need to, they can get out now. Man. Pop everything to jump and get it, and immediately Seneko drops down a couple wards so they can scout this if they're setting up for that again.
They did force the refresher orb, right? Like, it's a pretty long cooldown that they will not have for the next fight. He has queued up Shard as well, Moon Shard, I mean, on the Sven, but you can't purchase this. You just need the buyback. I think everyone on Na'Vi at this point must have one. They have the outpost as well to TP too.
I mean, at any point this game could be over with Na'Vi winning. I think for AVULUS, they need to probably buy at least another, like, you know, one good fight in 2 minutes. Maybe they can make it fight happen with buyback. They're trying to bait it with Seneko.
Boom.
Buyback Global is ready. They don't really care about him that much. The mech is out already. Now the jump forward onto Shad. They're mega, but there's going to be the Wind Waker. A save for the moment onto Sven. Now Global comes out. The turn, the hit, the kill. No Sven for the rest of this fight. 2 minutes cooldown. And now Kaori trying to get away. Should be able to run him down with Smiling Knight nearby. So 3 kills. All of these heroes have buyback, and as you mentioned, Mega Creeps online.
Well, they do have buybacks, but they don't have some big spells. 60 seconds without the BKB on Sven, without the God Strength. And I was surprised that they forced that so heavily. I'm not sure if I'd value the Rex and Megas over 3 lives and buybacks, if they even manage to force them. If they don't manage to force them, then of course, absolutely great for them. I love that Smiling Knight as well has ways to go before being fully slotted, buying that Aghanim's Blessing next.
Right. And obviously saving for buyback right now, but this, if there are no buybacks, should be Mega Creeps. Do Na'Vi just give that up and say our buybacks are more important? They already have creeps in there and going to hit onto it. But yeah, I mean, they're going to buy back now. Smiling Knight retreats. They save their buyback on Sven. Very interesting. Dude, I don't know. This game, it's got some legs. We might be going pretty far here because as Na'Vi, like, do you feel comfortable going high ground now with no buyback on Ember or Enigma? I don't think
Absolutely.
so.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
The only advantage that they do have is the fact that Megas are constantly pushing in.
Right.
And because of that, maybe they'll have an easier way going into the pit, but they have to be careful on Na'Vi not to get caught here.
Roche, it was a long one. It is about to come back up now. They have only a couple of seconds left before it is going to respawn. So that Eidolon should scout it, but they need to deal with these waves, as we talked about. Zibe at least can deal with it better than most others. Okay, Roche is there, and amplified damage.
AD rune, maybe for Sven, maybe for Ember. We'll see who picks it up. Of course, better on Sven if he even wants to. Yeah, it seems like Ember will be the one picking it up. He's just saving time. He even has a bottle. Yeah, he bottles it even.
God, it's really scary to think about walking into that pit, though. I've been just on buyback status this whole time, but 25s are coming fast and furious. Rubik has one, too. He has that telekinesis land distance, so a lot of abilities to pull people very far.
Yeah, on one side you have this Wind Waker to save, on the other you have that Shad. Oh, this is ballsy.
Do they realize what's going on right now?
This is
Roche
very ballsy.
yells. Yes, they do know what's happening. They take out that vision. This is a crazy play to make.
I mean, you just committed God's strength.
Yeah. They're going
They
in.
have to do it at this point.
I don't know if they can see those particles. Sometimes weird things show up there outside the pit. Of course, Swift Blink ready. Stormer. I mean, they're going to have to be ready to jump at a moment. Is he opening up anything in his inventory? The Eidolons are there. They break their smoke. They kill off that creep. Need to be ready to jump. But no, it's Aegis in time. They get it. Everything picked up, and AVULUS just watched him do it. Stormer now caught. Shad pops the BKB. The heal coming in. Now the global. Thinking about a turn, or are they just trying to escape? What's the play here? Stormer, second round of sauce. Shad, he's already used God's Strength with that one time, and now the BKB worried out, but they've lost Zibe. He does have buyback, but no ability to get back into this fight quickly, but they jump in. They find him. Sanctity in trouble. Sanctity dead. Yes. They kill him once, and now the turn on Shad. One hit with that Satanic, and back up almost to full. Smiling Knight keeping his eyes now on to Boom. They look for more. Stormer jumped upon. He's hurting a lot. They also have to deal with the creeps. Zibe's back dealing with that. The Ice Path connection keeping Smiling Knight alive. Turns to fight, but they have him controlled. They have him killed. They have buyback. Can AVULUS outlast this pressure? Because they already burned through the Aegis.
They need to at least force some buybacks here. They have the Mega Creeps, all 5 heroes up and alive. But it is so dangerous. You don't have the buyback, right? Like 4.5 minutes on the Emperor.
Yeah.
60 minutes in, don't you go for tier 5s now, right?
I think so. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, those buybacks end up mattering a lot. And also, Rubik was able to steal Ice Path in that last fight, along with Warcry. It's actually fairly good for them.
Yeah, for the first time, I'm seeing the Ice Path on Rubik, and it's just absolutely ridiculously strong.
No buyback on Zibe. No buyback on Zibe. Zibe, you got to be careful here. The buybacks start coming from the rest of the squad. Eki, lift, pull back, trying to find him. Toss all the way over to the side. Boom, in trouble, and now the turn. Hillary moves over. He has the black hole, but it's Shad. Shad's the one that walks in, gets the dieback onto that Tiny. And Smiling Knight, nowhere left to go. They're trying desperately, but it won't be enough. Black hole for good measure. GG is called. Na'Vi take the series 2-0.
Ah, what a great game. What a great game. We had everything. We had some comebacks, some really good team fights, and in the end, every team, no matter who you are, I feel like you always do the same mistake. You jump the tide and you toss him into your team. Like, it happened in the last game. It happened again. It sealed the deal. The way they lost game number 1 is the way they literally lost game number 2, tossing the tide back.
You can't believe it. Just grabbing his hands, get me out of this game. But they did manage to do it. Na'Vi come through with the victory. And again, that like Shad Vanquisher, Sven, look at that, the one shot.
He had a fantastic performance by the Sven. like overall, both of these teams showing discipline, showing a display of skill on both sides. For Navi, it really wasn't easy. They had a lot of these big ultis, but they had to be very careful on how they use them. You're playing into Global, you're playing into Rubik, and they still found some ways of getting on top of Diersa, picking him off, maybe using the Ravage on him, saving the Black Hole. I think I've seen, what, 2-3 Black Holes total in the game. One in the fountain, one next to the pit, and that crucial one that kind of got Navi in the pole position.
You know what it is? It's this Krill Eater facet. It's getting all these tinies mixed up. His model becomes so big that you can't help but toss him. It keeps happening. Oh my god! And this right here was, this was the worst. I mean, if you're AVULUS, you're gonna be coming back to this moment again and again. Roche was up. You're up 12k gold lead. You can just go back and secure it. And granted, they did get the buybacks out of those heroes, but they weren't able to do anything once those buybacks came in.
And Sanctity had an amazing series. Someone we commended in game number 1 because of his 15-0 quap. Game number 2, he's on his signature Ember Spirit 22-5. Out of all the items, I feel like the one item that I would call out as having maybe the most impact in a way is Tidehunter's Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Like canceling so many moves from the Ursa, saving himself or his allies so many times. Like in general, it was a really rough game. Well fought by AVULUS. Once they got these two Revenant brooches, it almost looked like they had it back in full control, but a couple of mistakes here and there, and now we are back in it. I can't believe that they just let that rush go. But
yeah,
this last one, because they were well positioned, and they do have ways of scouting it.
Right. Well, so, and the other thing there too is like, you know, we talk about the most important items, and in a way it felt like one of the ones that was really important that didn't get made was Smiling Knight's Aghanim Scepter. Like, he had bought the point booster by the end of it, but how many times in those replays there did we see like a Sven stun into like 2 or 3 hits and then Ursa's down at like 10% HP, right? If you get Sven stunned and you have Aghanim, suddenly you turn it back around, you pop in Rage, you can actually fight, you can survive through that. And I mean, they prioritized the damage with the Revenant's Brooch over it. And that meant that if the fight ever started with Sven jumping, Sven ended the fight.
Yeah, when you ask how many times, every single time.
Yeah.
If Ursa was dying, he was dying to the Sven. I don't believe anyone else was really killing him, right?
Yeah.
It was mostly Sven, and it was Sven in a stun, because that's when he gets that extra damage. What a crazy game. Well fought by both of these teams.
Man.
Yeah.
That was awesome. I love to see the Swiss format. We get to see so many different types of teams make their way through, and then you kind of have this like story developing. And for me, the story of Na'Vi is one that like top teams kind of need to watch out for. They have these sneaky little pocket straps at times that really can mess stuff up. And you can see already here, we're going to have the continuation of the schedule going forward. Stream A, I believe that's the only stream that we've got coming up as the next couple of days. So no more need to pop back and forth between the two of them. But Aurora versus Yellow Submarine, Falcons versus Heroic, and then Tundra versus Na'Vi. That is a rough draw.
It truly is. They fought so hard and so well, and then they get to face out Tundra.
Yeah.
But at the same time, who else? Like, would you like to play against Aurora that know how you play and breathe inside out because they're from the same region? Do you want to face out who's left?
XG was the one that just beat Tundra, which is why Tundra's down here now.
So in any case, like, you couldn't have an easy draw. You just have to prove your worth here and win against Tundra for Na'Vi if you want to continue.
Man, crazy stuff. Yeah, and that also, I mean, so I'll say the Tundra loss in game 2, I was like kind of keeping track of it, and I was like, oh, Tundra got this easy 2-0. I don't know what happened, but they ended up losing that game and then lose game number 3. Going into that last day, that's a matchup to watch, because if there's any type of tilt, if you're at all not on your game against this Na'Vi team, they could absolutely lose it. A lot of great matches coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of great matches, and I would say the storyline of this tournament, last time it was in Season 2, it was SA winning and just dominating with Heroic. This time around, look at that, China, two teams.
Yeah, man.
Unexpected, but very nicely done by them.
Absolutely. Tidebound, Xtreme, we'll see how they end up faring as we get into the main event. But for us, we're going to end it here. The group stage is coming soon to a close. There's one more day of action. And of course, that's all going to be on the mainstream. So I'm sure to check it all out. And we will see you all later. Thank you.
Trece bănie